Hello, true believers. This is BebotsOnly going live. It okay. I'm getting feedback. Mute myself. Okay, so there was a delay. Okay, you gotta excuse me. It's been several years since I've done this. And what do we got here? I think we have 8 people already on. Let's see what the live chat is at. So say something if you can hear me. Just say I can hear you fine. Say I can hear you fine. Digital Underground is here. Mike Truth says you can hear me fine. Who else is here? 9 people. Hold on a second. Gotta turn on the fan. Kind of hot. Okay, what is my warm up today? Well, I could talk about what I did this afternoon. Oh, thank you, Mike. Yeah, we were looking at one of Hero's teammates. Lives in a subdivision with a soccer field, so I wanted to take a look at it. And they said if we wanted to use it, we could go in and be their guest. And I said, "Oh, okay, sure, let's take a look at it." So those are one of the things we're going to get back into the swing of things by practicing a lot of soccer. But I wanted to have a big field now that Hero's getting pretty serious with his soccer and with a big goal, so we can practice penalty kicks and different drills. But mostly important is the penalty kicks. I wanted to make sure that it was a regular size, official size goal, and then we'll measure it out so that way it says we can simulate a real penalty kick or a real game as much as possible. So I'm going to try to read the comments. Hold on. Need my reading glasses. I'm try to read the comments, but there's a lag. And I don't think there's that many people. Usually there was times when there was like a lot of people and there's a lot of comments going and I get distracted. Sometimes a lot of the comments don't really need me to respond to, so it gets kind of crowded. But right now there's not that many people, so I can pretty much keep up with the questions. Heidel Stress Cog. I'm not familiar with this person. I don't think I'm familiar with any of the other people, but I think Heidel, his comments, he'd be probably somebody I'd want to invite in the stream. So Heidel Stress Cog, I think I'd want to send you a link if you would be interested in joining the live stream, because it's easier for me to talk about things when I'm interacting with somebody. They could ask me questions and I can answer them, and then I can ask them questions, whether they kind of understand what I'm saying or not, versus just kind of talking to myself. And who else is here? Gogo is here. So that's pretty much it. Some of the things I did once I got out of my detention was I went to the dentist, and I was shocked after almost 3 years of not brushing my teeth, not going to the dentist. The dentist said, I was fine. I should have blogged about it. I could have sworn I had at least one or two cavities in my molars. I kind of felt it, and I really wasn't motivated to brush my teeth the whole time. I mean, I hardly took a bath or took a well, yeah, took a bath or brushed my teeth. So I I could have sworn I had a cavity, but the dentist said no, it's fine. I go, are you sure? I thought I felt something right around here and looked at it. The dentist, I mean, the dentist is a doctor. Who am I supposed to disagree? I tried asking, are you sure? Take another look, because I thought I felt something. Said no, perfectly normal. So after 3 years of like not brushing, I didn't have a cavity. So I was kind of shocked. And the dentist was, it was the first time I ever went to. She was in her own office. She wasn't in a mall. Right now, I don't really go into malls that much because there's a lot of hullabaloo nonsense that you have to go through. We went to a mall one time, and we tried to eat at a restaurant, and we couldn't sit in the same table, even though we said, well, we're in a family, we live in the same house, so is it okay if we all sit in the same table? And it's like, no, you can't, because those are the rules and we have to enforce them, or they'll lose their permit or license to serve food or something like that. So we said, oh, we lost our appetite and we'll just kind of go through a drive-through. So we've been eating a lot of Burger King since then. Hero likes to eat it's called the Angry Whopper. I think it's got onion rings and jalapenos in it. I haven't had one, but he loves it. He could eat it 3 times a day. So every time we're out, before we get home, that's like, we got to stop by Burger King and get a Angry Whopper. So let's go to the comments here. Anything exciting? Toothpaste and brushing. Oh, so yeah. So when it comes to the teeth, so the dentist, she was. So I was talking about the mall, but back to the dentist. I've never been to this dentist before, and first thing she said was, "Wow, your teeth are complete." And I said, "Yeah, I mean, usually if I have a problem, if I feel something, I'll go to the dentist. It's for me, it's no big deal. Just as long as you go early. I mean, I don't go all the time. I just go when I feel like I'm not one of these people that go every 6 months. I go maybe once every 5 years, once every 2 or 3 years. If I only feel something, if I feel like a cavity is forming, you could usually feel it. And if I don't, then I just don't go. And the dentist said that I have all my molars came in. I remember when I was maybe 8. I know it was my second year of college, probably when I was like 19, 20. My molars came in, and it was painful when it was coming out. And so that's why a lot of people choose to have surgery to get it done. Well, I didn't have insurance to get that kind of surgery, so I just kind of lived with it until it finally found its place, and I just have had it ever since. And it's again never given me any problems ever since. It's just when I don't know what it's called. Like I was teething when I was like 19 years old, and I was teething. That's kind of the time when your last molars kind of come out at the back of your teeth. And a lot of people get them removed because it's so hard to brush back there. But I've never had any problems once they settled in. So I actually have a crown, and I had to get a crown because one of my molars was, the dentist who did it kind of got overzealous and took out a lot more than he should, and it didn't kind of quite come out right. So once I got private insurance, and food kept getting stuck in it. So once I had private insurance, I had a dentist put a crown on it, and it's fine. That's what the dentist said. This dentist says, this came from America, right? And I said, yeah. And how would you know? I mean, where if a crown was done locally here in the Philippines versus abroad. It's kind of weird how she knew that it wasn't done locally, the crown. So anyway, that was kind of odd that she knew if it was made locally or done locally versus done abroad or done in America. And so the first thing she said was that, or that was like the second thing she said. The first thing she said was, "Wow, your teeth are complete." And I said, "Yeah, I, I pretty much if I feel something, I'll go to the dentist. It's no big deal. It's not that hard." And then we went through the conversation. Well, that's not like how it is over here. It's tragic because I think with a lot of dentists, they when they see, uh, for example, like most of the kids over here, they never go to the dentist, period. So I mean, it's up to the parents, but when it's not a priority, it's more. So when the kids lose their teeth, it's usually responsibility of the parents, which is why I did several videos where I took people to the dentist because your teeth have to last for the rest of your life. And I actually had money raised to bring the girls to the dentist before all this happened, before the pandemic happened. I was supposed to take them to the dentist, get braces done, but I something else happened. I mean, we all kind of know the idea, but the details is kind of up in the air. And it's what I've been out for like what is it now? A week. So for like I tried vlogging as soon as I could, but a good thing I found my snowball mic. So that's one thing that's kind of good. I think everybody can hear me just fine. And what else do I have to say about? Oh, and I told the dentist a lot of it is so it's like going to the dentist. If you feel something, not going into denial. Some people go into denial and says, "Oh, it'll just go away," or "I won't if I don't think about it, or if I don't go to the doctor, then I don't have to accept that there's something wrong with my teeth." So that's not that's never been an issue for me. So I got the crown, and I also I you could say genetics also. If you have good genetics, you're less likely to develop cavities because I think it's about what is it? I mean, bacteria drilling in your teeth. I mean, I don't know. It's just weird how some people like me who don't ever need to go to the dentist. I mean, like 2.5 years, I didn't go to the dentist, and I thought I finally have a cavity, and afterwards, nothing. And then some people they go every year or every 6 months, and they have cavities. And maybe it's I told her maybe it's genetics, maybe it's my brushing technique, maybe I don't know if it's something I eat because I just kind of eat whatever it is that's available. I don't really sit here and watch. Okay, oh this food is bad for your teeth or this food is good for your teeth. I mean, I take I don't even take multivitamins consistently, but I eat enough where I'm not going to be deficient in calcium or anything like that. I mean, I try to eat a variety of food. I mean, vegetables and fruits that have the necessary vitamins and calcium that you need. So let's go back to the comments here. Okay, some people are making comments about teeth. So let me respond to some of them. So I'll just scroll up. Wisdom teeth. Yep, that's just called my wisdom teeth were coming out. I like the prices of teeth services there versus the United States. Yeah, it's cheap over here because you don't have to worry about number one. The reason why it's so cheap over here is school is very cheap over here. You could go to dental school over here. It'll take 5 years versus 8 years in America, because you can combine you don't have to go through undergrad. You could go straight to dental school, and they have like a 2 year undergrad, and they have a 3 year dental course. So you could be a dentist once you get out of high school by the time you're 23 years old, versus in America, you have to wait until you like 10 years later, where you're like 28, 29, sometimes 30 years old before. So you're talking about 10 years where you're not earning anything, but you're getting into a lot of debt. So in the Philippines, you don't have to worry about that, because number one, it's not 10 years, it's only 5 years. I mean, imagine before they extended high school over here. So when was it? What year was it? It was like 2000, maybe 12 or 2011 or 2012, when they extended school over here, high school, because you could finish high school. It only went up to 10 grades. So now they extended it to 12 grades, which I was completely against, because it it doesn't help a person get a job if you just finished high school. So I don't know what the thinking is. I mean, the reason behind it is people say, oh, because you add 2 years, the person is going to be able to get a job better because they had 2 more years of school, versus because what do you do in the meantime between, because you graduate at 16 to 18 and you can't get a job until you're 18. So what does a person who for example just hasn't just can finish high school and not go to college, what does that person do from 16 to 18? So that was the argument, but the argument didn't make sense, because even though a person finishes high school at 16 or 18, still can't get a job, whether what grade they are. But at least those 2 years, they didn't have to, they could use those 2 years to go to college instead. So imagine if you only went to school until you're 16, and then went right into dental school for 5 years, even law school. You could be a lawyer by the time you're 23 versus 28, 29. So if you're a lawyer or a dentist or even a doctor by the time you're 23 versus 30 years old, then it makes financial sense. So the person doesn't have a lot of debt burden already, so they don't have to make a lot of money to break even, so they don't have to charge a lot of money. So number one, there's school over here is cheaper, and then I can go into, well, why is school so much cheaper? We don't have student loans over here, period. If you have student loans, then the schools can charge whatever they want, because the banks will just give you however loans you want, and the government can guarantee it. Now, why does the government can't guarantee it? Well, because you can never discharge it. It's like you're stuck with that loan forever. You can't go your bankruptcy. You can't discharge it in bankruptcy, even if you're in debt. And for example, like you can't practice because you develop the shakes in your hands or something like that. You can no longer be a doctor, and then you can't discharge it because your student loans can't be discharged. Anyway, so back to, there's nothing like that in here. So number one, that's why it's so cheap. It's so cheap to go to school over here. So that way you don't have to charge so much money to make money. I mean, in America, you have to charge so much money and you're not even making money. You're just paying off debt. So that's number one. Number two is there's no suing over here. There's no malpractice insurance that's sky high rocket. There's that they have to pay so much, thousands of dollars every month, and as a doctor gets more and more experience and more patients and more cases, they have to pay more and more insurance for it. So those are the two main factors. If you take out student loans, if you don't have any student loans, so all the money that you make is yours, then you don't have to charge so much. And number two is you don't have to pay malpractice insurance. You don't have to pay, because all your money doesn't go into accountants or lawyers or banks. So that's those are the major reasons why uh, dental work is much cheaper in the Philippines than in America, because not only are you paying for the dentist, you're not even paying for the dentist. You're not even paying for the doctor. Most of the money will go to the doctors, lawyers, bankers, and accountants. And the last person who will get any money, if there's anything left, will be the doctors. Hey, if you're saying, well, Bebots only, well, then why would anybody want to become a doctor? Well, who, if it doesn't make financial sense? Well, I always say that, like, well, if you're rich and that's something you want to do and you don't have to worry about money, then if you got like this trust fund that you can go to school for 10 years and not be in any debt, then yeah, then you should be a doctor. You could be a doctor. But if you have to do it and you have to worry about money, then don't. There's because it's really counterproductive to try to do your job and then you're too worried about making money instead of doing your job properly. So let's go back to the comments over here. I just went on and on about how much why dental work is cheaper. So let's get to the comments. Jason or Jazz on, can you share what prison was like? How common is prison rape and beatings? And I guess I can get into that. Yeah. Have you heard about the new fad on YouTube? No, I don't. Like I've been in this bubble for so long. I have no idea. There's like so many things, so many changes have gone on. I'm hearing stuff that happened, and I'm like in shock. Well, not in shock, but so many things has happened since I was gone. I mean, you guys couldn't just keep it together long enough for me to get back. Heidel says, "Did you pay protection from the boss?" That doesn't make any sense. Because a pig farmer will pull your teeth in the Philippines, yeah, that could happen. You could have like a faith healer do it for free. Idol says lawyer takes 6 years in the USA. Police needs 6 months. Who do you trust? Well, here in the Philippines, there's really no one you can trust. There's a saying that you can't trust anybody that needs something from you. So let me repeat that statement. It's because Heidel was saying, "Who do you trust?" I repeat, if somebody needs something from you, then you can't trust that person. And if you take that statement and if you believe that statement is true, then that means there's no one here in the Philippines that you can trust because everybody here needs something from you. So that's kind of the statement there, Heidel, that you have to digest, regardless if they're a lawyer or not. But I can go into like, okay, lawyers here. I mean, I could fill a whole weeks of live streams what my experience with lawyers here have been like. I mean, I could fill a lifetime of live streams what the experience I've had in the last 2.5, 3 years. But the important thing is I survived. And there's times when you're going through the meat grinder that sometimes you wonder how much of me is going to be left after all this is said and done. Fortunately, that there was some, I sometimes I don't straight out miracles. I can't believe it. It's a miracle that this happened or that happened. I really thought for a while there that my goose was cooked. I mean, they had everything. They had like this. Oh, let me go back. I mean, the police threw the whole kitchen sink in terms of evidence. It was complete. They had all this evidence because I don't know if you know this. Let me look in the comments. I'm gonna ask a question because I don't know what you guys know, and I've been really busy getting situated here. I haven't really touched a lot of things online. I haven't even seen the video of my arrest. I haven't seen any. I haven't read any newspaper. I haven't seen anything. And the reason why is I haven't had online access for the last 2.5. Let's just say 3 years. I hate saying 2.5 years. Let's just say 3 years, almost 3 years. Let me just say 3 years for for completeness sake, it sounds better anyway. 3 years saying versus 2.5 sounds longer anyway. I mean, if 1 year is long, 2 years is long, 3 years is even longer. I think it felt like 30 years, especially when the pandemic happened. I thought I was never going to get out. It's like, oh my gosh, this pandemic, everything just, all government activity just went to a complete halt. And the worst part about it is there were no visits allowed. So food became a problem. It's like all of a sudden, if you had visitors, the law states here in the Philippines that they can bring you food because the food that the prisons provide is pretty much non-existent. You basically get you're in a third world prison. I mean, I'm not even in a prison in like Scott Pemberton. I was in a prison in the province, kind of like a semi-province. But anyway, your food comes in a bucket, which is just rice and broth. Okay, I repeat, your food comes in a bucket, which is rice and broth, and the only really thing missing is that same bucket is the bucket that you use to use the bathroom at the same time. I mean, that's pretty much the flavor of what it's like in a third world prison. And a lot of you probably will like to say that, like, oh, maybe you got special treatment or anything like that. No, there's really no special treatment for me. But I can go into that. What is this here? Let's look at the comments here. Everything's still cooking here. We got 15 people. Sometimes what I'll do is I won't look at the comments so I don't get distracted. I think everybody remembers how I used to live stream. And once I get a thought, I'd like to finish it. And then after I finish my thought, I'll go back to the comments and get some ideas of which direction you guys tell me which direction you guys want to go. But I don't really want to go into too much details about it. I just want to just kind of touch bases with the people here, that just let them know that it's me. I'm going to be live streaming, but I don't know how much. Christmas around the corner. I've been trying to get caught up with family. I'm just trying to get caught up with myself. And there's a lot of things that I need to do and this is one of them. Gogo's asking where it says, I have no idea. You tell me. Idol says international courts have a human rights case against Duterte. Well, let me tell you something about human rights. That's another Western term. That's just it's like customer service. It's a joke. I mean, there's so many what do you call that, call centers over here where they perform customer service, but it's a punchline to a sick joke. Human rights. What human rights? For example, like in prison, the right to proper food. What happens if you're Muslim and you can't eat certain foods, or you're not allowed to pray? You just have to. It's like forced prayer on you. So human rights is something that fairy tales and pixie dust it's like customer service or feminism. It's a Western term. So let's go back. Heidel says, welcome back. Well, it's good to be back. And like I said, if you're interested in joining my stream, you should email me and I'll email you a link so you can join. But right now, let me kind of get the talking here. Oh, this is a good question. Digital Underground Gaming says, has any of the girls reached out to you? I would ask the question, well, what do you think? So I'll wait for you. So that's a good question. That's an interesting question. Has any of the girls reached out to you? And I would say that's a good question. And my question to you would be, what do you think? Miracle not crooked judges and lawyers. Now, crooked judges and lawyers. I mean, the lawyers is a problem, but the judges, as you can see, I didn't have a problem with it. I thought I was going to have a problem with it. One of the judges that I had scared me because I he said some scary things. I remember one time he said that I can't dismiss this case like the other case because uh, this is a there was something he said about it. This is a I don't want to say police matter. I wish I got the transcript of that day, but if there's no testimony that day, they don't really have a transcript. They just kind of write the minutes of what happened and they just kind of reschedule it. But the judge said something really scary to me that he was under pressure from the police department, that he couldn't dismiss this case like the other cases because it was like a police matter. It was like a almost like something was pressuring him to make sure that the case did not get dismissed on a technicality. So that was a scary thing because there was so many times that the case could have been dismissed on a technicality, especially the here's a question that I have to ask before I get to that question about did any of the girls contact me. Is did you know that after I was arrested, they served a search warrant? I repeat, did anybody know? Did they have any information that a search warrant after I was arrested, a search warrant they arrested me, they handcuffed me, they threw me in the back of what car was it? I can't even remember what kind of car it was. I don't know if can't remember what kind of car it was at. Then they searched my house for like 4 hours and terrorized my family for those 4 hours. So imagine all of a sudden the doorbell rings and there's like the two places from two different medias, and then they just searched the house for 4 hours and just turned over everything as if they were like looking for drugs. Confiscated all my hard drives, all my laptops, my cameras. But that's not the only thing that went missing. There's like several pieces of jewelry that the boss said went missing after they went searching. There's titles to my cars went missing. So, but they went through and cleaned out my house. I don't really know what's missing yet. I mean, it's been, like I said, 3 years. So she just told me jewelry went missing, some important documents went missing. So, but like all my computers, laptops, phones, cameras, I had like stacks of paperwork that like documents I had they took. So they pretty much cleaned out my house during this search warrant. And I don't know if anybody knows that happened. I think that's something they just kind of covered. They didn't really talk about, so that's where most of the evidence that they presented to the judges said was was from the search warrant. So please, if anybody knew about the search warrant after the entrapment, so I got a 2-for-1 special. I got the police. I got the full experience. The search warrant, 4-hour searching your house afterwards, taking all your things after the entrapment. So let's go to the comments here. Village Idiot says law degree in the U.S. is 7 years. Okay, yeah, but like I said, it's a long time. But like in the Philippines, the law degree would probably only take 3, 4 or 5 years. It's shorter anyway. So so back to Digital Underground. His question, I'm going to be looking for his answer. Crooked Judge Idol says, there's video up. Yeah, well, nothing you can do about it, so that's good. We just have to look at the bright side. Back to Truth says Peter called it right. I don't know what he called, so I'll have to defer to your opinion about it. Here's a link to one of the arrest videos. If I knew where says was, I wouldn't be asking. Well, you're asking the wrong person. What evidence did your attorney challenge, if any? Human rights is a joke. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like I said, it's a punchline to a very bad joke. I I'm thinking no. Digital undergrad says I'm thinking no. Well, you should have, based on my reaction, you probably should have read it between the lines where I kind of went, well, not exactly. So, I mean, to answer your question, yes and no. Yes, I actually have talked to. Problem is really no, I can't really follow up on it. It's not like I can just like, oh hey, let's meet up like nothing happened. I it's not something I can do right now. There's some things I can do, but which is just kind of making up for lost time with my family. And I could, like I said, I could talk to the girls. I've messaged a few, but in terms of back where it was before, where I could just kind of get up and go and kind of meet them, I not yet. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to do that yet. I don't think it's proper. Uh, what, if any, advice you have about? Oh, I have a lot of advice. So, because I you learn more from your mistakes than if you did it correctly, and so I every mistake that could be made, I it was basically made. I made all of them, and I have to take responsibility for all of the mistakes that were made. So I like to think that I made all those mistakes so I can learn from them and then make sure that it doesn't happen to it doesn't number one, it doesn't happen to me again, and number two, it doesn't happen to anybody, any of my people. So I thought I've always been careful. I've been careful, like in the last what is it? I started BebotsOnly back in 2008 was when I moved here. 2009 was when I finished building my home. 2010 was when I launched the website, which I ended up not doing anymore because, like I said, BebotsOnly is kind of changes. So, and then this happened in 2018. So I was like 8 years where I had the best time of my life. And then this happened, and things happen for a reason. And we all have to learn from experiences. I mean, I've always kind of said that experiences, I've been a collector of experiences, both good and bad. And I had to experience what is the worst thing that could happen to you in the Philippines. It's not death, obviously. If you died, then I've always said that then it would have been over. 2 weeks it would have been over, and you wouldn't have felt nothing. I mean, people would mourn for 2 weeks, and then after that, people would move on. And I think that's what people did when I went to prison. And after 3 years, people have moved on. But I understand because I was worse than dead. But like with this happening, worse than dying. Well, what's worse than dying? Suffering. Well, embarrassing. All that. It couldn't have happened quietly. That wouldn't have been BebotsOnly style. Of course, if BebotsOnly was going to go into this, it's got to be grand. It's got to be in a worldwide, international scale. This was going to happen. Uh, not only was there going to be media there, there's not going to only be one media there. There's going to be two media there, and then all the other medias are going to get involved. So I think it was like that night. It was like CNN, and then it was ABS, CBN with TV Patrol, which they lost their license, by the way, to broadcast now. So it was kind of weird karma getting back at them. Speaking of karma, there was like some karma going on also, but I'll get into that later. Everybody relax. This is just the beginning. I know everybody's got a lot of questions. I'll get to all of them eventually. I'm not going to leave it all hanging. And you'll say, oh, you always say that. You left us hanging with the other stories that you never unfinished. Well, I was getting around to it. I was trying to finish it. but there's some things that are out of my control. I mean, for 3 years I couldn't vlog. I didn't have access to the internet. I mean, that was one of the most painful things. I mean, there's a lot of painful things that are going on, but having no access to the internet really was almost like having no access to air afterwards. But anyway, I digress. Let's go back to the comments. I am. Mike True says, "Same in America. You are guilty until you prove yourself innocent." Well, apparently, and because of social media and the internet and how fast information moves now, that you're guilty until you're proven innocent. The house search was on video. Got it. Thought it was an apartment. Mike True says, released on technicalities. Not exactly. There was no technicality. So the judge didn't want to throw the case out on technicalities because he was under pressure from the law enforcement to not dismiss it on technicalities. So that's the answer to your full-blown trial. And it was, so I have transcripts, I have evidence. In terms of evidence that had nothing to do with human trafficking, it was all allowed because it was under pressure because the judge did not want to be perceived as being, what do I call that? I don't want to say nice to me, being lenient to me, or making judgments in my favor, even though I'll give you a perfect example of where the judge could have dismissed the case. Here in the Philippines, if the law when it comes to search warrants, number one when it comes to search warrants and electronic devices. Okay, you have one search warrant to get the electronic device, and you just have the electronic device, but you can't open it, or you can't crack it, or you can't hack into it until you get a second search warrant, which asks, can I open up this device? So let's get this. Let me summarize that. You needed two search warrants: one to siege or to seize the electronic device, and number two, you needed a search warrant to open and analyze what was in the content of that electronic device. Okay, they had the search warrant to search my house and take all my electronic devices, but they did not have a search warrant to open and analyze the content of my electronic devices. So technically, all the evidence that they took out of my electronic devices could have been thrown out, and the case could have been thrown out. They wouldn't have any evidence if the judge would have followed the law. But he said, because that's their only evidence, I'll allow it. It's like the police didn't have any other evidence because it's all electronic. So I can't throw out, or I can't rule that the evidence. I think it was something like that. I can't rule that the evidence is not able to be presented, or that this evidence is not used because of that law, because this is the only evidence the police has. Because if they didn't allow them to have this evidence, so even they have the search warrant to have it. So while they have it, regardless if they have the search warrant to open it or not, the fact that they have the search warrant in the first place, the judge, it's his discretion to say, I'll allow it. And me and my lawyer just kind of looked at each other. Well, maybe we'll win an appeal, maybe we won't, because that we could have won on the technicality right there, but had to be thrown out. I mean, I had to continue. I had all the evidence, even without a search warrant, had to be admitted. You guys follow that? So there was I didn't get off on a technicality, even though I could, because there was so much pressure on this. Because I was like imagine this, how much pressure is this on this judge? Because I was all of a sudden this international child trafficker that everybody hated so much. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, look at all the victims. Oh my gosh, look at all the people that got hurt. It was they came in and they said, oh, he drugs children, he picks them up. Like for example, they'll go to the airport, and then he'll pick them up in his car, and then what he'll do is he'll drug them, and after he drugs them, he'll sell them to some Middle Eastern people. And while the girls are in the Middle East, then I'll get some call from some CIA agent, and the CIA agent will say, I have special skills, and if you don't release my daughter from your human trafficking ways, I'm going to use these special skills to put you. So I should have. So that's how I was painted, because everybody wanted to be the hero and they needed a villain, and I was it. And as much as the judge wanted, and he did everything he could to make me out the villain. He says, "Okay, I'll admit. Just give me everything that you've got on him. I'll admit it, so we could convict this child trafficker, this child rapist. Just like in the movie Taken." So that was the force. There was nothing I could do to stop it. So back to Chris says, "I would laugh my ass off if you got nabbed in," which is true. This is one of the things that, like, yes, I've talked to the girls, and no, I can't talk to them in a face-to-face scenario right now, even though it's been 3 years. So the good news is that I still keep in touch with them. The bad news is now is not the right time, because those are one of the things. There's just too many things floating right now, and one of them is like the money that the $500,000 that I showed you guys. So that's going to be something that I need to talk about in nauseum, so everybody can understand why it's so complicated right now, and why my movements are even live streaming. I don't even know if it's a good idea. What happens if they're listening right in on it right now, because they have a 500,000 reasons, or 10,000 reasons, depending on if it's dollar, they have 10,000 reasons to be listening right now, or if in pesos, 500,000 reasons to be listening in on right now. So I don't know if that's even a good idea or not, if everybody's following along. So let's go back to the comments here. Learning curves make you a better scholar. That's what Heidel says. Yeah, see, Heidel, at least Heidel has some intelligent comments, responses here. Mike Truth is talking about the bachelor course. Did you have a pen while you're there? Heidel says, "I spent 2 years in the hole. I understand the suffering. They try to break your soul. I was defiant. I won." Sounds like you're a winner also. Yeah, they try to break you. And of course, you gotta break. You just go, yeah, I'm broken. So are we done already? You have to, because if you don't break, they'll keep breaking you. So you gotta pick your battles when you're in there. I mean, is there a plea bargain? You can't plea bargain on heinous crimes is the answer to that. Human trafficking, rape, can't be. There's no provision for plea bargains when it comes to heinous crimes, where the penalty is any crime. The law says any crime where the penalty is reclusion perpetua, which is different from reclusion temporal. Reclusion perpetua is not life. It's forever, because life is, you could spend 20 years like Scott Pemberton. You could murder somebody, your penalty could be life, but after you serve like 4 or 5 years, then you could be considered for parole. And if you know the right people, or if you know the right connections, let's say the State Department is putting pressure on Duterte to let Pemberton go earlier after he served only 4 years for a life sentence, then that's a difference. Being sentenced life is different from reclusion perpetua. So any case where reclusion perpetua, where you have to spend a minimum of 40 years, period, not like life where you can get parole earlier, there's no plea bargaining. So anytime you saw in the paperwork that when it comes to human trafficking, qualified, and what makes it more exciting is it's qualified human trafficking, which is makes it extra special juicy. There's no way, there's no way, no how are you ever going to be uh, number one, uh, qualify for bail or for parole or for anything. You just have to fight it through. So the answer is no plea bargain. So your attorney attacked the evidence, opening of the electronics. Yes, he did, but the judge allowed it because if he didn't allow it, then the police would have no evidence whatsoever, and the cases would have to be thrown out. And he didn't want to. He got pressure that the case cannot be decided on a technicality. The case had to be decided after after all the evidence the police have said, and after all the testimonies of the complainants, and what else? So yeah, those and the testimonies of the police. So everything had to go through. So it was scary because, like I said, I didn't know where this judge was at. I mean, he already allowed everything. So does that mean like, okay, I got the testimony of the police, I got private witnesses that are testifying, and I've got evidence that's testifying. So I've got enough. I got 3 ingredients already that's complete over here to convict him. So I thought that, all right, well, at least, I have the appeal. And what would have been nice is over here, you can actually be on bail during appeal. Let's say you get convicted. Let's say I like the lady from Rappler. Remember, she got convicted of cyber libel. So that's kind of a scary thing, is if you say something online and you don't have any evidence for it. So like I said, if there's any police listening to this and you say something like the judges are crooked, or the judges are bought off, or the judges are corrupt, you better be careful when you say things like that, because the judges are an officer of the court. They're the law. And if you say they're corrupt without any evidence of it, I mean, that's libel, that's slander. So don't make criminal accusations like that lady from Rappler without any actual evidence at all. I mean, if you don't have any evidence, don't even talk about it. It's just too dangerous right now to be in this day and age. Just too dangerous to be saying things like criminal things without any evidence for it. So like that lady from Rappler, she got nailed. She got convicted of cyber libel, cyber crime. And the good thing is, since it's not a heinous crime, it's not considered a heinous crime, she could stay on bail even after she got convicted, because during the appeal process, you could stay on bail. And the appeal process, you can go through one court, and then if you fail in that one, you can go to the higher court, and you could stay on bail until you go all the way to the Supreme Court. So the nice thing about it is, if it's not a heinous crime, you could stay out on bail even if you even if you get convicted, even if you lose the appeal. But in my situation, since it's qualified human trafficking, number one, because I'll come clean, minors were involved, and number two is it's considered qualified, that so I would never qualify means I would never qualify for bail, even if even during appeal, is because there was if you have more than 2 or 3 complainants saying that they were trafficked by you, then there's no way in hell that you qualify. So they should call it unqualified trafficking, because you're unqualified for bail. Anyway, so I had to sit it out and experience the whole thing. I couldn't be on bail while I went through the whole trial. And then that's what the problem. While I was in jail, that's when everything kind of went wrong, because when you're in jail, there's really, why did this mistake? Why did this happen? Why did this? And all I could say is because I'm in jail. When you're in jail, you're pretty much as useless and as helpless, more than a baby. That's just how you are. You're just like a pet sea monkey trapped in a cage, and no one listens to you because you have no information and you have no way of talking to anybody, and you just have to ride it out, and you're at the mercy of the people that are outside. So let's go to the comments here. Tino says, actually, the media went dark after not much information about you during your jail days. Oh, okay, that's good. But nobody knew about the search warrant afterwards. Yes, drinking. You're saying unless they have a warrant to say that you're going to open your laptop to see your inappropriate behavior. Sounds like the military idol. It's encrypted. Would I be right in thinking the raid could not be used as evidence as underage girls were used to go find the other evidence which was there was not? You go. The answer to that is no. The fact that they were minors didn't have any bearing on whether they could testify or any evidence or not. So it continued. The testimonies were continued. The way the night happened, everything was admitted. So there was so. I mean, I have all the paperwork and the testimony and the evidence to show that there was no technicality that I missed, that I got off on. So everybody, let's settle the argument that number one, that I got off on a technicality, because every testimony, every evidence was admitted. The judge had to make the final decision after listening to all the testimony and after looking at all the evidence. All three judges had to make the decision based on everything that was admitted. There was no technicality where any decision that I won in my favor, so I could win on a technicality. So let's stop that argument right there. So anyone I got 14 people right now. Of course, only you 13, 14 people will know. Everybody else will think that I got off on a technicality. The other one probably that you guys are all saying was because I have money. Or I used it to buy off the judge, or I used it to buy. Well, let me tell you something. Now, if listen up. Okay, if for example, you're in the same situation and a lawyer said to you, oh yeah, well, we could do something where you can get a not guilty decision. Okay, what is that? What do we have to do? Well, we could what do you call that? Kind of pastilla scheme it, or like the allegations, or like all this libel you're saying about, that we're paying off the judge, or paying off the judge. Okay, and you say, so your next question would be, okay, so we'll pay off the judge. All right, so my next question is, okay, what happens if I give you the money and then I still get convicted guilty? All right, that's a valid question, right? It's like, what happens if I give you the money? All right, let's just say for argument's sake, I gave you the money, right? And what happens if I still get convicted guilty? Now what, right? Now, and I was, and whether I had this conversation or not, okay, let's just pretend that that's how the conversation went. I'm not saying the conversation happened, the conversation didn't happen, but let's just say, that's how it went. So my next question is, well, what happens if I still get convicted guilty even after I released the money that you're saying that I would need to make sure that I don't get convicted? All right, because you don't know which direction, like I said, it's gonna go. And everything was already in there. There was nothing that no objection decision went towards the defense. It all went to the prosecution. So I said, well, there's enough there that it could happen. I mean, it's all of a sudden it's up to the decision now. So is there anything we could do? And it's like, well, we could do that, but there's something we could do. We could do this, right? And I said, okay, that's all right. So let's say I pay the money, right? Okay, yeah, that's good. Well, what happens if I still get convicted? And I paid the money. All right. So this is what this is when I heard this. Well, let's just say I pretend to have heard this, and it just really made my skin crawl when I heard it. is and the lawyer says this is what the lawyer will say. Okay, I'm not saying it happened or but this is what the lawyer will tell you if you what you're because what you're looking for is assurance. Okay, assurance. Okay, if I give the money, that I'll go free, right? And you're looking for assurance because it's going to be a lot of money. And what happens if what's the assurance? I just because you're going into a situation like this, it's like it's your life on the line, and it's like what kind of assurances do I get, right? And I'm trying to you're going to be trying to read the lawyer when you're having this conversation. Let's say you're in the same situation, okay, and this is what the lawyer is going to say. Okay, well, if you want assurances, this is what I'll do. I'll hold on to the money, and if you're not guilty, then it's fine. Everything's fine, right? Because I got the money. It's like that's what it was meant for, right? And the question is, okay, yeah, if everything's fine, then great. It's like my life is more important than money, so no problem, right? Okay. And what happens are, all right, well, I'm the kind of person that's like asks what if, right? What if? Because here in the Philippines, they don't. That's not a. They have no idea what that means. What do you mean? What if? It's like you ask a person like Filipinos here. It's a culture thing. It's like, well, okay, that's great. You have it in your mind that this is going to happen. You're going to get paid. Judge is going to be paid. You're going to go free. Everybody's going to be happy. That's the story that they want to paint. That's kind of like the yabangness, the pride, the saving face, right? Because if I got convicted guilty, then they would be losing a lot of face because, hey, you told me that if I paid money, then and I still got convicted, then what the hell were you saying then? You're going to lose a lot of face. Nobody's going to talk about that. Nobody's going to be talking about losing face, right? Like, what if? What the hell are you talking about? What's this what if nonsense? This is the Philippines. We don't talk about what if. We talk about like this is what's going to happen because this is the way we want it to happen. We don't think about what if. I go, humor me. What if I still get convicted and I gave you all this money, right? Because I know everybody, that's the first thing everybody says. Oh, he paid a lot of money to this, to that, to the lawyer, to the judges, to the complainants, to the police, to the whatever, right? But this is what you need to know because it's not that simple. It's not like you can just go up and say, okay, here you go, judge, here's some money, this person not get convicted and everything. It's not that simple because if it's that, because judges, they could lose their job, they could lose their livelihood. They're judges. They went through law school, they went through lots of trials before they get elected or nominated to become a judge. They're not just going to go willy-nilly and it's like, oh, this person accept money from this person but not from that person or anything like that. That's just nonsense. Okay, but people will like to say it because they're ignorant, I guess, is probably for lack of a better word. So this is what should scare you. This is where you should run, is what the next thing they will say. Okay, this is going to scare the heebie-jeebies out. It scared the well, I'm not saying it scared the heebie-jeebies out of me, but it should scare the heebie-jeebies out of you when they say this is what they're going to say. They're going to give you assurance. Well, then, if you get convicted, well, then you'll get the money back. And I went, huh? Did you just hear yourself? That's what you're gonna say. You just hear yourself. I didn't hear that. Like, no, that's not impossible. It happened, but anyway. Listen to you. That should just tell you that. And I'll tell you right now. That's why I have a second lawyer. See, this is something you don't know. I had one lawyer, my first lawyer. And somewhere along the way, he dropped me and I had to find a second lawyer after he got paid. After the first lawyer got paid, he had to drop me. I didn't drop him. I didn't fire him. I didn't really have a choice because he was already paid. So I was stuck with him. But somewhere along the way, I know halfway through the way, and he's one of the main reasons why I I stayed in jail longer than I had to. If I had the, if I don't want to say the right lawyer, because there's really no right lawyer. There's no really right or wrong. I've always said there's really no right or wrong here in the Philippines. It's all about we're all the people here are all just products of their environment. And maybe since this is all unfamiliar territory to me. I was completely I had no idea how to create the proper environment to get the proper results that I wanted. And it compounded by making it more difficult because, like I said, once you're in prison, nobody really thinks you're alive or a human being anymore because nobody listens to you because I don't have to listen to you because you're in jail regardless. I mean, we compounded by the simple fact, okay, the number one, the attorneys, lawyers, like in America, like everywhere else, number one is, they're in it to make money, okay, period. Okay, number one. Okay, number two and number three is like, okay, yes, they got to do their job and they gotta fight so you'll win your case. Okay, that's number two. But number one is they got to get paid. I'm show me the money is number one with any lawyer. And I'm not saying that because I hate lawyers or I'm making a bad lawyer joke. It's just a simple fact of life. Lawyers anywhere, especially here in the Philippines, man, I'm here to get paid. And this is the simple fact is what you're going to have to deal with is that they make more money the longer you're in jail. Period. The longer you're in jail, the more money they make. So they're not in the business of losing business. They want you to be in jail as long as possible so they can make as much money as possible. That's just so. And unless you create a situation where they have some kind of incentive, but that's not really how it works. They don't understand they don't understand bonuses or tips, because for example, tips, like for example, if you're in a restaurant and you like the service, then you add to the tip on top of the tip that you normally tip. But here in the Philippines, since that doesn't exist, tipping doesn't exist, you just pay the exact amount that was paid on the bill, and the people don't really expect a tip. So they want to do the least amount of possible, as much as possible, because there's really no bonus or tip at the end that they're expecting. Maybe you could say it, but they're thinking that it doesn't exist because they've never seen it before. So back to what I was saying about the let's just call it the bribe or the paying off or the payola, because everybody's saying that's probably the first thing that people want to say is. So back to what I said, which is really scare you, is that when they say that, oh, we'll give you the money back, that is like the biggest lie you will ever hear. I'm not saying I heard it. I'm just saying that is the biggest lie you will ever hear, is that they will give you the money back. Because over here, once somebody holds the money, somebody's holding the money, and especially it's going to take months or years to come up with a decision, the money's just not going to sit there. It's going to be gone. So regardless of what the decision is, just like I think referring to Dave's niece over there, she said she never got the money. All the lawyers took all of it. Well, that's what you're going to be looking at if that's what your statement is. So you could pay the money, but like with Dave's niece situation over here, when she was making the comments in our one of our live chats, it was that she got paid off, and she said that Dave's niece said no, she never got paid off because the lawyer took all of it. So that's what you're going to be looking at. So you can't say that. Oh, just because I paid all this money, the lawyer spent it all and it never got to Dave's niece. Oh, do you think it would ever get to the judge? The answer is never. So that's not that wasn't an option. Yeah. At that point, if you ever hear that, or that's not an option. That's that's so for people that are saying that, like, okay, just pay, I paid off, it never happened because of the reality of where the money would go to. It would just go straight into their pockets. And the number one problem with my first lawyer was he loved to gamble. If you gave him 10, 20, $30,000, 40, $50,000, hell, you give him $1,000,000. That's only like 3 or 4 hours in the casino for him. And he loved the chicken fights. He loved the cockfights. He was famous for that. So the first lawyer that I got had a very nasty gambling habit, and it was public. I mean, I didn't know it beforehand, or I didn't think it was going to be a problem until it became a problem. I thought it was like something that, okay, yeah, he's got vices, but I'm sure he's successful enough, he's professional enough, he's highly recommended, he wins a lot of the cases. He's like the number one lawyer here in Calamba. So even though he's got that problem, it should have no bearing on me. And until, yeah, that's his problem. But am I wrong to think that it's not going to be my problem also? Well, I was wrong. So this is one of those things, when you come to the Philippines and when you're wrong and you pick a lawyer that has a very serious gambling problem, then yes, that's his problem. And it would be wrong for me to think that it doesn't become my problem also. So where he is now, it's a funny thing. So I had to replace him with another lawyer, and he's kind of in a situation right now where he's being investigated by the International Board of the Philippines for his what do I call that? For his decisions, for the way he handled my case, and then now, so he did a lot of things wrong with it, which is he's on the verge of losing his license now. I mean, this guy is a piece of work, but you live and you learn. So, I mean, the next lawyer I have, of course, he's gonna be on notice because, okay, well, this other lawyer did this. Are you, if you start acting or doing the same thing he did, you're going to lose your license also. And he goes, well, no, that's not going to happen. And he, well, do I say he's a good lawyer? Yeah, he's a good lawyer. I mean, but he's not somebody that can get you out of jail. I mean, a good lawyer would be, but he was adequate at best. At least he didn't do anything illegal like my first lawyer. So like I said, so if somebody, it doesn't even have to be a lawyer. If anybody here in the Philippines says something to you, it's like, oh, you give me money and this will happen. And if you say, well, what if that doesn't happen? And if they say, I'll give you the money back, that's the biggest lie that anybody could ever say, because no one, I repeat, nobody, I don't care who you talk to, nobody ever gives you your money back. Is the answer, especially in this situation, especially if you're in jail. It's like, what are you going to do to me if I don't give you back the money? You're in jail. So back to the comments here. Tino says, why not go to the media to showcase your case? It's obviously juicy material for any outlet. I mean, can I finish this sandwich first? I just got out. I needed to go to the dentist. I needed to go to the bank. I need to go look at the damage here. So I'm kind of like assessing. So I mean, so is it because of the money? Can I go to the media, follow the money? I mean, I know where the money. I follow the money. I know exactly where the money came from. So whether to do that or not, I mean, is it really? Do we really want to shake up the hornet's nest here, Tino? How is it that there are people been in jail there for 8 years and haven't had any kind of trial, but they somehow ran you through 3 years? It just depends. sometimes I've seen people finish their trial in as quick as 4 months, and some people take us 10 years. It just depends on the place, depends on the yeah, it just depends on the place. And I mean, mine, it in one of my cases, it took 1 year for an arraignment, 1 whole year. So you have to be, so you have to sit in jail for a whole year before you can even get an arraignment. I mean, where's the human rights to a speedy trial there? So it just depends. It could have lasted 8 years. But fortunately for me, it was 3 years. I mean, it's long enough. Like I said, I waited 1 year for an arraignment for one case. Do you understand, though, for Westerners, the fact that you were in a short stay hotel is something we would find strange, even as you claim nothing happened? Okay. Wait, well, let me. How do I respond? What's the proper response to this? I mean, it seems like he wants. It seems like it's simplified. It's almost like a simple yes or no answer. Okay, well, no or yes or is that. Anyway, let's get to the other. Let me get back to that. Let me see what the other comments are. Innocent is always better than guilty. Some of us are intelligent enough to know that money played a very big part on you being where you are today. I can pay you to vote for me, but you can't pay me to help you. How makes sense to me. Lawyers need money once the pay stops or slows, the less they'll help you. A prosecutor wants you guilty for just a notch on his belt. That's true. I really wouldn't expect you to have anything other than say anything other than what I have said. Okay. So as everybody kind of accept the technicality issue, that doesn't apply to this case. Everybody wants to say, I want a technicality. No, the answer is no. And the other question was, I paid off the system. And the answer is no. Because the system over here, if you pay it off, they'll keep they'll keep burying you. That's not how it works. Okay, I just explained it. I just explained it. They'll milk you and they'll milk you and they'll milk you and nothing will happen. So it's that's basically it. So for example, Mike Truth, all right. If I paid you the money and you didn't do the work, so what? You're still in jail. What are you going to do about it? Unless you have some way of enforcing it that I do the work, then I'm not going to do the work. I'll just take the money. I'm not going to let you out. Why? I'll just take the money and still do my job, which is pronounce you as guilty. So let's just take that money part out of the equation because it was not an option in my situation. I think the media, the pressure, the attention, the focus was, there was so much. Whenever I went to my trial, whenever I went to it was like a parade of officials, of like generals that were like, they all wanted to like see the famous child rapist, the famous child trafficker, that came from America. He's like this great American devil now, and they're all just waiting to see me get convicted, or they wanted to see the show. So for some reason the comments is stopped here with Mike, and I'm trying to can you guys hear me? Is everything okay? Here, let me type something. Okay. Yeah, yep. Not what? So the comments just stopped rolling. Nobody was making any comments, because usually when I don't see comments going, I worry that it stopped, like a glitch or something like that, or it hanged, or what the hell? What word am I looking for here? So, any questions or comments? So, are we pretty clear on that? So it couldn't be paid off because It wasn't possible. Like I said, there was just too much attention on it. Yeah, you can't be thinking. The problem, of course, it's not your fault that you're thinking you're Americans and you're thinking like that. This is how we would do it in America, but you're in the Philippines right now, because if you paid money and you paid money and you paid money, and nothing's gonna happen. I mean, 3 years in jail will tell you that the hard way. I could keep paying and I could keep paying, and I would still have to sit in jail and nothing would happen. Well, let's save the money. Save the money for something else, something so it doesn't go to lawyers or their gambling habits. Does that make sense? Can I get an amen somewhere if you guys understood what I just said? The issue about the technicality and the issue about the money. Can I get some comment of confirmation that what I just said makes sense to you guys, or do I need to take it from the top? Digital Underground Gaming says it makes sense, right? Digital Underground, so it makes sense if a lawyer says to you, well, if you get convicted guilty, then I'll just give you back the money. And you understand why that's the biggest lie, and you should run the other way. And that's I was just like, okay, what would happen? Oh, I just give you back the money. Is that right? So it just means that, like, give me the money and I'll just pocket it, and I'll make up some excuse if you do get convicted guilty. Oh, that's great. That's just wonderful. So you guys follow that? Does that make sense? This could not be paid off, because the lawyer, like with David's niece, would just take the money and David's niece would never see a penny of it. You couldn't get a random in the Philippines. What? Huh? The show you are talking about never got to the media. So for example, the search warrant never made the media. Because I haven't looked at the media yet, because I would be too distracted by it. Then I would just be focused on. I would just be too focused on it. I just kind of want to talk about some of the. I don't want to talk about the details right now. I just want to talk about, like, for example, why this is the worst thing that could happen to you in the Philippines. All right. Well, what's the worst thing? No, not death. Not even death. Not even close to death. Right. I mean, the example that you have to be in media. And in the media, you're not just like some, if you're like a drug trafficker, or if you're like, you could say, oh, well, the person's an addict, so he couldn't help himself. Or if you were like some kind of bank robber, and it's like, oh, because he can't get a job, and it's like, oh, because he's like stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. So I mean, I can understand them, but there's really you're not going to get any sympathy from the devil when you're a child rapist and a child trafficker. So that's number one. And I think my family, especially the boss, imagine what it's going to be like, what it was like for them. For me, I was kind of hidden in the dark because I was in jail, so I didn't really see what was going on out there, what was being said about me. But my kids and my wife had to go to school. That happened on a Friday. Thank goodness. Saturday and Sunday, everybody got a chance to digest it. So by Monday, it was just like a full blown scandal. It's like nobody would talk to Hero. Everybody would be staring. Everybody would be staring at my kids. Nobody would be talking to them because their dad is a rapist. Their dad is a child trafficker. Their dad is all these evil things. But even the I think John Wayne Gacy or Ted Bundy would probably look better than me at that point, because of all this media attention I had. And it was hard for the boss. It affected her not just mentally but physically. I mean, I'll tell you something personal right now. Is she said that at that time her period stopped because of the stress. And when a woman has that much stress, it affects her physically. Of course, Hero. One of the saddest things Hero said was the bullying that he received, and he couldn't tell me about it. And he said the reason why he didn't tell his mom about it, he didn't tell the kids, didn't tell the boss the bullying that they had to suffer through because he didn't want to make prison even harder for me, because I couldn't even do anything about it. Is what he told me recently, the past few days, was I couldn't tell anybody, because if I told mom, it would just make her more angrier, and then she would tell you, and it would make things worse for you in prison because you can't do anything about it. So, especially football practice became very hard for him, because all of a sudden it was like open season on him now. Because before, I would go to every practice, make sure that everything was he was treated properly, that he was not getting bullied by his teammates or his classmates or his teachers. And now they got a chance to, like, they have a reason to bully him, and nobody is there to protect him now. So it was a really harsh growing experience for him. But I was fortunately that I gave him enough during the time I was with the kids. I gave them enough sense of self strength and self worth that they were able to overcome it. And it was really brave how especially how Hero said that he couldn't. He just said, I'll just deal with it, because I couldn't tell mom, or I couldn't tell you, because it would just make things worse. So these are the kind of worst things that could happen to you. I mean, so if I didn't get off on a technicality, and I didn't get off because I paid money, then how did I get off? I mean, you all of you just still couldn't grasp the idea that, because it's such a low possibility that I could be innocent. That never that it's like, from all the arguments, nobody ever said that the emperor had no clothes. No, nobody ever said that, well, he's innocent. Even though I was declared innocent by 3 judges, nobody ever said that, like, oh, well, because he's innocent. Yeah, everybody will say, oh, because of money. Oh, because of a technicality. I mean, what is it going to take to convince? I mean, it's not even 1 judge, not even 2 judges. It's 3 judges. And they were all under pressure. I even got rumors, or I don't, unsubstantiated, that the State Department was involved because I was a U.S. citizen, or other departments were involved. I know for a fact that there was like this NGU, or non-governmental. That's another story. An NGU got involved, and no, the money didn't come from the NGU. If that's what you guys are thinking. So let's go back to the comments here. We just saw the police taking stuff from your house. Tino says no, amen, because Tino says no, amen, because you're not being clear on how you got off. I just said how I got off. Scandals are best defense. I will bet my testicles that he was not ruled innocent. Okay, so that's ruled innocent. We just saw the police taking stuff from your house, and the media went dark. Okay, so Tino, so you guys know about the torture that they put my family through during that. It was a nightmare. It was truly having all this police going through your house as if it's like their own house, and they're like, okay, I'm just taking this for myself. I'm gonna take some jewelry. I'm gonna take some sunglasses. I'm just gonna pocket it, and there's nothing you can do to stop them. So Mike Chu says your family must have had really been pushing from the outside. I understood what you're saying. They will pocket the money each time. Oh yeah, that's the funny thing is, well, anyway, I don't want to get into that right now. It'll take too long. I just want to give everybody a warm up, because if I give you guys too much, you guys will just choke on it. So I just want to give you just little pieces at a time. Just kind of build it up into a crescendo. Sorry, I actually was not listening closely. I was working. Chris, go work. Listen to this another time when you can focus. I don't know what all these lip emojis are for. It must be something that happened it must be something that became popular while I was gone. It says Mike True says if you don't have people on the outside helping you, yeah, everybody turned on us. Neighbors turned on us. Friends turned on us. You don't really want to be associated. I think everybody can understand that nobody wanted to be associated with a child rapist, child trafficker. And I'm sure that happened here in the YouTube community and the blogging community. My name was Mud. So no, I didn't have any help from the outside. This was a journey that I had to go through myself with no help from anyone, and there was only one thing that was gonna save me. Uh, Chris says, "Show us the signed ruling and just relax, Chris. It's like, what's your hurry? Where's the fire? Just relax." Sabon says, "You're not innocent. You are not guilty. Okay, you're not guilty. No admission is good. Okay." What is no innocent? For years have shown dark things. Merchant for years have shown dark things. Okay, well, these dark things were not enough to convict me. Okay, you were running or underwear. Always okay. Do you know Hunter Ryan? No. So okay, so everybody understands I did not win on a technicality, and I did not win because I paid off. So I think people understand that, so they're all kind of still searching for other reasons why I won all my cases. Is that what you guys are you guys aware at, or I need more explaining? You know what? You guys talk about that. I'm just gonna get a snack really quick. So if you guys have any questions right now, go ahead and ask them. And if I'm in a good mood, I'll entertain them. But we've got a pretty good number here. We got 14 people that came for my first live stream since I got out. So I'm in a good mood, so I'll field some questions. I'm not really tired. It's like 2 a.m. in the morning over here. My sleep is kind of it's kind of hard because my mind it's hard to sleep it's because when you're in prison, you your biggest job or what you try to do is not think. You just want to focus on the now, what's going on inside. You're like, okay, when am I, for example, the bathroom. It's like there's only one bathroom, and then you're sharing it with like 60, 70 people. I Then you have to get in line for it. There's like a line, uh, and just wait. So that's what you just kind of focus on. And then all of a sudden, I'm free now, and then I could start thinking again. And because over there, when you're in prison, you don't want to think because you'll be thinking about your problems. Well, and then there's nothing worse about thinking about something you can't do anything about. So now that I'm out, it's just like the floodgates are open now. It's like I can think because I can actually do something about whatever it is that I'm thinking. I answer the question. Okay. I So we have to look at the evidence. So I guess we have to look at the evidence. I guess one of the evidences that you probably want to look at is the medical legal. Remember, because if we have, one of the cases I have is rape, and whenever you're accused of rape, you have to produce a medical legal exam. There's a medical rape exam. So I actually have a document where a doctor from I think from the Philippine National Police, yeah, a doctor from the Philippine National Police actually examined the victims, the victims for rape and sexual abuse. And I actually have the document that they presented to the court, for the evidence of the rape. So I'll be getting to that. I know there's um, how much I'm gonna show I don't know. It'll depend, but I'll definitely talk about it. So we'll talk about the evidence. We'll talk about the testimony. We'll talk about my 3 years in prison, and some of the stories. I have lots of stories that went on in there. I mean, it's not. It is as bad as you think in some things, and not as bad as you think in some other things, and worse than you think that you didn't think. Then what's one of the worst things that keep you up? I think one of the worst things that keep me up. I'll tell you one of the worst things that keep me up is the bed bugs. Oh my gosh, the bed bugs just really kept me up. It's when you're talking about Dante's Inferno, where the creatures in hell are eating you alive. I mean, this is the meta when prison is the hell exists because, or in Dante's Inferno exists because the metaphor for it is prison, and then the people in prison are the things that torture you. So yeah, being eaten alive, and then coming back to life, and then only to be eaten alive again. And most of the people there got used to it, but me, I could never get used to it because I just have a very sensitive constitution that if I get bitten, all of a sudden I start scratching, I get all these welts, and just gets worse and just gets red, and and it just keeps me awake. So that's one of the things that's probably is like there's so many bed bugs because what you're doing is you're sleeping on these. There's no bed, so it's not really bed bugs. It's just bugs, and because you sleep on this plywood. There's no mattresses over there. Mattresses are not allowed because that's where you keep your drugs. So mattresses on. So you just sleep on this plywood, and within the plywood, that's where the all the bed bugs kind of in the nooks and cranny. And then when at night they'll come out and they'll feed on you, and then that's kind of like a ritual every night. And I just never got used to it in the 3 years. So what I would do is I would just kind of sleep during the day when they're not out, and at night I just kind of stayed up. So they would, so I would avoid them, and then it's harder to sleep for me at night because it's really quiet. During the day, it's easier for me to sleep during the day. Well, there's nothing to do anyway, so it's much easier for me to sleep during the day because there's no bed bugs keeping me awake, and there's a lot of background noise. So I didn't think as much because I'll just be there's like a lot of ambient noise. I needed ambient noise, like some people need a box fan to fall asleep. Me, I that's what I needed. I wanted to like when it's too quiet. That's when I start just thinking about how's the boss doing, how are the kids doing, how who's helping them with their homework, who's doing the yard, who's how are they. That's where you just kind of your mind just kind of you try not to, but you just can't help it. I mean, there's eventually the whole night. You're talking about 5-6 hours. Then you gotta wake up at 5:30. Oh yeah, 5 o'clock in the morning. That's when you gotta get up. Everybody's gotta pray at 5 o'clock in the morning, and then you gotta count. The count is like you got to go through it 5 times a day. I mean, in the big house in Muntinlupa, they only count like in the morning and in the afternoon. And in our situation, they like to count for some reasons, so they'll have something to do. So the the people working there have something to do. But like I said, I got a lot of stories. I got a lot of detail. There was two different places I was detained. First, it was the detention, which is temporary, and they have a lot, and it's there's a lot of things that are different from there. And then you go to you go to the medium facility. There's a short term visit. The detention is a short term facility, and then if you get convicted, then you get to the short term facility, or if you're waiting for your trial, then you go to the short term facility, which I stayed at. And then after you get convicted, if you get convicted more than 6 years, then you go to the big house, which is Muntinlupa, the big prison over there where they. But I never got to that point, as you could see. I was just but I had to sit and wait for my trial to finish. And after it finished, then that's when I came home. I So let's go back to the comments. So they're all sleeping in preparation. Okay. No wealthy people in your past, and you know too much to go on to prison thing. Okay. Money talk. Okay. Dead bugs or bed, but never mind, no beds. Oh well, then you go back to wood and hot brick sunlight, they will die. So you know when yeah, well, I couldn't put them in hot direct sunlight if that's what you're asking. 3-tier units have the best bugs. Your balls got bitten by bug. The problem is the bed bug. Yeah, the problem is oh, you know what? Here's what I'll do. Oops. Heidel, you're a moderator now. So if anybody gets abusive, you just boot them out. Okay, Heidel, if anybody gets disruptive, you just boot them. So what do you think having the hammer here? It looks like we're getting, it's still not that many people. Is the counting finding any during Muslim prayers? Yes and no, but we had regular prayers that we had to do. Yeah, Heidel. You just got you got the hammer now, Heidel. Don't let that power, all that power, rush to your head. Who else? You know who's missing here is Hemi. I'm surprised he's not here. Usually he's always here. So what other questions I have? What other, because I can keep going on and on. What's some other answers? Oh, that's a good question. Here, Digital Underground, you know what? You get a moderator also. There you go. Okay, so I'm gonna need to take a bathroom break, and I'm gonna need to get something to drink. So I'm gonna spend a few minutes to go pee right now, and I'm gonna. What changes have I noticed since I've been out? That's a good question. 3 years is a long time. The kids have grown a lot. They Hero's actually taller than me, so that's one thing. There's more McDonald's, but it's kind of hard to gauge with we're in the middle of the pandemic right now, and the pandemic really made prison a lot harder because number one, there was no visitation allowed, so my access to like normal food was gone. So you're talking about, what is it? From March to November, you're talking about what, 8 months? March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. Yeah, 9 months. I didn't have access to real food. So, but back to what you're saying, the changes. I mean, there was definitely a lot of changes in the vlogging community. I didn't know. Like I'm hearing secondhand a lot of things going on. Some things are the same. Some things aren't. Especially Sissy. What went on with Sissy? I mean, I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised that they got a divorce. And I know that, and they didn't have any kids, so they didn't really have any. There was really no reason for them to stay together. I mean, it's if they had kids, then I could see them staying together. But since they didn't have kids, like a lot of these people that are vlogging who don't have a family, they're just basically just playing house. And if you're just playing house, then you just get tired of playing. And once you get tired of playing house, then you find somebody else to play house with. I mean, you don't. I mean, you could see that for yourselves. I mean, a lot of these vloggers, they'll change their girlfriends, or their in Cez's situation, he changed his wife for, I would like to think, or like to say, another wife, but that's kind of questionable. It might not be another woman. So he has that history. And but I'm not here to judge. So I'm just pointing out that I don't want to say he replaced his wife with another wife. Well, what happens if it's a man? And I'm, like I said, no judgment, because if that's what he likes, it's not hurting anybody, then knock yourself out. So let's get back to the comments here. Harriet says, hi, don't use your hammer on me. I'll call the NPA. That's funny. Aussie girl. Uh, uh, there we go. Well, I got to give people a chance to moderate, because I don't want I want the chats to be constructive. I don't want it to scare other people. I mean, I don't mind people making comments, and I'll welcome it. Like I always said, Paul killed Christians. I mean, and Hemi will say, well, that's before he became Saul. I mean, he was Saul before he became Paul. But I don't want the chat room to be like so destructive that it scares away other people's comments, where they get drowned out. I want it to stay constructive, and I want people to engage and interact, and in a healthy, constructive way. I mean, you're allowed to make. Yeah, I don't mind if you have opposing viewpoints, but let's keep it civil. And if you're not being civil, then it becomes like a. I don't want it to turn into a circus, or like a, almost like where it's like a Jerry Springer show, or like going Jerry, everybody just screams Jerry, Jerry. I mean, if that's what you like, then go watch Jerry Springer. But this is a channel where I want my experience to be able. I want my experience for something to be able to kind of uh, people learn something from it. Where they have like that aha moment. I mean, there's a reason why I went through it, and I hope to think that by going through it, that other people don't have to go through it. So that's why I let Heidel and gaming, clean it up, so it's not about, like I said, so it doesn't turn into a circus. So what else here? So I mean, do you guys understand what I'm saying here? Mike is a pretty constructive guy, so let's give him a hammer. So, like I said, I don't mind opposing viewpoints. Just keep it civil, keep it respectful, be, so we can have a conversation. I don't want it, like I said, to be just attacking, because, people have to attack because they have an agenda. I mean, I understand that. I mean, there's a lot of people that come from bad places. I've been to those places. Oh, there's Hemi. Here, we'll give Hemi the hammer over here. It's I think he's earned it, since he's still around. There you go. What's with this lips thing? I don't understand it. I don't get it. Can somebody explain it to me? I'm not one of those people that will play along and pretend that I know something, so I don't look stupid. If I don't know something, or I don't understand something, I'll say it. I'll raise my hand and I go, I have no idea. I don't know what organic chemistry is. What's with the lips? Waiting for somebody to explain it to me. Hemi, I emailed Donna Johnson. I left her a message on her YouTube. I left her an email. I left her a message even on her Facebook, and she hasn't responded. Maybe I'll give it a couple of days, or maybe she's probably in the same camp as John, who doesn't think that it's me. She might be worried it might be somebody fishing, and because there was a very, I'm sure there was like a dangerous moment where everybody who was associated with me was being attacked, and I understand that. I mean, it was like a big witch hunt. Well, I'm just saying, so far, I mean, it's only been like a couple of days, so she hasn't answered. So she'd be really somebody I would like to get in touch with. But if she wants to stay private, I mean, I can completely respect that. But right now, for me, I don't think it's really much of an option for me to. Once I got out, I started blogging again as soon as I could after I ate and came home, and then I went to the dentist, and I started vlogging again to let everybody know that what the results are. It's like, Hemi, where you been? I've been like streaming for like an hour, and usually you're up all night. What kind of excuse do you have? You missed out on some good discussion. What's the name? Who was it that had the question? Have I been talking to any of the other girls? And the answer is yes and no. Yes, I've been talking to them, but no, I really can't talk to them. I mean, I can talk to them, but from a distance. Like I said, it's just because of the money situation. It's made it's made things dangerous for me. Harriet said, I thought it's a very distorted hemorrhoid, not a lips. I mean, it looks like lips to me, but I mean, I could see why it looked like hemorrhoids, but usually hemorrhoids don't look that symmetric. Mike Truth says you really need to look up BebotsOnly and you'll see what we have learned from. Okay. Hey, like I said, Mike Ruth, it just depends on people's agenda. I mean, like I said, I hate to be making Bible references because I'm not really a Bible thumper, but it's something that it's universal. I mean, like I said, Saul, before he became Paul, is the same thing. He persecuted a lot of Christians and killed a lot of Christians before he became a true believer. And some people have to go through that journey. Mike says, then you can tell us the truth or the facts. Well, yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. But some people don't want to tell the truth or the facts, even if I showed them in black and white. I mean, like when I show them a number, it's like, that's why I like showing numbers, because you can't argue with a number. It's just, that's it. You guys have any theories on wondering where the money trail, what the money trail looks like, where it came from? I had to tell, I was telling John Doe, if it's one of those information that if you could be in danger if you knew it. Where the money came from. Because let me explain something to everybody here that they all know. I mean, where's John? Hemi, can you dig up John Doe? Can you wake him up from this whatever the assisted living he's at? And because was it that John Doe said something? He was asking. He was really interested in finding out about that $500,000 pesos, and I told him, how dangerous it would be if it got out. So Hemi says John Doe is busy. Okay, I mean, it's Saturday, so I picked the Saturday to do my first live stream so everybody could be awake and not be at work. And I had to explain to him. I already explained to you, Hemi, that okay, why did the police do this? Well, because of this reason, because this $500,000. I mean, you already saw what motivated the police to do what they did. Okay, so let me explain. I mean, so money was the motivation. There it is. Well, what money? Where money? Well, there, I showed it to you. That's motivation. I mean, is that not enough to show you that, like, okay, this is the money that was involved for the police to make sure that I never got out of jail? Because if this ever got out that they took this money, then what's going to happen to them, Hemi? I'm sure everybody in the chat room, anybody listening, or even if the cops are listening to this, they know exactly. That's why, if it's basically the girl, it what they're saying, what they're going to be saying to me now is like the girl that they raped. Okay, they'll say, BebotsOnly, yes, we raped you, and you liked it, so take it. Because if you file a case against us, just like that girl that we raped, we're going to kill you. We're going to murder you cold-bloodedly, just like we did to that 15-year-old girl that we just raped. So if you file a case against us for us taking the money to create a crime so we could commit a crime, do you really want us to commit another crime to cover up our crime, that we had to create a crime so we could commit the crime, and now we have to commit another crime to cover it up? Mike Truth says that's not a lot of money. See, Mike Truth, we're in the Philippines. I'm in the Philippines. You can't be thinking of U.S. standards over here. $10,000 is a lot of money for the police. That is tons and tons of money. They'll kill you for the change in your pocket. Life over here is so cheap, so you can't be thinking, Mike, that that's not a lot of money. That's not really a statement that you should be making in a forum about the Philippines. Aussie girl says, so are you still scared they could still easily get you? Yes and no. The fact that I have the documentation and the evidence that could get them fired from their job, and then they could also not only lose their job, lose their pension, lose their benefits, lose their status, they could also go to jail with the documents that I have. So just like the girl who got shot for reporting to the police that she was raped by the police, because here in the Philippines, I'm not saying all police. So here's the disclaimer. If the police are listening to this, here's the disclaimer. Not all police are corrupt, okay? Not all police are corrupt. Just like anything, anywhere, anybody, there's good and bad in everyone. So we learn to live, and we learn to give each other what we need to survive together, alive. Anyway, sing it. Ebony and ivory live together. Oh, anyway, yeah, there you go. Digital Underground. So back to, gosh, what was I saying? Can I get a rewind of what was I saying? Yes, the police. They're not all police are bad, okay, but like I said, it just takes I don't know how many apples to ruin the bunch, but this is my experience. This is my first-hand experience. This is my only experience with the police, right? And we all know that all it takes is just one bad cop to ruin your life, to end your life, to do something worse than just end your life here. And there's more than one bad cop here in the Philippines. And the fact that this was like a large group too. I mean, there was 7 police there. There was a major there. There was a captain there. There was a sergeant there. There was a social worker there. There was the parents. There was the aunt. There was the camera crew. There was another camera crew. They were all in on the crime. I mean, nobody said, if I was there, I would say, I don't care what you're paying me. I'm not getting involved in this. I mean, this is clearly wrong. This is clearly an illegal action. I don't want any part of this whatsoever. I'll do that. I'll lose my job. I don't care. I'll go find another job, but I'm not going to be part of this whatsoever. So I could what? What? Well, let's talk about this. All right, let's go into this, shall we? What did the comments say? That's common knowledge about the corruptions. They're still scared. I want John Doe on my jury. John Doe is tough and can easily is tough and can't easily be swayed. The money trail. I mean, some things are better left unsaid. We can't unhear it. Oh no, you're gonna hear this. Taking me down there says who planted those kids in your hotel? Well, it's not my hotel. It's a public hotel. Anybody can go to the hotel. Who planted them? Oh gosh, we'll just have to go through to that night. But I still have to go to the bathroom. Sometimes I'll get caught up in an idea and I talk about it, and I still haven't went to the bathroom. I had this problem a long time ago when I was streaming my 8-hour streams. And by the way, is it still 8 hours, or did they extend it, or did they shorten it? Because I don't want to be running out of time. I mean, I think I'm still in the middle of my warm up here. I haven't really talked about anything really significant. I haven't really gotten to the magic bullet or the burning or the smoking gun here. Pee break. Is everybody gonna go to a pee break? So, first of all, let's establish some things over here. I think we need to. Sometimes we need a base that everybody can agree on before we can move on. Hemi says the universe planted those kids. Okay. Well, let's see. Who's asking the questions here? Tickle me down there. All right, tickle me down there. Let's give me some kind of acknowledgement that you and we're gonna have a conversation here since you brought up the subject of who planted those kids in my hotel. All of a sudden, it's like I have a hotel now. So are you listening to me? We're gonna have a conversation. Tickle me down, and you're not gonna like where this is going, but since you brought it up, this is what you want. Let's get it on. Tickle me down there. First of all, let's get to know Tickle me down there. That's an interesting name. John Doe is up. Tickle me down there. Do you have any kids? I guess the question is, do you have any kids, or do you know what it feels like to have kids? I mean, because I have kids, so I know what it feels like. I know a lot of these vloggers don't have any kids because they're just playing house. It's like, oh, let's go to the Philippines and play house. Don't have any responsibilities. Have this like Peter Pan. I mean, I'm not going to mention any names. SEC style. But, they don't want any responsibilities. Me, I got responsibilities. I got soccer duty. I got math duty. I got like anti-bullying duty. And then I got to go to do the dishes. I got lots of crap I need to do. And then I got to babysit you guys. So let's talk. What is it? Where is it? Tickle me. Let's just say tickle me. Do you have any kids? Or I guess, you know what it's, I mean, do you want to have kids? Do you feel like having kids? You have kids. Do you have kids? So Tickle has a son. All right. Let's say you have a son. Okay. You have a young son. The police come up to you. All right. So the police says, hey, we got this scheme going on here where we can make a lot of money. Tons and tons of money. Tickle me down. Tickle me. Listen up, Tickle. You need money, right? So let's cook up a scheme here that we can make a lot of money, Tickle. Are you following me so far? You feeling me, Tickle? Are you believe me? Can you give me a yes? I'm the police here, right? So you and I are going to be working together here because I need money, you need money. So, and I already showed you how much money we're talking about. That's a lot of money in Philippine standards, Tickle. Don't think about it like it's American standards. This is the Philippines. So Tickle Me says, yeah, I'm listening. All right. So you got kids. All right. So here's the police. What we're gonna do. All right. Okay. You're the parent of the child. Okay. Let's say I'm into young boys. I like young boys, but I'm not really into boys. I like girls. So, but let's just say I'm into young boys. All right. I like trafficking boys. I like raping boys. I mean, you're a boy. You have a boy. And the The boy complains to the police. What's the complaint? Oh, there's this BebotsOnly, or I guess it would be BebotsOnly because we're talking about boys here. He's trafficking boys and raping boys. Okay, the police says, "Oh, that's terrible. We need to arrest this guy right away. Where the hell is he?" Right? So that's what you would think. Tickle Me says, "I live in the Philippines too, so I'm following so far." Okay, good. What part of the Philippines you live in? I don't think Tickle Me is a Filipino. He's probably a foreigner that lives in the Philippines. So it's I just want to know who I'm talking to. So I assume you're not born and raised here. You're probably from somewhere and that's living in the Visayas right now. So Tickle Me, you follow me so far, right? Because your boy just got raped and trafficked, and you complained to the police. No, I didn't evade your. So Tickle's a foreigner. No, I'm not attacking. I just want to establish a foundation here. Because I want you guys to know what I know, and through that we can all benefit. Okay, because I'm not going to benefit from knowing what I know because I already know what I know. It's you guys who don't know what I know. All right, but no argument so far, right? Yet this is similar to this. I'm painting a similar situation. Is there an argument? I mean, can you accept that fact that, okay, we got the police, the girls' parents, girls and parents, more than one parent, went to the police and reported me as a rapist and a child trafficker. So let's just say, Tickle, put yourself in the parent's position. Okay, and let's go. Put yourself in the parent's position. All right. So if you're a parent and your kids, your son, your kids, the girls reported this to you, and you told the police, my next question is, what would you expect the police to do? Because apparently the police didn't issue an arrest warrant. The police didn't issue a subpoena. They didn't do any of that. What they did was they got a search warrant instead. And after they got the search warrant, they said, okay, instead of serving the search warrant, instead of arresting me after the search warrant, instead of arresting me and then doing the search warrant, or doing the search warrant and arresting me, he said, wait, there's got to be a better way of doing this. Are you following along, Tickle, or did I lose you somewhere? Because you foreigners think a different way, and I'm trying to explain something to you in a situation that you can understand. I just told you the police did not arrest me after your son reported me as a rapist and as a human trafficker. Instead, they said, you know what? Let's entrap him instead. Now, if you're a parent, is that something you would agree to? Is that something you would say, yeah, let's do that. Let's do a search warrant and let's do an entrapment. Yeah. Well, we're going to need your son to do that. Are you okay with that? Would you agree with that? Tickle me down. Tickle me down. We're going to use your son to entrap a rapist and a child trafficker. And here's what we're going to do. Your son is going to message him, text message him, and your son's gonna entice him. Okay. And he's a rapist. He loves boys. So he's gonna say, hey, BebotsOnly, it's like I've always been saying, no, I don't want to play leapfrog with you, but you know what? Tonight I've been smoking a lot of pot and I'm feeling kind of horny, for like an old man like you. So why don't we, hook up like you've always wanted to? Does that sound good to you? And of course, I'm a child rapist, so like, yeah, forget Chris Hansen and Take a Seat and all that. I'm fine. I'm glad you're finally coming around. Your son, he's a really good looking boy. I like your boy, Tickle Me Down, and I like what your boy is saying. I like the fact that he likes to play leapfrog. I even like role playing. Let's be like Spartans. I want to be like in 300. I want to be that guy and I want to have a young boy. And the Spartans, they have this very close, tight knit relationship with young boys, and that's what I want to do to your son. Tickle me down. Are you following me so far, or am I losing you? Or I mean, is that not where are we at? I mean, are you calling me BS on this or what? Or so who sabotaged the aircon in the hotel room? I don't know, but definitely needed cleaning. And if you saw my air conditioning video, I would have probably done an air conditioning video in that hotel with that hotel room air conditioning. That's how bad that air conditioning, because it wasn't really that cold in that room, from what I remember. So let's get back to your girls. Let's just say it's very hard for me to play along with this boy thing because I'm not like Sissy. I'm not really into boys or other dudes. So let's just say your daughter, right? Hey, why does everybody? I'm not actually. It was black. I remember my underwear was black. Do you remember what the underwear of the girls were wearing? But before we get to that, can we go back? I'm trying to establish the the police are going to use your daughter or your son for this entrapment. How close was it? I'll get to that. Hemi, do you mind? I'm trying. So, are you playing along here, tickle me, or at some point you're gonna act like a parent and say, "Wait, you know what? Homie, don't play that." Or are you gonna keep playing along, or or are you gonna refuse? Well, tickle me. Why would they need to cover themselves with towels? Okay, let's address that. Look, I made the reference over here. Like, okay, so me and the girls are in our underwears, right? So I got two girls in there in their underwear, and I got me in my underwear. I guess that seems to be a sticking point. I guess the question has to be asked for you, tickle me, is who was first that got in their underwear, me or the girls? So that's a simple question. So you pick answer A, choice A, which is the girls got in their underwear first, or B, me getting in my underwear first. Now, if you pick B, let's say I got in my underwear first, why would I do that? Because are you trying to say that I was able to convince the girls to get in their underwears because I got in my underwear first? So it's like this. So you think this is what happened? Okay, girls, I want you to take off your clothes. They're like, oh no, 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 I don't. We don't want to take off your clothes. Are you crazy? You're a creepy old man. I don't want to. We don't want to take off our clothes. All right. And I'll say, whoa, well, look here. I'll take off my shorts, so that way you guys will take off your shirts too. And they'll say, you take off your top and shorts too, and they'll go, oh, okay, yeah, that sounds about right. Since you took off your shorts, we'll take off our shirts and shorts also. And yeah, never mind that the police are waiting outside. Never mind the camera crews waiting outside. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Because you took off your shorts, we're gonna take off our shorts also. So that's B scenario. Pick a B scenario. Or you can pick A scenario where the girls are telling me, why don't you take off your clothes? And I'm like, I'm not gonna take off my clothes. Are you crazy? Why would I take off my clothes? It's like, well, what happens if we take off our clothes? Will you take off your clothes also? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. So, well, why don't you try it? See where we go. So they go, okay, all right, we'll take off our clothes. Look, we're in our underwear already. So will you take off your clothes already? No, I don't want to. Like, come on, I gotta take off your clothes, or because they're out right outside right now. We need you to take off your clothes before they come in. All right, well, here, I won't take off my shirt, but I'll take off my underwear, just because for some reason, you guys really want me to take off my clothes, that you took off your own clothes first to get, so, fine. I'll play along if that's what you guys really want. I mean, because think of me, I'm a people person, and I do what the people want. I mean, just like if you go to a nudist colony, even though you're not a nudist, you're gonna go in there and you're gonna take off your clothes also, because even if you're nude, and there's women and children there without their clothes. So, and these girls, that's what they wanted to do, and I'm like, I'll play along. It's like that's what they want to do. Who am I? Am I so vain that I won't play along with what they want? Okay, but that's what you want. I'll do it. I'm a kind of, that's what you want. It's not gonna hurt me. It's not that much harder. But I won't take off my shirt. Right. Or scenario C, we were playing strip poker in there, and I lost my shorts. But I was able to get the girls' clothes off before I lost my shorts. That's scenario C. So you have A, the girls took off their clothes to get me to take off my clothes, because if they didn't take off their clothes, I wouldn't take off my clothes. B, I took off my clothes, so when the police walk in, then our clothes will be off. Or B says, hey, girls, let's get it on, and I'll take my clothes off, and there's two of you there. So you guys take your clothes off, and I'll take off. So you took off my clothes there, because I took off my clothes off. Or C, we're playing strip poker. Now that's kind of far-fetched, but since we didn't have our clothes on, we'll go with that. So we got A, B, and C. Do you guys all follow that? That's just not a question for Tickle. Yeah, it's a question for everybody. So everybody pick A, B, or C, and if you want, you can go off and make your own D. But those are the kind of, there's one of those scenarios actually happened. Well, how do I know? Well, because I was there. So you guys can't really tell me what happened because you weren't there. So you're just gonna have to believe me or trust. And there's really no reason for me to lie at this point, because I got cameras all over the place, to see what happened. GMA news showed that you had a shirt on. Yeah, I had a shirt on. I go, I'm not gonna take my shirt off. Why? Oh, you know what? I probably need to do some push-ups before I take my shirt off, but I wasn't really feeling it. So let's go to the comments here and see if Tickle Me Down there is still there. How close was the hotel? Then Jollibee, I couldn't see. They were covering themselves. I, as an American, would not go to the police. I would go to you, but that's me. I'm American. What? Go to me? Tickle says, good question. Bad aircon. Yeah. I was in a depression in the room, which is very humid. No, it wasn't very humid that night, but you could be under that impression. Mike says, I haven't taken the bachelor course, so this is all over my head. Idle says, yeah, the news still had my shirt on. So Hemi says, picks choice B. I waited for their clothes to come off first before I was going to take mine off. As it should be. Yeah, that's true. I was still, even though it was just all a big facade, I was still sticking to, well, you two do it first before I do it. I wasn't going to take anything off until they did. So for them to convince me to take off my shorts, they took off their clothes also. And, I've seen girls in their underwear before, so it wasn't like that much to me. The question you guys should be asking that get all hot and bothered is, how did the girls convince me to take them to the hotel? Because I have never taken them to a hotel before. But that night, they were able to convince me to go to a hotel. And it was very crucial that I took them to the hotel. Because if I didn't go to the hotel, this was the deal breaker. It's like, we needed the hotel to happen. Because if the hotel didn't happen, then there would be nothing on the news and there would be nothing for you guys to talk about. So it was like an ultimatum. What's the word I'm looking for? Some kind of pandemonium, kind of pandemonium, montanium, something to that word, that Pontanamount, or I can't think of the word. That the girls convinced me to take him to that hotel room. Okay, what that is, you guys, I'm just gonna let you guys think about it first, because I'm not the kind of guy to kiss and tell. Is this really the culture of the Philippines? I am afraid so. What do we got here? So Hemi says I waited for them to, because there's two of them at the because I was outnumbered. I was because me I kind of I kind of cave into peer pressure when like young girls when a pretty girl asks you to do something and there's two of them and they kind of peer pressure you into it. I just kind of I just gave in. There was really not much defense for me there. If you want me to take off my clothes, yeah, fine, okay, I'll take off my shorts, but I'm not taking anything else off. I told him, it's like, come on, take off your shorts. Look, we took off ours. It's like, all right, I'll take off my shorts. So you guys, because they were getting really mad because I wasn't, because I was like, well, I didn't want them to get mad. So Tickle Me says, Heidel says, your hair was on point. What does that mean about my hair? Still confused about the age. Mike says, well, they were old enough to consent to whatever it is that that they were accusing me of. If that's the answer to your question, what their age is. Besides, that was 3 years ago, so they're all overage now. So if you want me to hook you up with them, Mike, I can make that happen. Tickle Me says Seth's theory is that the video was just a well-produced deep fake. Tickle Me says that was originally my original question. What was your original? Did I answer it? So where does Sissy fall into this? I don't know. Did the girls choose the hotel? No, actually no. They don't really have much knowledge about hotels. You know, how about me? Why do I have knowledge about hotels? Well, because I've been around. I get around. So, but it was their idea to do it. Well, actually, it was the police's idea. I mean, because, like I said, there's the media that was following along, and then so Tickle. This is what happened that night. So, your daughter. Let's say you're the parent. You told your daughters, okay, convince him to, because we got the search warrant. We called up the media. We got all these police officers already in here, so we gotta, you gotta have them come out to meet you. All right. So, and at that day, like I said, I was really tired. It was a Friday. I didn't feel like going to a meeting or meeting any of the girls. Because I had to wake up early the next day to practice. We had football practice the next day, so I was planning on blowing it off. I already got message. I had messages from them that morning saying they wanted to meet and they wanted to eat, and I said no. We'll have to do it another time. And they said no. This is the actual conversation as it happened. No, we really need money. And you've seen in my conversations with other people that remember. I don't mean to throw Mike R under the bus here, but remember when I was live streaming with Mike R, and he says that the girls are selling me their virginity. So what do you think? And I said, really, they're saying that to you also? I mean, they've been trying. They've been trying to sell that to me for the last 2 years, and I said that's you. It just means they're hungry. It's called hungry talk. I mean, if people here in the Philippines, if people who live here in the Philippines, people will say things because they're hungry so they could eat, and after they eat, and they really didn't mean whatever it is that they were saying before. They'll just say anything so they can eat over here. So if they want to say, okay, I'll sell you my virginity, just feed me first, and once they feed them, it's a eat and run situation. Usually, once they've eaten, then they can go hook up with their friends afterwards, because the only reason why they want to hang out with you or be with you is that they can eat. Because if they don't, without you, they're not going to eat. With you, they'll eat, but after they eaten, they don't need you anymore. And then you get to a point where you kind of get tired of that. Well, you just want to eat and run, and you say, you know what, I don't need to do it today. I've done the eat and run before. We'll just do it another time when I'm not so tired, when it's convenient for me. When it's on my dime, we'll go and do it on my schedule. And they said, no, you really got to do it, because I have a school project coming up, and I really need the money for the school project. And this is me when I always go, well, what is the school project? Is it you need those stupid styrofoam balls to make a solar system? What the hell is it that you need? Do you need some kind of materials so you can make some kind of science project? Well, what the hell is it that you need for your school project? And he goes, no, I need the money, really need the money. Well, when is it due? When is the school project due? Oh, it's due on Monday. And I said, okay, well, it's Friday, so we'll just go Saturday. We'll just do it on Saturday. Well, I'll just help you with the school project on Saturday. But no, I have to do it now because I have another school project tomorrow, so we really have to do it now because the police are waiting. So all right, well, so I put it off. I got to a point. She wasn't taking no for an answer. The girls weren't taking no for an answer for obvious reasons. So I just said yes, and I did a Filipino thing where I say yes when even though I had no intention of doing it. So and then 7:30, 7 o'clock was when we're supposed to meet, and I didn't show up. And then so I got a call from like down like at 7:30. It was from I had never seen the number before, but I knew it was them because they would be the only ones calling me, asking me where I'm at, and I'm like, do we really need to do this tonight? I said because there's always tomorrow. No, it can't happen tomorrow. I've been it's like why now? Why is it? What's so important about now? Well, I've been smoking marijuana marijuana. This is seriously the conversation. I've been smoking and marijuana really makes me horny, so I'll do it. And I'm like, well, she's been smoking marijuana. I better at least feed them so she doesn't do anything crazy. And if she does do something crazy, well, at least I'll be there too. So I go. Have you been smoking marijuana? It's like, yeah, I've been smoking marijuana because I know you smoke marijuana. And I go, is this why you're talking like this? Is it right now? Yeah, I just smoked up a bunch of marijuana right now, so I really need and I really need the money. I go, but it's a school project. I'll get you a school project. We bought shoes and clothes and for school project. No, money this time. Need the money. So I got the call. Still wouldn't take no for an answer, and I say, me when it comes to a pretty face, I have that disease. I don't know if anybody else in the chat room has a disease. But I can't say no to a pretty face, okay? Especially when they just couldn't take no for an answer. Eventually, if you ask any guy and any pretty face that eventually they get to a point where they say, okay, fine, we'll get something to eat. And I'm sure once you're fed, I'll just take you home. Then we finish, go back home, wake up early, go to football practice, everything will be fine. Just to shut you up. I just did it just to shut you up. Just to leave, so you leave me alone. Oh, good, because the police are waiting. I didn't know that. So here's the problem. I actually just got a new car. It was only 2 days old. I just got a new car from our. I got a lot of support from the new car. So it was only 2 days old. Sometimes I think that car is bad luck. So I used the car because the I-10 was just falling apart. It just wouldn't work anymore. So I asked our friends hey, can we help us out with the car? And they said, yeah, sure, get a car. So I got a car. It was brand new. So drove it, got push start and everything, had projector headlights, had everything I wanted. It even had GPS, Bluetooth, airbags finally, because the I-10 didn't have airbags, didn't have air brake, it didn't have anti-lock brakes. The only safety system that Hyundai i10 had was me, the driver. But it was a death trap on wheels. I mean, if you weren't careful with it. But anyway, it lasted me a good 8 years, and before it was retired. But anyway, so I had a new car, drove over there, picked them up. So they were waiting where I usually pick them up by their place. And I knew, and they don't like being picked up at their house. I usually pick them up somewhere else because they don't want the scandal of like a car picking them up, and then all the neighbors come out and say, who's that car? Nobody here owns a car. Who's that guy in the car picking up the young pretty girls of our neighborhood over here? So I usually meet them in a neutral place. So where like all the where there are other people, so where there's other cars, so it doesn't look so obvious that like, well, nobody we know owns a car. So I picked them up, and they were just sitting there. It was weird. They were actually on time. Usually I go there and half the time they're not there. They're somewhere else, but they were like actually there. So, well, this is strange, odd, and kind of it my spider sense was tingling. It was just all wrong. It was all off. Something was fishy. Something was my spider sense was through the roof. I know I'll get to your question when you said it just this never happened before. They never called me before. Usually if I blow them off, I don't answer. I never get a call unless they're really hungry. But they've been hungry before, and I never give them a call. And they're never on time. What the hell is this? And it's already late. It's already like 8 o'clock, almost 8 o'clock by the time, and they really want. So I was something was wrong. It was off, and I knew something is, and I didn't know what the reason was, but it was just something's not right. So the two girls were there, picked them up. I want to really get into more in the conversation we had before, because we've had plenty of conversations like that, and like most conversations like on Facebook, or it's just talkish, talk shit. We'll say things that we have no intention or plan. I don't know what role playing or whatever, but we have no intention of ever doing or committing or whatever. They just, people will just say or agree to anything when we're hungry, and I would know that, and I'll just say, oh, okay, well, you do this, and I'll feed you. And, okay, once I fed them, no, not. So I just give you a gist of the conversation was like, okay, because we really need money, and I go, okay, well, we had this conversation before, and nothing happens. You're just hungry, and you just say whatever it takes so that I'll feed you. Well, I get to a point, like I said, well, when I cave into peer pressure when it comes to a pretty face. I can't say no to a pretty face when there's two of them too. So, and people who've seen in my unlisted videos know how important these girls are to me, how close they are to me. It's very hard for me to say no when they're hungry. It's very hard for me to say no to them, period. Sometimes I'm just a big pushover when it comes to young, pretty girls. That's my disease. I like young, pretty girls. Just like some people like boys or men, I like girls. I don't know. I'm just not going to feel guilty about that. I'll openly admit it. Hey, I like young, pretty girls. I don't like old, fat, ugly girls. I like young, pretty girls. I mean, can I get an amen or what? You know what? I'm not even going to look at the comments. I'll just keep going with the story since I kind of went with it anyway. So it was like late already. It's like 8 o'clock. Gosh, by the time we finish like eating, or it's going to be like 9, 10 o'clock. I mean, I know they have something better to do on a Friday night than be with me. So something's off, man. Something's way off. Are they serious? Are they actually going out through with this? Who knows? I don't know. Fine. We'll go find out. Let's go find out. You know what? We're not doing anything wrong. Let's go find out. So I pick him up. They say, it's like, okay, I know you guys are hungry. I know you're doing this because you're hungry. Where do you guys want to eat? All right. Usually they like to eat a Jollibee, Mang Inasal, KFC. In this situation, they kind of got used to Shakey's. Shakey's is usually more expensive, but they have better pizza and better food. So they kind of got used to the much higher quality food, and they got to a point where they're kind of tired of Jollibee, or they wanted something different, or maybe because this was a special night that they just don't want to be seen at the Jollibee, so we go Shakey's. Like, okay, fine, we'll have Shakey's. And I wanted to tell them the good news that I had enough money to. I was actually on my vlog. I was vlogging that night. I told them the good news that that I was gonna have the dentist done for them and braces set up for them, because the girls have messed up teeth, or everybody here has messed up teeth because they never go to the dentist. So I told them that. I said, "Oh, I'll use that night to go," and told them that. But they were acting funny that night. They wanted to know, like, hey, how did you? They were asking me a lot of questions. Like, how did BebotsOnly get started, and what did and she had this cell phone, and I've never seen the cell phone before, and now I know where the cell phone came from. It was the police's cell phone. The call that they made to me which was an unknown number, but I knew who else would be calling at this time, because I was supposed to meet them at 7:30 or at 7 o'clock, and it's 7:30, and I'm not there. So who else will be calling? So even though I didn't know the number, and I just said they must be really that hungry. So I just I picked up the phone to convince them to say, hey, can we just do it on Saturday? But obviously, this party train was gonna keep going. So I said, okay, fine, we'll eat. Asking a lot of questions about BebotsOnly, using the police's phone to record my answers about BebotsOnly. Well, this is how it got started, and and I must have told the story for like while we were eating it. While we were eating at Shakey's, while we were waiting for the food, and we were just talking. So and I was vlogging at the same time, and I wish I could get my camera back from the. But I'm worried if I go show up at the police looking for my camera, they're gonna shoot me right there and say, "Hey, I was fighting for the gun," and because if hey, if we can't get you, we can't keep you in jail, then we'll just shoot you instead while you're out in the open. Anyway, back to that night. So I mean, everybody follow along. The how things happen because the so keep in mind the police were or it was the police or the if you read the testimony of the police, they already had that conversation of ours in the morning, and then the police were already there that night. They already whose idea was it? Was it their idea? Was it both of their ideas? It doesn't really matter at this point since they were all their purpose that night, or was to get me into a compromising position, for lack of a better term. So we ate at Shaky. So the police were there. They saw the police were there already conducting the surveillance, obviously. So I pulled up, didn't recognize my car right away. So I rolled the windows down and say, "Hey, come on in. Let's go get something to eat." So the girls got up, and they were kind of slow at first. They were just kind of like looking around. No, not the normally jumpy type. Usually they just kind of jump and kind of just fly into my car. Like you've seen in the other videos, they're like excited. This time they were kind of slow, and the whole night was just kind of a lot of things that were off. Like asking a lot of questions. So we were eating probably in the Shakey's for like an hour and a half, maybe, from like what is it, 8 o'clock to 9:30, give or take. So the whole time the police were there were obviously in unmarked vehicles on there's like a if you look at probably if you Google it where the Shakey's, there's only two Shakey's over here, and there's like a gas station, and they said they were across the street where the gas station was. And at this point, this is where my lawyer asked the question. It's like, well, you already had information that from the girls that he was a rapist and was a trafficker. Why didn't you arrest him at the time? And the testimony of the police is going to crack you up. But I don't want to get into that right now because I want you guys to go through the events as they happened from my point of view versus their point of view first, because you'll or the point of view that they want to portray, but they're it's still from their point of view or what they want to say, and then that's up to my lawyer, which is good. One thing he's good at is at least he's good at cross-examining, and he kind of knew the direction where he wanted to go. And there was a couple of points where the judge was asking, it's like, well, where are you going with this, attorney? It's like, can you keep it relevant? And he'll say, oh, I'll give me a little leeway and I'll show you the relevance of this questioning. But anyway, before we get to that, I need to set up how the evening went. So picking up Shakey's, and I still need to go to the bathroom, so might need to take a bathroom break over here. Let's go to the comments here, see if I'm getting some kind of confirmation whether they kind of understand or not. Eat equals money. Still confused about the age. Yes, I was around. So I'm scrolling back to read through the comments. I'm trying to see if there's a comment in there. A gun to the head without the gun. Paramount. It was well synchronized. Had the police know to enter just at the precise moment the air conditioning went out. We weren't there that long, like I said, but let's not jump ahead here. How many years is all I want to know? You were thinking with the wrong head that day, but I'm afraid I would have to pass. Not matter what the little head said today. Okay. Does that make me a criminal? Right. We all think with the little head. Does that make us a criminal? Yes or no? The judge will have to decide that, not us. It's the judges who will decide. It's their decision how they want to interpret the law and how they want to enforce the law. That's what judges do. Mike Drew says we all have made mistakes in our lives, even if we don't want to admit it. Eat equals money. Got it. I'm not saying I didn't make any mistakes here, Mike Truth. I'm just telling the story here. You need to control the urge to fill those impoverished bellies with potatoes, my friend. It can get you in trouble. Oh, yeah. Eat and run. They have to FK first, eat second. Now we know where all his information. Philippines likes to pay watch other guys bang them. Okay. Okay, here we go. The beta male way, at least Sissy buys them a ham sandwich. Yeah, but that's with other men. Tickle says this fiasco is, and that's not my fault. I mean, I had nothing to do with that. I mean, it should have been strong. Well, if you want, if you want, I'm not so big where I can't apologize to says. If Sissy came on, I say, hey, Sissy, sorry about what happened. I didn't mean for you to become collateral damage. I mean, there was a lot of collateral damage. It just wasn't him. So, I mean, a lot of people moved on or moved away. It ended Chipmo's. That wasn't my intention, to end their marriage. But look at the bright side, like Hemi said. I mean, he found a better man. I mean, that's not really much. You don't really have to try that hard to find a better man than Sissy. I'm not attacking or insulting Sissy. I'm just stating the obvious. It's like, oh yeah, go ahead, BebotsOnly. And it's like, go ahead and kick a man while he's down. The guy's divorced and all that. I mean, so. Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't be making fun of another person's divorce. I mean, I could get I should have gotten divorced also. I mean, after what happened, after the humiliation I put my wife through. She was not one. I think it was probably due to Sissy's promising kids and not delivering. Gogo says it was the big nose that made them get a divorce. Yeah, I would pick that reason, because that nose is just, I can't wake up to that every morning. I would get divorced right away if I had to look at that big nose another day, because that thing had its own orbit. I mean, the tide would come in every time that big nose came in. So, John Doe, it's kind of hitting below the belt. There, John Doe. Bobo Lynn's face was a 4, rated at best. Eesh. Brutal. She got hotter when working the bar. I guess when you're at the bar, when the lights are dim and the makeup is heavy and you're drunk, anybody looks good at the bar. Tickle says Sissy just succumbed to AC. Not really. I was in Angeles City a lot, and I've had hookers from Angeles City, and succumbing to it. It's not about succumbing to AC. It's just it's he at the end. I don't want to say at the end of the day. I'll just say at the end of the day, they ran out of reasons to stay married. They got getting married is one thing. Staying married is a whole different game. Ball of wax. I'm having trouble for words here. Maybe it's getting late. Staying married is nothing harder than staying married. I mean, I'm married. I mean, even after what happened, I'm still married. So I must be doing something right. I and I do it for the kids. I mean, I love the kids. You know, you can replace a wife. You can replace a wife's love, but you can't replace your children's love. You're always going to be longing for it and searching for it, and you're not going to be complete. I mean, I know I wasn't. I was. That was like the biggest loss in my life in those 3 years was the kids. It's like I was completely lost without him. I was like starved for my kids' love. And my wife's love, of course I miss that also, but the kids' love, it's important. I mean, it's something about your kids, there's something pure and innocent about their love. He said, I noticed she was improving her looks. And well, I mean, she had a reason to improve her looks. She looks to me like she got tired of the humidity. Mike Truth retracted his message. That's not right. And we still got 14 people here. Those Klingons and retards in the toilet to torture. Yeah, I got it. Mike Truth says, I loved young pretty girls when I was in college. Yeah, that's true. I like young pretty girls in college also. But I was a science major, so there wasn't really that many young pretty girls in my major. I should have picked some major like mass communication. Then I would have really had a lot of girls, young pretty girls to be working with. But what is the Filipino socioeconomic level of the two girls you were with? Well, to sum it up, the parents are drug dealers, and of one of the girls, and I know because there were several. They had several family members in jail at the same time as with me, and the other girl, her mom. I mean, the mom has kids from different fathers. So why is that? Because she was a prostitute, and that's usually telltale signs of and not only is she a prostitute, the mother is a prostitute, but she usually, when the prostitute can no longer be a prostitute, they usually become managers. So she's also, so if anybody's so if you want to really know a human trafficker, the mom is actually a real human trafficker. That's how she makes money. I mean, she has to support like 5 kids from 5 different men. So she supported them through trafficking herself. And then when she got too old to traffic herself, what she would do is traffic other girls. And it would just be natural for them to do something like this. I mean, if they could sell drugs and they could sell girls, then selling me out would be would be easier than a walk in the park. Is to answer the socioeconomic status of what you're saying, John. I mean, but that's the reality here in the Philippines. Philippines, truth. Oh, really? Where do you find them? Now I love now I love middle-aged, beautiful women. I love middle-aged, beautiful women, but usually by the time they're middle-aged, you don't know what kind of hard living does to a middle-aged woman's face. I mean, if you look at these girls and you look at their parents, and you almost kind of think that they're adopted. That once you get to a middle age and having several fathers of several men and having all that hard living, I mean, look at Lindsay Lohan, and that was what drugs did to her face. You could barely recognize her anymore. So, Mike Truth, you're not going to find beautiful middle-aged women over here unless you're talking about the pirates, which is, I mean, pirates are beautiful no matter No matter what foreigner you talk to, pirates are the most beautiful things when it comes to foreigners. That's what John Doe says. Really, where do you find beautiful middle aged? Gogo says special night. He asks Jerry where the beautiful middle aged men are. So what's the John Doe as an ex-police? What do you generally think of suspects who ramble? Huh? John Doe was ex-police? I didn't know that. Hey, we need Dark Knight this rat. Yes, Chris. You should give me some of that dark cider also. One of these days I don't really drink. I used to drink to sleep, but one of these days, maybe during Christmas time, I only drink on special occasions now because it really hurts my stomach. But one of these days I should drink while doing a live stream. Problem is, it just makes me sleepy and slurs my words, so it's kind of counterproductive. But it'd be one of these days. It's on my list of things to do. Live stream one of these 8 hours while I'm tipsy, not drunk, but probably buzzed and tipsy, and see. I don't know if it will make me more talkative than I am, but it is known to be truth serum, and I wonder what kind of nonsense I'd be. I mean, look at how bad I am without drinking. How much worse could it be? John Doe is not in the assisted living. I thought he was in the assisted living. He wouldn't want to set you up near Phillies. That's the only question I have now is who was financing this setup? Well, that's the question that we're all asking that I will answer. But can I finish the story? Can you tell us what is a true believer? A person who believes in the truth. So John Doe didn't know that they searched my house. They raided my house looking for human trafficking and rape evidence. What is this? Down there, if the girls are not underage, no crime. If underage, crime, which must be proven in court. Okay. I mean, so we have to ask the question, is it a crime to be caught in a hotel room in your underwear? And not if the girls want it. Tickle Me says, he follows me. Heidel says they allowed the minors to endanger themselves and the operation was the flop. Heidel, they were with me. How much danger is that? I mean, do all of you really think I am that dangerous? Is it that you've seen me? I've been with a lot of girls over and over again. I mean, the people who watch these unlisted videos, I've known these girls for 2 years. If I was that dangerous, don't you think that there would be a point where they would stop seeing me or stop talking to me? I mean, there's got to be a point where it's like, all this French fries and all these, if it's that dangerous, it's just no French fries or Jollibee or Chicken Joy is worth being in all that danger. Is it that dangerous being with me that they come with me? And not only them, they bring their friends and they're always asking me where I'm at, when am I going to see them again? I am that dangerous. So, Mike Truth, at least that's reality as opposed to your dream world life. Tickle says your thorough account is appreciated. Well, that's what I'm here. I give the people not what they want to hear, but it's what they need to hear. Heminger says there was cybercrime, but not been based on the house, not the hotel part. Cybercrime can be if over 18. Okay. What do we got here? Yes, they did raid his house. Yes, they did. That's what I've been saying. So John Doe didn't know that they had a search warrant. Girls that run off after eating are the scammers. Okay. Barry JS Motor Repo Man says, "Did you speak during the trial or remain silent?" That is an excellent question, but you're jumping the gun. Get back in line. Somebody, hey, one of you moderators, can you tell them to get back in line here? I have a I'm telling the story in chronological order here, and you guys are all jumping all over the place, and everybody's asking me. It's like I'm the one who's erratic with my thoughts. I'm trying to focus on what happened. I'm still at Shakey's here, or I'm still picking them up, and everybody wants to go to the court already. Don't you guys want to know what happened before the court, or you guys just want to jump to the court? What is this, Judge Judy? Freelancers love to time scam. Mike True says, "Are you converting me?" There's nothing to convert, Mike. An old dog like you can't be taught new tricks. Plus the amount of time you spent waiting at the table to feed them. Filipinos will always make sure you wait. Yeah, that's true. You know, here in the Philippines, that's a national pastime, waiting. Can you tell us what is it true? Where's Shelly Miss Cavaje? Who? Who's that? Mike Truth retracted his message. Heminger says Angeles bars discriminate against Filipinos. I wonder how they determine you're American or not. Yeah, that's true, because they're worried about assets pretending to be customers, but they could pretend to have a Korean, pretend to be or foreigners, because Filipinos are discriminated. I don't really want to get into that right now. I was with a visitor one time, and that's where we were. We went to Angeles. He was white. He was American, but because I was with him, they refused to give him the girl after we paid the $50 bar fine. And I said, so after waiting, it's like, where's the girl? We'd like to split. So my friend already paid the bar fine. So let's get out of here. Let's make like a tree and get out of here. We were like waiting. Then finally I called one of the managers to say, hey, what's the holdup? My friend over here is waiting for his girlfriend for the night. And they said, oh, no, they're not allowed to go out. I go, what do you mean they're not allowed to go out? You just took our money. We just paid the bar fine. Oh, we don't do bar fines over here. What do you mean you don't do bar fines there? This is Angeles City. These are all hookers. What do you mean you don't do bar fine over here? We just paid $50 for the bar fine. What is that for? Oh, the $50 are just for ladies' drinks. I go, what? Ladies' drinks? We didn't pay $50 just for ladies' drinks. Get GT out of here. And it's like, so I'm gonna make a scene over here until you produce the girl. Anyway, I made a big enough stink that they finally produced the girl, but they had to go the back way. They couldn't come out the front way with all the Koreans. We had to meet her in the alley where the trash where the big garbage bins were, and so they couldn't walk out the front door. That was fine. So at least we got the girl. We didn't get scammed off our $50. And there was at a point where my visiting guest was saying, BebotsOnly, it's only $50. Let him have it. Let's just move on. I don't want to create a scene. I go, no, it's the principle over here. You paid the bar fine. They got hookers. They took your money. You're supposed to take the girl. What's the problem? Well, so the other people said, so I had other foreigners telling me, well, you're the problem because you're Filipino, and that's why they don't want to give you the girl. And I'm making a scene while all these Koreans were coming in and all these Koreans were coming out with a bunch of hookers, and they're telling me that they don't do bar fines over there. So that's kind of a funny side story. Heminger brought it up. I told that story before. So let's move on to the next. Let's go back to my story, will you? I mean, that's old story. Only if you're wearing one flip-flop and it can't be determined by smell, but you haven't bathed yet. Okay? Snowflakes. Mike, your snowflakes has shown. Ha, ha, ha. Ha, ha. I don't get it. Must be some kind of inside joke you guys are doing. Tickle says there have been AC bars counselors with a Chinese friend who was often mistaken for and he had no issues getting into bars. No, getting into bars is not the problem. Getting the girl out of the bar became the problem. Even my white American friend, they wouldn't let me have because I was there. Sissy gets discriminated because he's Jewish and they are tight in the bars. You can have mine, okay? I resent that. Sissy always makes a point to drop a few centavos in the payment cup. Okay, got it. Sissy is nothing but a blow-up doll salesman. Okay, I'm caught up with the comments. There's 15 people watching. First of all, do we actually have 8 hours of streaming? I want to know, and before I go to the bathroom, and I need to get a snack. It's been like 5 hours since I've last ate dinner. Is anybody in the comments there? Did it get stuck again? Did it freeze? Oh, here we go. Keep going. All right. So where are we at? So I picked up the girls. All right. And the question you have to ask is, especially for Tickle Me, isn't that at the point, once the person shows up, that they're supposed to arrest me, right? Isn't that what, like with To Catch a Predator, once the person shows up, you don't really have to wait for the hotel. You just go ahead and arrest them right there. They show up at the door and you arrest them. Why do you have to wait for the girls to get inside the car? Because once they get inside the car with a reported rapist and trafficker, that's the cops telling the girls to get in the car with me, because that's putting the girls in danger once I have them in the car. Because once they're in the car, they're in my control. They're no longer in the control of the police, because I'm behind the wheel. I have the keys. I got my foot on the gas. We could go anywhere. With the girls, I could what I could do with the girls now they're in my car is then put them inside the well and then tell them to put the lotion on their skin, or or they get the hose again, or disappear and then send them a box, and then the police are saying, what's in the box? Guy, what's in the box? But no, they didn't do that. They got in the car. And the girls had no problem getting in the car because they were doing something they did 1,000,000 times already. They were doing something that they gladly do 1,000,000 times already. I have videos of them like, okay, here I am picking them up. Here they are getting in the car. Here are we eating again. Next vlog, next girl, over and over again. They were doing something that we always did. Nothing to see here. But in this situation, you're the police, you're the parents are with the police, you're the media is with the police, you got the search warrant. You're like, aha, he's here, so let's arrest him. Nope, let's not do that. Well, why not? We can't arrest him for picking up the girls. Well, why not? Well, what are we going to do? Tell the judge that, like, hey, what's his crime? Well, he picked up the girls. Okay, that's human trafficking. That's rape. Could we really prove that his intention to pick up the girls was to rape them or to traffic them just for picking them up? That's like saying, if you see a black guy in the corner, let's go ahead and arrest him because he's there because he's selling drugs. And if he's with a few girls or a few of his honeys, he's probably a pimp or something like that. So let's go ahead and arrest him. Probably is a pimp, probably is a drug dealer. But don't we have to wait? Don't we have to buy drugs from him first before we arrest him? Yeah. Let's do that. Him just picking up the girls is just not enough. He's not. That's not human trafficking. That's not rape. All right, let's wait then. So what are we waiting for? Well, the girls are hungry, so we're gonna go eat. So we ate, and so while we're eating, that's when the cops are waiting on the other side, and with the media, with the parents and everything, they were just waiting or watching us eat. Could they have arrested me then? No, I can't arrest them then. What? Well, they're eating pizza. What kind of crime is eating pizza? What are we gonna show on the news? Right? That they were eating pizza. We're just gonna bust in there, arrest them, and then why? Because he was eating pizza. Okay, nobody's gonna watch that. We're gonna look like idiots here. We gotta show them something that they all can like and eat. they can all like. So the police are there waiting, and I'll show you in the testimony when the cross examine, when my lawyer was asking them, what was going through their mind. That's the only thing I could give you what they from their side of the story. But for us, we were just eating like we normally do. We've eaten at Shakey's before, dozens of times. If it's not Jollibee, it's not at KFC, we'll eat at Shakey's. They love Shakey's. I like Shakey's also. So I said, oh, good. At least it's not Jollibee. I'm getting to the point where I was just sick of Jollibee. I would get to the point where I would take him to Jollibee and I wouldn't eat. I probably would just have the ice cream. I didn't even want the French fries anymore. I was just sick of Jollibee. So I was just happy we go to Shakey's because at least Shakey's was pizza. And it was good pizza. It's not like Domino's or Pizza Hut. Oh, that's terrible pizza. Shakey's actually uses real cheese and real sauce. So I was happy we went to Shakey's. So we did that for like an hour and a half. So it must have been, what, 8 from 8 o'clock to 9:30, something like that. So the police says, we can't arrest him there. He's not raping anybody. We got to wait for him to rape somebody before we can arrest him. We have to wait for a crime to happen. Okay. So, and eating pizza is not a crime. So we can't do that. What are we going to do? We just gonna have to wait until a crime happens. Okay. So we ate pizza. The girls are acting funny. They're saying, like, yeah, let's go to the hotel. Let's go to the hotel. And I go, why are you guys pushing this so hard, right? Oh, we really want to. We've been thinking about it a lot, and man, this is all. No, it's not right. If you guys, what do you guys want to do? It's Friday night. I'm happy I'm with you guys. We don't need to do this. We don't need to go to a hotel. If you guys want to, we want to go drinking in a hotel, and so when we're drinking, then maybe we'll do it. I go, we don't need to do that. Let's just drink. If you want to drink, there's places we could drink. We don't need to do it in a hotel. We could even do karaoke like we did before. We drank and we were in a karaoke before, and that was fine, right? No. We had that. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that you're gonna go through with it. Oh, we're gonna do it all right, just the way you like it. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, we'll tell you anything you want to hear. Oh, you can tell me whatever you want to hear, but that doesn't prove anything. It's like, I've been through this before. It's like, talk is talk. So whatever. All right. So eventually, after an hour and a half of eating or waiting and then eating, and then they were asking a lot of questions. They were using the police's phone to record all these questions, of which they never used in court, by the way, because it was just me like talking like this. Imagine, okay, here's our evidence. 8 hours of him talking like how I was talking to their phone while they were interviewing me is exactly the way I was talking to you guys. How's that gonna fly in court? Never used that recording of me asking them how BebotsOnly started, because they're trying to get me. Okay, that's human trafficking, right? Human trafficking still involves offering. One of the things that you have to offer. Controlling somebody, and the purpose of controlling somebody is to offer somebody for sex. And I have to do that. You have to be dealing with prostitutes, because only prostitutes offer themselves for sex. I don't offer sex because I don't deal with prostitutes. That was the biggest problem that they kept running into, is because for me to offer to sell girls, to traffic girls, I needed prostitutes. This is not like the movie Taken, where I drugged them, because I don't even do drugs. I don't even have drugs. I don't need drugs. You don't need drugs. If you want to have sex here in the Philippines, you don't need drugs. People use drugs, but I don't need drugs. I just do it the old-fashioned way. I have sex with girls the old-fashioned way. We earn them. Here at HR and Block, we earn money the old-fashioned way. We earn them. Me, I don't need to use drugs. I seriously don't need to. Once you understand how girls are, how their minds are, and how they think, it's very simple. Even Mike R figured this out. Well, what I was doing. So that's all you do. Yeah, it's pretty simple. It's not complicated. Like I said, it's not organic chemistry, right? For girls, for them to get you to get to get what you want from girls, number one is you have to earn their trust. You have to gain their trust. Trust is a very important thing. Once they trust it, obviously the girls trust me, because if the girls don't trust me, if they don't trust you here in the Philippines, they're not going to get in the car with you. So the girls got in the car with me, obviously, because the girls trust me, not because the police told them. Well, because the girls that got in my car before, we ate and nothing happened to them, just like previously. And if something happened to them, then we wouldn't be in that situation now. So here I'll get everybody all juicy, since everybody's wanting to hear underwears and juicy or anything like that. So here's something that I'll let everybody's imagination run wild here. I'll let you guys go hog wild, because you guys all want something juicy. You guys all want something. So I'm gonna give you something, okay? I'm not so I'm not so stingy, or I'm not so terrible that I'm not gonna give you guys something to get juicy about. I know you guys are all here because you all want sex. You all want young girls, young pretty girls, and me in the middle of it, and lots of hot steamy sex. So the girls talking about sex and selling their virginities and all that. And well, the problem is the police are gonna put a stop to all this. So I don't want to burst all your bubbles. But anyway, before I go to the bathroom, I'm gonna give you something really sexy and juicy. Okay, so everybody stay tuned while I go to the bathroom. So I won't disappoint you guys. So let's go to the comments before I go to the bathroom and get a snack. Let's go to the comments here. I'm scrolling up, so give me a second. So if you guys have any comments, I'm going to be reading them right now. It's still 8 hours, is it? Scrolling up. Where is it where I last saw? Tickle says, yeah, if that air conditioner was just working properly, we wouldn't be in this mess right now. But then again, we wouldn't have anything to talk about. Digi Underground says, I never saw your unlisted videos. Well, that's your problem. There's a lot of people that saw the unlisted videos. If you're not part of it, then you should be asking the man in the mirror why you're not part of the unlisted videos. But I can make unlisted videos again, just not now. I have the police to deal with right now first. I got to deal with the police first before I start making unlisted videos again. How I'm going to deal with them, I don't know yet. The Underground says, we're listening. Where is my wrench? Go. Where is Go-Go's wrench? Oh, wait, John Doe. Does John Doe have a wrench? Here you go, John Doe. But from a philo mentality, common thinking would be it's a huge mistake to deal with these types of girls at any level. Well, that's a danger. Let's call it occupational hazard. I mean, nothing ventured, nothing gained. I mean, at the end of the day, if you really want to be safe, just stay home and masturbate. But that'll get old really fast. We still need that human touch. We still need to reach out and not just to be with somebody, just to be there. And like I said, that's the fountain of youth here. I've discovered the fountain of youth. When I'm with young girls, I feel young also. I feel like I'm one of them. When I'm with old people, man, nothing makes you feel old than hanging out at the assisted living with John Doe. But if you hang out with me and my girls, you feel like you're in high school again. That's the catch. The catch is it's dangerous. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Then hang out and feel old in an assisted living home with John and wait until you die. Not unlike he did with Larry. Who's Larry? Maybe tickle me. It's not like I I had sex with a transgender and then killed her with my bare hands and then left. And it's not like I killed anybody. Damn it, Barry, eat your soup. Go, go, sister. I still don't know what the thing is with the lips or the hemorrhoids. I don't get it. Tickle says, I've been in AC bars countless times. Okay, I read that already. Read that. Okay, here we go. 8 hours, 2 hours in. Actually, 3 hours now. We have 8 hours if you have at least half a bottle of Johnny Walker left. Actually, I don't know if I have any Johnny Walker left. I don't have any Johnny Walker. I mean, I usually have some for emergency. You never know when you're going to need it. So, but right now, I don't think I have any Johnny Walker. You never did answer about the age before entering. Age is just a number. Besides, it's not the issue here. It's just a complication. He said he knew them for 2 years. Okay, I missed the beginning. Yeah, I've been helping them with school for the last 2 years. Yeah, tickle me down. That air conditioning, I tell you. Sometimes you just, it's just the luck of the draw. If we had a good air conditioning that night, we wouldn't need to get down in our underwear. Tickle me down sounds like the judges were fair here, not trying to be mind readers. Well, you have, like I said, you would, in the resolutions or in the orders, they explain how they interpreted the law and how it's some of it's pretty informal. I mean, informal, very informative. So they during these statements, they explain everything why they came up with the decision the way they came up with it, because they have to make a decision based on the law and how they interpret the law, because they're judges. They're not vloggers, or they're not trolls, because people's lives are at stake here. So they have to do their jobs properly. So they have to be fair. But this one judge really, I thought he was like you guys, like I'm already guilty. So even if there's no victim, if there's no smoking gun, it's like, well, at least we're preventing it, like in a Minority Report. Where's my Minority Report? Where at least, okay, what he's doing looks dangerous, so there's smoke, so there must be fire. Even though I have no evidence of fire, if they're showing a lot of smoke, then there's got to be a fire somewhere, so let's put it out before the fire spreads. So it's preemptively, there's no crime has been committed, but the way you're saying is the crime is going to be committed, so let's go ahead and put him in jail to prevent the crime. Now, that's they can't do that. It's like there's nothing in the law that says that there's nothing in the law that says that we're going to put you in jail to prevent you from committing a crime, since everybody is suspecting you of that you're going to commit this crime eventually. So to prevent it, we're going to put you in jail, and I'm going to convict you guilty, even though you haven't done any crime. But since everybody is saying that you're going to commit the crime, or that's how they interpret what you're doing is a crime, then just to be on the safe side, we'll go ahead and convict you. That's kind of, and there's nothing stopping him from one way or another. This is not there's no penalty for being wrong. The worst thing is it goes up to appeal, and then, but at the end of the day, he's like a judge, and it's his job to judge, and being judge means you have to interpret the evidence. I mean, you have to study the evidence, you have to study the testimony, look for where, and follow the law, because judges, they go through a lot. They listen to a lot of cases, like they hold my life in their hands, and they can't take it. They can't just take it willy-nilly, because all this is recorded, and if they make a bad decision, it's their reputation. So I think, for the most part, I mean, from my experience, the judges have been fair based on they did it based on the evidence instead of based on innuendos, like most of the people online do. Somebody down says, "How were the police so well scared to jump in right at the moment you had to their communication?" Yeah, yes. The answer is yes. They were holding. I mean, I didn't. I should have put the two and two together. That like, where does cell phone come from? Because they don't have a cell phone, and if they did have a cell phone, it usually didn't last very long, because they usually sell it or pawn it, so they could buy more drugs. Is usually what they do with cell phones, because they love their gadgets and their cell phones, but they love their drugs more than they love their cell phones. I mean, you know that, tickle me down if you live here. So how were they well synchronized was that because they were texting and talking to the police the whole time using the phone. So that's how they were well synchronized. They were talking to the police the whole time. And how did I know that they were talking to the police? I didn't know, because it's normal for girls to be just buried in their phones while they're talking to. They can multitask. They can selfie. They can text. They can post. They can Twitter. They can do all that at the same time while they're hopping on one leg and barking like a big dog and eating shakies at the same time. And I just thought that they were just texting. It's a Friday night. They were just texting their friends, and then just they got a message and they're texting back. Why would I suspect that they were texting the police the whole time? Hey, Dave's niece. I actually talked about you earlier. I brought up this. I brought up what you said about how they said everybody online was saying that they paid you off, so you wouldn't push the case against your uncle. And you said that you never saw any of the money because the lawyer took it. Same thing with me. They say that I paid off people so I could get off, so I could be not guilty. And just the same thing with you, just like with me, the lawyer took all the money and never gave it to the people that it was supposed to be intended to. So I'm corroborating your story, and I'm using your story to corroborate my story, so people will understand or accept that fact that you just don't give money willy-nilly and then expect something to happen. This is the best way to give money. You take somebody like Vito Corleone. Okay, you take Vito Corleone. I don't know if I need to explain who Vito Corleone is. You give him the money, and you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to ask him if it's guilty or not guilty. All right. But where the hell am I gonna find a Vito Corleone here in the Philippines? Is the question. So yes, you could pay it, but you pay it to Vito Corleone. But I have no idea or no way in hell is there a Vito Corleone here. So thank you, Dave's niece, for showing up and sharing that story with us, that you never received any money. The lawyer took all the money. And I said, yep. Same thing with me. I couldn't give the lawyer any money for that, because I knew he would just pocket it and spend a few minutes in the casino and it would be all gone. And I don't need to explain to you that Filipinos, man, they love to gamble. That's like their middle name over here, even in prison, man. It's like they have no money for food or soap or laundry detergent or food, but when it comes to gambling, they have a lot of money for it. Or but I digress. I don't want to sit here and tell you guys something that everybody already knows already. Mr. Joe sold bunny to a donor? Who? Mr. Joe learned from Bebots he sold bunny for 50,000. He rekayed bunny. Who's bunny? I sold Lynn to strive to avoid Bo Black. Lynn? Which Lynn is he talking about? Dave's niece says his uncle was a big man. Well, that's good to know. Tickled Me Down says no way you could be getting money from YouTube. Well, YouTube AdSense, when I was before my AdSense was taken down, right at its peak, I was easily making $1,000 a month on AdSense for all my channels before it was taken down. But that usually happens once I hit like $1,000 in 1 month. All my channels usually get deleted. That's usually the tipping point. It's like, man, channels are making money again. Once it starts making money to the point where it makes a lot of money, usually that's when it gets deleted. So it's kind of like a catch-22 or like a mixed blessing. When I start getting a lot of AdSense money, I get to a point where like, it's making a lot of money again. So that means it's getting that saturation point and it gets deleted again. So you could make a lot of money, and he's been doing it for a long time. I was making $1,000 after rebuilding after a year, and I usually do that. And I don't make any money for like half a year, and then towards the end of the year I'll start making money again. It's usually during Christmas. It was like a combination of Christmas and usually during the holidays. That's when it makes a lot of money. So, but it's not consistent. But if you're doing it for a while and you've had a channel for a while, you couldn't make significant amount of money. And I was making a significant amount no matter how many channels I create and get deleted and start all over again. But I don't do YouTube because it makes money. Right now, what am I on my 3.5 hours in my live stream, and I have not gotten any messages from my PayPal saying that I got any. Well, I'll check. I have a PayPal for if you use. Crap. Never mind. I don't want to lose the stream. I don't want to go to I don't want to do that. I don't want to freeze my. Crap. Oh no. If I lose you guys because I clicked on my Gmail to see if there's I won't do that. I think it might freeze my hello? You guys still there? John Doe's nursing home. True, it makes me feel young. The beauty of living is keep you 18 and plus. High stakes feelings, there's low stakes feeling depressed. Need to find a good repairman. Are you not guilty, or did the case get thrown out? Do you plan to move? It must be awkward with the neighbors, regardless whether they know the truth or not. Okay, well that's one of that's one of the options I'm thinking of. You gotta move. Where that is, I haven't decided yet. Okay, that's what happens. Okay, we are here. Well, here, tickle while I'm contemplating whether I go to the bathroom or not. My first knee-jerk reaction when this happened was, my wife and the family, I was thinking of relocating them back to America where it's safe, because I really didn't know what's going to happen, which direction. There was so unknowns. But as time went on, and I just kind of decided, it's not fair to be pulling the kids and then, we put, taking them to another foreign country after living here most of their lives. And I didn't want to be these other vloggers, or just because they ran into some problems, especially with the law, with a lot of law here, and then the media and everything, and the pressure, that I should tuck tail and run, with my tail between my legs, and then just disappear like other people. I mean, that would be a coward's way out. I mean, I think I'm better than that. I'm here to face the people. I'm here to face the music. I've got the evidence in hand. I had to back up my innocence. So I have no problem facing the public about what happened. Yes, it's embarrassing, but you have to face it head on. I'm not gonna cower away and disappear and pretend that it never happened, because what they did wasn't right. And I've always thought that I'm not saying I'm a righteous person, but I just can't stand by and watch them do this, and then do this to somebody else after they did it to me. I mean, if they could do it to an innocent person like me, they could do it to anybody. And how would I sleep at night knowing that I didn't do anything about it when I had, well, I don't know. If it was just me, I go back and forth. I have to think about my family. I have to think about the kids. I have to think about my wife. I mean, if I could go down this path, I would, but then I would be dragging them along with it. and I don't know if I have the wherewithal or the resources to fight them on this. Well, as a matter of fact, I know I don't have the resources. Maybe I'm looking for resources, or maybe I'm looking for help, because fighting corruption is not a one man crusade. I mean, I'm not sitting here fighting the police. I'm fighting corruption, and it would just happen to be the police. So I just don't want to end up like that 15-year-old girl, and because I have my family still needs me. My wife still needs me. Cut my if I don't cut my the kids' toenails, they'll develop ingrown toenails, and but I can't let that happen. Do you plan? So the question we have to ask here is, I don't know. We have to. So let's sum it up here. I already said the police committed a crime, so they created a crime so they can commit a crime. Now, if you report them on that crime that they committed, what you're doing now is they need to commit another crime to cover up the crime that you're going to expose them for, the criminals that they really are. Is that a path that I want to go down and drag my family down to? I mean, how would you guys answer the question? I mean, tickle me. You're a family man. You have kids. Where are you gonna fight corruption? And if you fight corruption here in the Philippines, you usually wind up dead. And what about the collateral damage? What happens if they decide to shoot you, and while they were shooting you, your family was in the car and they got shot at the same time? Yeah, family first, but what do? We run away. The second crime will be EJK, extrajudicial. No, that's the third crime. The first crime is the illegal entrapment, the child abuse. I didn't put the children in danger, but the police did, so they could do what? So they could perform this crime, which had a very large amount of money, and for them, that's a large amount of money. They would never do it in America, but here in the Philippines, they'll do it with extreme prejudice. Mike Chu says, sounds like you let a sleeping dog alone and don't bother him. Well, the sleeping dog is not sleeping, right? It's still still sniffing around me and growling around me and barking around me. So it's not something that perfect time to run for a governor general. Look, like I said, I'm not a crusader. I'm just a one person. You guys are the community. I mean, as a community, maybe we have a chance, but as one person, if I do this by myself, there's only one result. Like John Doe already said, it's EJK. EJK, yeah. If you don't know what EJK is, ask him. John Doe says it's hard to beat the systemic government. Yeah, absolutely. I can't. Systemic government corruption in the Philippines, I can't. When did Mike Truth, when did this become about me against the system, the systemic government corruption? I can't do that. Like I said, I'm just one person. Perfect time for running for government. Perfect time to run for governor general. I'm sorry, I'm not that corrupt. You have to be more corrupt than the other governor general that you're running up against to win. So usually the more corrupt wins against the not so corrupt. It's not like less corrupt. It's just not as corrupt. You have to be more corrupt. I mean, but to you and I, we call it corruption. For the people here, it's a way of life. It's culture. Here, I'll tell you a funny thing about culture. Here, I'll tell you a funny side story about prison. In prison, jewelry is not allowed. When you first check into prison, if they see any jewelry on you, they'll confiscate you. And then if they confiscate it, usually the next day or the next afternoon or that evening, usually the person who confiscated it from you is wearing it. So whatever they take from you, it's because something that they need to use themselves, and they wouldn't have it if they didn't take it from you. And since they're the police, or they're the ones in charge, or whoever it is, the one in charge. Remember, I told you prison is run by criminals. It's not the police or the warden or the officers are in charge of the prisons. It's the criminals are in charge of the prisons. I repeat, it's the criminals that are in charge of the prisons, not the police. Now, if you need proof of that, or you're just gonna have to take my word for it. How? I lived it. I lived it every day for several years. That's how I know. And it's not like something. It's not like something that you can't believe. Now, systemic corruption is not systemic corruption. That's it. It takes one person to make a stand. And then, I came here and I said, you know what? I'm going to raise a family, be the best dad that I could be, just like Tickle Me Down. And I was. My son is the best soccer player. He's a academic achiever, and he wouldn't have done all that. So he was great in school. He was popular with his friends. He never hurt anybody. He actually stuck up to bullies. He's got friends that are, they're kind of fat, they're kind of nerdy, but they're still his friends, and he sticks up for them. He doesn't let the other boys bully them. He's like this champion, and the girls love him, and he's cool, and he doesn't have to prove anything. I told him, you don't have to prove anything to be cool. You're already cool. You're the best football player. You're great in math because I tutor you every day. And, everybody was either likes him or jealous of him. And this was a perfect opportunity. That was, and then if I could help, and I said, if I could help a few girls, help themselves and have a better life. And maybe you'll make the argument, no, you didn't help Joy. Well, you know what? That was her life. That's what she chose. And, who's to say that she would have been better if I didn't help her or not? Where would she be now? Would she be pregnant with from several different fathers? I don't know. We don't know that, but we do know that she's in America now, and she seems to be doing well. I don't think that I like to think that she's better off. And I would like to think everybody has been better off after their personal encounter with me. You can't say that about the chipmunk. You can't say about that the bachelor course, and you definitely can't say that about the pick whoever vlogger, vlogger that they used the Filipina and then dumped them. The one vlogger who didn't even fix her teeth. They were living together. Me, I fix girls' teeth, take them to the dentist. I don't even live with them. I don't even have sex with them. But this guy is living with her, and after he used her, didn't even fix her teeth, just dumped her and threw her out in the street. Is she a better person for it now after me? No. But with me, everybody has been better off after their person. That's why everybody kept coming back. All these, not only we have visitors, they're coming back, they were crowding me. It's like, hey, only one at a time. And I was telling them, don't come at the same month. And everybody was, and I had to turn them down. And I said, no, so-and-so is coming this month. He already reserved a year in advance. He told me last Christmas, he's coming this Christmas. So no, you can't come at the same time he is. You're going to have to come afterwards or before him. He already reserved. I have to be first come, first serve. I'm only one person. And now I have to go on this crusade, and these people have guns. I don't even own a gun. Why don't I own a gun? Because I have children in the house. You don't have guns when you have children in the house. So, like I said, I figured, I would, there's nothing more tragic than like seeing these young, beautiful girls and then having this. I have a story about that too. While I was gone, one of the most beautiful girls. I won't say who she is first, but I'll touch on it. While I was in prison, she got pregnant, and we have no idea who the hell the dad is. The father, who she says who the father is saying it's not mine. I mean, you've been with BebotsOnly and all these other guys. How do you know it's not mine? We need to go on Maury Povich and go through a line of people that says, first with BebotsOnly, Are you the father? No, I'm not the father because I was in jail the whole time. How can I be the father? If I wasn't in jail, then maybe I could be in line for this paternity test. So Duterte. Talk about, you know what I like about Duterte is now he's always drunk. Every time I see him, it's like, man, I wish I was drinking what he was drinking. Because man, he's just how dry I am. Yeah, like I mean, nothing against that. I mean, if I was president of the Philippines, I'd probably be drunk all the time also, so no offense intended. Digital Underground Gaming saying you helped out Joy no matter what. And don't forget, I helped out her sister also. So it wasn't just Joy, it was her sister. And I don't know. I don't like talking about those sisters. They were very close to me. It's just sometimes that's why I do what I do so I could forget about them. And those sisters are very hard to forget. I mean, they're all hard to forget. But these are the things I have to do. I have to bury myself in my own family, my marriage, and then I have the other girls. So so I don't think about. But they're all special to me. So let's go to the comments here. Hard to basically have something they have something they don't want out, and they will silence you. Yeah, that's a reality. The defeat corruption in 6 months. Well, like I said, corruption is not something. It's a multi-generational thing. I mean, it's not going to happen overnight. I heard that Tico says I've heard that the prisoners in Philippines are actually recruited to run things in prison. Yeah, it's the reality. There's a YouTube video in jail in the Philippines. So they have their own justice system inside the prison, even the mayor. Yeah, here, Mike Truth. When I was in the detention, when I first got in, I think after I was in the detention for 7 months. After 1 month, I actually became the mayor of the prison. It was one of the things I didn't want, but I'll tell you about the hierarchy after I became mayor. It's not really mayor, it's mayor. Mayor is like political thing. Mayor is like I'm the person in charge. I'm like at the top of the totem pole. They have a pecking order because they give the top of the pecking order. While I was in detention, I was the mayor there for 6 months, and it was fine. I mean, those 6 months while I was mayor, it was like Camelot there. Everybody was happy. We were all just kind of waiting for our trial and everything. It was very comfortable. Nobody was scared. Nobody was getting hurt when I was the mayor because I didn't need to hurt people to keep people in line. I preferred to just but not only is it they need to hurt people to keep them in line, but also extortion. There's a lot of extortion that goes on in jail, and I didn't need to extort people for money. Why? Well, I don't need to extort people for money, so it was very easy when I was the mayor because the money there's a system there when it comes to money, but I didn't need them. But there's other mayors there that they would use their power as mayor to build a house, and I'm not. That's not a joke. So, but I don't need. I have a house. I don't need to squeeze and extort and hurt the people that are already in jail, so I can build a house while I'm in prison. So back to the comments here. They have their own justice system. Yeah. Gogo's sister says everyone is jealous. Jealous of what? Jealous of who? Dancing prison or open prison? Who goes where? I really didn't make it to the dancing prison part. I was in the medium. I wasn't convicted. So if I was convicted, I was put in the long term. But I stayed at the medium term. Medium term is like usually 5 to 6 years or less. But if you get convicted over 5 or 6 years, then you go to the big house, to the dancing prison. The dancing prison is really when things start rocking. rocking and rolling. That's where the real criminals really run the place. So I really don't want to get into that political talk. It's dangerous, especially right now. It's kind of a dangerous time to be talking politically. I mean, you guys could talk politically, but I'm here in the Philippines, so I can't really get involved in that kind of conversation about politics anyway. I Okay, idle. I no comment. Uh, Now your man provided teeth for his lady. Tickled me down, says, if you're gonna pump and dump, dang it, at least fix your teeth afterwards. Yeah, that's what I say. At least that's the least you could do. I mean, if you're gonna use them and then plaster them all, I mean, and then have to live with the shame that you didn't get your teeth fixed. I mean, you were being used by him. He was milking the cow for free, and the least he could do was at least fix your teeth. Man, sure, her teeth was so messed up. I mean, she would look a lot better if her teeth wasn't so messed up. She had like the teeth, like a face and a teeth only a foreigner could like. No offense to the foreigners, tickled me down, but you know where I'm getting at. Uh, Western men, why pick a toothless lady in the first place? Well, it's the thing about pirates. Go figure. I mean, I explained it already. You don't have to. I mean, look at the bug eyes. The guy Joy married. I mean, he could have ended up with a pirate, and he would have loved it. But instead, he came to me, and look what he ended up with. Anyway, what is it? Uh, Harriet I did because she had teeth that looked like a graveyard. Yes, true. Harriet I did because she had teeth that looked like a graveyard. What is this? Just dropped a video. He says you're most the most boring blogger on YouTube. Well, at least I'm the most. Yeah, I guess the most of anything is a compliment. There is no reason to be with girls when you're married and have kids. That is wrong. You have issues. Okay, now let's take that. Let's take that opposing viewpoint. Now, if I wasn't with them, who would they be? Who would they be with? I guess is the question. We have to look at it in perspective here. I mean, it's either me who can fix their teeth, who can give them pizza, who can give them an education, or a drug addict who's gonna get them pregnant, and then after they get them pregnant, they're gonna say it's not mine, and even if it is theirs, how are they? They don't. The drug money that they sell, I mean, the money that they make from selling drugs is. Do you think they're gonna use it on diapers and formula? If I didn't have to do it, then and if people were actually coming here and doing it, I wouldn't have to do it myself. But since I'm the only one here doing it, doing something about it, then it looks like I have no choice. Uh, Look, there's like 20 people here, so thanks for all the people that are coming. The people that want to hear what I have to say, thank you. The haters, they're just as welcome also. I just ask that you keep it civil, and I want to have a decent conversation. Like I said, you can have opposing viewpoints, you're entitled to your opinion, but I don't want it to be attacking. I don't want it to be people trying to, if you have an agenda, then do it on your own channel. But that's what this channel about. I want people to have a civil conversation. There's nothing more disruptive than people just like saying the same nonsense over and over again while the rest of us are here to, we want to be we want to be educated and entertained and share experience at the same time. I'm here, you guys are sharing your experience with me, I'm sharing my experience with you, we're all benefiting for it. There's no benefiting from like saying the same attack over and over again, even though it's based on nonsense. It has no basis to it. And maybe all the people that were attacking me saying human trafficking, that maybe the good thing is, the positive thing is that, hey, 3 judges have said that I was innocent of human trafficking, so we can put that argument to rest. What is this here? John Doe says, I never pay them. I just give them the honor of being with my greatness. Yes, John Doe, there is no charge for your greatness. I'm sure all the people at the assisted living are all saying that. Whose side are you on? Is Frank's bigger? Yeah, huh? So yeah, when you guys talk about other vloggers, I'm in the dark. Like right now, like I said, I've had so much things on my plate right now that I haven't had chance to caught up with what's going on with the other vloggers, other than Sissy getting divorced, and then all this nonsense about sodomy and what do they call it? Sadism, sodomy, and the whole tying up thing. It's like, what does this say? I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Hemi says everyone was scared to comment on his channel till I showed up. Yeah, well, Hemi, you're the pioneer. You're the trailblazer. Before anybody jumps in, they want to make sure that there's no piranhas in there before they jump in. Let Hemi jump in first. Well, you better tell Donna it's okay to comment again. It's like, Hemi, you and Donna had a thing? I thought me and Donna had a thing. She had a thing with you also? Hemi, you're just a whore. You're just a poke whore is what we call people like you, Hemi. You're just a cheap whore. You're just like you'll just have a thing with anything. John Doe says in your dreams. FSV equals fast slot blog. Okay. Got it. That's what it is. Okay. I see. I don't know what you guys call each other. Okay, well, I'll take your word for it. If you say you have a thing, then you have a thing. Who am I to get in the middle of that? As a matter of fact, I don't want to get in the middle of that. As long as she looks malnourished but has a big set, Hemi is game. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Does she have a sister you could introduce me to? Women can't resist Hemi. When did this discussion all of a sudden become about Hemi? I want this discussion be about me. But anyway, you can talk about Hemi. I'm gonna pee. I've been saying I gotta pee for the last 2 hours and get a snack. Brit says, sister, I can stand up. Are there any women in the channel, like actual women, not people pretending to be women, like Mrs. Heminger? Like, remember I had that one African-American woman lady who was on welfare, or her husband was on welfare because he couldn't work, or he was too lazy to work, or he was making more money being on welfare than working, or a combination of any of those. She was on my live stream for that one time. I had an interesting question with that African-American lady also. I remembered I asked her the question. I don't know if you remember her, but I asked her a question and she balked or hesitated, and she couldn't give me a straight answer from what I remember. Well, because her hesitation was enough answer for me, because I asked her, okay, I asked her, so how old were you when you lost your virginity? She was, I think she said like 15 or 16. I think maybe 15. I don't want to say because she's black she lost her virginity early or anything like that, but I remember she was attractive. I'm sure she was very attractive when she was in high school or a teenager. But anyway, she said she lost her virginity at that time. And okay, so knowing what you know, so this is kind of an unfair question, knowing what you know now, and you had to pick two guys to lose their virginity to, your boyfriend at the time or BebotsOnly. I gave her two choices. The boyfriend, because she told me the story after he had sex with her. After the guy took her virginity, he took off and try to get some other black girl's virginity. Is I think is what she told me. And then I told her I would have never done that to her. I I would still be talking to her still. If we didn't work out, we'd still be friends at least. And that's when she hesitated. Was the funny conversation? Well, maybe same thing, but the girls over here. If we give them a choice whether to have they give their virginity to someone like me, who can put them through school, or have a community behind them that can put them through school, or an addict who will just get them pregnant, and then she has to go sell herself to support the baby now. And then while she looks for a foreigner to support the baby, and then she has another baby with another guy at the same time, and then all of a sudden it's a no-brainer. Yeah, number one, first, I've been doing this for a long time and I've never gotten anyone pregnant. Because here in the Philippines, they have a what's weird is it's in the culture. It seems to be against their religion to pull out. The pull out method is I asked them, why they have so many kids, or with other women, and it's like, well, why don't you guys pull out? And he said, oh, I can't do that because that's part of the thrill. I go, you don't need to. I mean, the thrill is still. I told him the thrill is still there. The downside is a lifetime of suffering for an innocent person. And they're looking at me like, well, what's your point? Us Americans, we have no problem doing that. We almost make a game out of it. But the Filipinos, they just refuse to. They're just like, what? Are you crazy? Why are you doing it then? Don't even do it if you're gonna pull out. It's kind of the thing. Well, anyway, that's kind of a funny thing about Filipinos when it comes to, like, at least the pulling out for birth control. They just, it's like, I'd rather shoot myself in the foot in the foot than pull out, kind of thing. I was like, are you nuts? What the hell? like I'm so like I stuck a hamster up their butt or something like that by even suggesting pulling out or something like that. I was like, why don't you? It's like, he didn't intend. He got caught. I was talking to this guy. It's like, it was a scene, and then they got pregnant and all that. And like, well, why don't you just pull out then? So anyway, so that's the problem here in the Philippines. They don't believe in the what is it, coitus interruptus. So that's why they have so many kids, and a lot of the women have so many different fathers. And the problem with women is once they get pregnant once, they want to get pregnant again. It's over here in the Philippines. It's like pregnancy is like tattoos. Once you get one, after a while you want to get another one. So it's like, and they don't really care if it's the same dad or if it's another dad, just as long as they get pregnant again. And go figure. But I don't want to do that to my family or my wife and my kids. And that's why I could always get another girl pregnant, but why would I do that to my child, and grow up without a father? I mean, if I'm gonna have a child, I want it to have a full-time dad, and I can't do that with a girlfriend or a mistress outside. So I never do it. Oh, you never have a mistress or a girlfriend outside? No, I just make sure I never get anybody pregnant outside of my marriage. Anyway, both. The answer is both. Kryptonite to Filipinas, pulling out and condoms. Yeah, Miss Heminger, you stole that. So let's scroll up here and let me. Jogging time for assisted living residents. I thought it was bingo time for assisted living. Around this time, isn't it the time for bingo? Bingo time, just like in Better Call Saul. Let me go back to the comments here. I still need to go to the bathroom. I haven't left to go to the bathroom yet. I don't know. I just get to a point where the fullness of my bladder just got used to it. It's like, oh, you know what? He's not going anywhere for a while, so I'm not going to remind him that he needs to go to the bathroom. Sister, sister, you're bro, not here to protect you. Tickle, I love a big rack. Okay. Brit, I can't stand up myself. Okay. Hemi has a thing with his hand. Got it. Mr. Brit. I don't know who Mr. Brit is. Brit is broke. I don't know who that is. I figured out what who FSB is, but I don't know who Brit is. So you need to hit the road gathering up girls again. Yeah, I could do that, but right now I have bigger fish to fry and save my own skin at the same time. Wants to see a train wreck. I mean, that's natural. We all want to see a train wreck. Even I want to see a train wreck. Heidel says, I'm a girl. No, you're not a girl. You didn't even talk like a girl. Professor X followed your advice in the Philippines and got robbed and died of a heart attack. Yeah, I didn't know that he got robbed. You told me he died of a heart attack. A Digital Underground says, I remember that she was a nurse. Yes, she was a nurse. She was trying to be a doctor. She said she was planning on being a doctor, but she became a nurse instead. So if anybody can find her, I would love to talk to her again. So thanks, Digital Underground, for remembering what she said. But do you remember when I asked her the question, which one would she would rather lose her virginity to, me or her ex-boyfriend? And the answer was definitely not her boyfriend, not her ex-boyfriend. That's for sure. She was kind of bitter about that. Emmy's love has a sister, but I need to warn you, she needs a working air conditioning all the time. Otherwise, she strips down to keep cool. Hey, you make it sound like it's a bad thing. Go, go, Bobo sisters. I am from New York, female, 45. All right. Well, can somebody confirm that sister is a female, 45 from New York? And what the hell is she doing here? Because usually this is full of men and haters. I don't really run into a lot of women. I don't really see what the attraction for women to be in this live stream. For me, anyways. So jogging time and bingo time for the assisted living residents, John Doe says. You got many super chat today. I don't got super chat. I wish I had super chat. I threw the BebotsOnly Vendetta. I created a PayPal account for that, so if anybody's interested, it's there. If not, no big deal. I just put it there. I'm one of those people that I put it there just in case I need it. It's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have whatever. You guys know what I mean. She's long gone. She was just passing through, though. Passing through. I doubt she will ever find your channel again. Who will never find my channel again, Hemi? I'm not sure who you're talking about. Who's just passing through? Nobody just passes through BebotsOnly. Nobody gets past this train wreck. Hey, your John Doe, your aloe video still brings me joy. Okay. A Brit in the Philippines. After I lied to the viewers, yes. So a Brit in the Philippines. Am I familiar with the Brit in the Philippines? Has he been in this channel before? Donna loved attention. I'm surprised she quit. Sister says vasectomy. Yeah, it's a good thing. That's good family planning. So, if only every blogger was like me, the community would be better. Yeah. That's too bad. Too bad that will never happen. All John does is bring joy. Yeah, I agree with that. Even if I did disagree with it, I wouldn't go public with it. Hold on. Hold on. Your kryptonite. Yeah, John, you're deserving. Girlfriend number 2 goes on and on about wanting a baby from me. Shaq, I've never bothered me about having a baby. Maybe I'm that repulsive. Eh. I need to pee too. Go and flush it quickly. John Doe pregnant. John Doe if pregnant, the spinner balance is off. Yeah. Don't forget to wash your hands. Yep. Don't forget water running. Music to my ears. I thought, yeah. I did, but she was okay with getting on the pill. Good one, Heidel. What did Heidel say? Yeah, that is pretty good. The spinner balance is off. That's funny. See, that's the kind of funny we need to read. That's why I have moderators. Because if we don't have moderators, we're not going to see those kind of funny comments. Never used a condom. Me neither. I can't use a condom. But I did a. I'm sure I did an 8-hour live stream on why I can't use a condom. So far, no slip ups. We are all women now. And the thing with the lips again, I don't get it. After the reading HIV stats. He the dude that the lady farmer had to run off? Who? Who's a lady farmer? I'm gonna use protection. Ladyboy, sex is very risky. Not no more than my channel going under. I didn't know your channel was going under. Was internet and smartphones allowed in prison? No, they're not allowed in prison. Harriet. Brit live streams hours depend on how long his wife is on tempo mode. Ooh, that's usually anywhere between 4 to 8 hours at tempo mode. I think the longest I've ever suffered through is like 1 day. Usually the next day it's gone. Maybe 2 days at the most. But it really depends. It really depends on what you do. So, but the fastest cure for tampo is like the makeup sex. I mean, usually it gets to a point where they just tampo on purpose, so you'll have makeup sex. So it gets to a point where like it's work. You know, they tampo and it's like they do it. You know, they just can't ask for it. You know, they have to tampo about it. So it's kind of a long process. I mean, if that's what you wanted, well, if you would have just done your job, then I wouldn't have to tampo. Okay. Either way, it's a lose-lose situation. You still gotta go do your duty, do your duties. She's always in tampo when the pizza is being delivered. Is she pregnant again, craving pizza? Is Harriet a woman? Harriet, are you an actual female? JDC. JDC, did you lose weight or work out while you were in prison? Okay, you know what? I can answer that question. Yes and no. There's no workout or exercising in prison. It's just like one big veal farm. When you've got like a room that's only like 18 feet by 20 feet, and it's filled to capacity with only one bathroom and 150 people. There's really no room to exercise. So I spend most of the day either lying in bed or sitting up, reading or writing, and it becomes very dangerous because you develop a lot of lesions in your butt because you're hardly standing up. So you're always in a position where your butt is always touching something. So you develop a lot of boils on your butt, a lot of pimples on your butt, because it's always in contact. It never, so it's always, and in prison, it's humid, it's hot. Every burp, every fart, every cough is just like right up in your face. You smell it all. You smell, everybody, cheap, like eggs is cheap food. So you smell eggs all the time. Is somebody making eggs? No, it's usually somebody just farting. Mark is in the guest house like Kato Kalin. I No, like I said, I haven't been sleeping well, like I said, because of and usually what I'll do is I'll do something to try not to sleep, but it just makes it worse. Because the more I try to sleep, the more I'm not sleepy. But I figure if I try not to sleep, then I'll become sleepy. I figured out, like, since Saturday, I'll go, you know what, I'll stream until I get tired. But look, it's almost 5 o'clock and I'm still not tired. But that's funny. I like the OJ reference, Hemi. It reminds me of the OJ discussion I had with Aaron Wilson, and I don't even know what happened to that guy. So here's the when you ask me. So let me go back to the question: Did I lose weight? Yeah, before I went into prison, I lost like 100. I was like 185 pounds, and then at my lowest, I was like 160 pounds. I lost like 20. Yeah, I lost like 25 pounds. But the problem is once you get out of prison, prison diets don't work, because once you're out of prison, you gained it all back plus 10 pounds, because you're like, oh man, you're like eating like there's no tomorrow. You're eating like you're going back to prison again. So that's kind of what I'm dealing with. And then, so there's no exercise. It's like a veal farm. You want to make sure that so I lost a lot of weight, but I think I gained it all back right now in like the last week or week and a half that I'm here. What else did I want to say about the exercise? Yeah, no exercise, no human rights. You don't have any rights to exercise. It's not like you have a couple of hours where you're out or anything. You're just stuck in jail the whole time. Harriet's this one's not mine. Harriet's a man. Okay. I We sleep in separate bedrooms. You have a bed bug workout prison. What happens? That's what happens when you're on a live stream for 12 hours. Okay. Was the food bad? Usually the food consists of like this broth. There's no meat, there's no vegetables, there's no nothing in this broth. And the broth doesn't even taste like much. And a cup of rice. So you have like porridge or lugao in the morning, like a small cup of lugao. And then you have a cup of rice in the afternoon with some broth, and another cup of rice in the evening with broth. So it's just like broth and rice. Making eggs and you have your own kitchen? Yes and no. You could actually, they have like this gas stove, this like portable gas stove there, and you have to pay to use it. It's like 10 pesos for 5 minutes worth of cooking. So you could do that. And you normally, if you have visitors, you could have eggs be brought to you. But if you don't have any visitors to bring you food, then you just kind of suffer through the broth and the rice. So yeah, the food was that bad. But if you have visitors, then they can bring you food. The problem is if you bring food, they search the food, and what they do is they have this stick that they stab the food with to make sure that there's no contraband in there, like drugs or weapons or escape tools. And then they stick the stick back in their armpits, and then they stick it back into the next food that they search. So it's not very sanitary when it comes to. But it's, if you're hungry, you'll eat anything, even if they stuck their armpit stick in there. Really? Another person, Kevin Thailand, died of cancer? I did not know that. Expose him at a meetup with Kevin? I did not know that. Did I have a boyfriend in jail? No, but one came on to me in terms of what do you mean coming on to you? Well, gays. They have gays there that come on to you, and the number one reason why they come on to you is because they need support. They're willing to exchange their specialty, the needs of a man in exchange for like food or I mean it's mostly food that they're looking for because because without food you're gonna die of malnourishment there. But I said, we could be friends, but I really am not in. I could be friends and I could help you out, but I'm not really interested in. I don't plan on being in prison in that long, and I'm not at that age where I really need to get sexual satisfaction, even if it's from another man. I just couldn't do it. So, did I have a boyfriend? No, but I was uh, I was approached by several gays whether they could. But what's what, how about women? Was I offered women? I guess the answer is yes. But my problem with that answer is I I I I can't get it up when it comes to prison women. Prison women with their tattoos and their haggard looks and just doesn't do it for me. Was my problem when it came to prison women. So no boyfriend and no girlfriend while I was in prison. Maybe if I was there long enough, I probably would start contemplating it because I was when me and the people there would be talking and some of the subjects would be discussing is because I would tell them stories about, for example, Thailand, because we're in prison. We sometimes talk about gay stories. I have a lot of gay stories actually, but I don't want to touch on that today. I can't even finish my other story that I started. But let me bring up this one conversation that when you're in prison, you just kind of that's how you start talking. You start saying things that you normally wouldn't say outside. But we were talking. I was explaining to them, in Thailand, the most beautiful woman in Thailand. I said the most beautiful woman. Think about the most. I tell the people there in prison. Think of the most beautiful woman ever. Give me a name. Think of the most beautiful woman ever, and they'll give me a bunch of names. They're kind of like local celebrities, but for me, let's say Jessica Alba back when she was in her prime before she did Fantastic Four, when she was doing Flipper and when she was doing Dark Angel. Jessica Alba, so hot, right? And I said, think of the most beautiful woman. I'll go, all right, Jessica Alba in her prime. Because in Thailand, the most beautiful woman in Thailand is a man. And they went, huh? Really? Yeah. And everybody in Thailand will tell you, yeah, there's no argument there. The most beautiful woman in Thailand is a man. It's just that's just a given fact. And then then the next question I'll ask him is, are you down if the most beautiful woman I know, let's say it's Jessica Alba, everything about Jessica Alba is the same. She just happened to have that something extra special package. She can tuck it in, hide it, whatever, but it's still there. And I ask the guys in prison, it's like, are you down with that? Are you game for that? They're like, they have to think about it. And then it's like, huh. And my answer is like, well, Jessica Alba is pretty hot back in her prime. She just happened to be a man, and I've been in prison for so long. Even I started thinking about it. I mean, I guess if I was drunk enough, I said, I'll just drink until I don't think about it. That was my answer. I would have never said yes if I wasn't in prison. But when you're in prison, it's just like your mind starts playing tricks on you. It's like when you're so hungry that you start seeing objects as like hot dogs, and it's almost like that Bugs Bunny cartoon where those guys chasing each other because they start like looking like hamburgers. And if Jessica Alba was like offered her, was there and she offered herself to me, but she was a man, I go, is there any alcohol in here so I can forgive myself afterwards? I don't want to strangle her after the fact. I don't want to pull a Pemberton. The Pemberton in prison or in the Philippines is kind of like a verb now. You just got Pembertoned. So back to the comments. So, oh wait, here's a good question. Can you run in place? Can you run back and forth in the area inside? Yes, but it's hard to motivate yourself because it's like if you don't do it today, you'll just do it tomorrow, and then like tomorrow never comes. You could, but it just feels so pointless when you do. Right now, when I first got out, just walking makes my back sore. So that's how bad shape I'm in. So Paul says, did you get COVID in prison? Yes, absolutely. We all got COVID in prison. Once one person got it, everybody got COVID. And it wasn't that bad. When I got COVID, I could still taste. I couldn't tell I could only tell my symptoms were I still could taste things, but I couldn't tell what it was. I could tell if it was something sweet or if it was something salty or if it was something sour. But if I ate something sweet, one was strawberry and one was chocolate, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference because they both tasted the same, but it was sweet. And if the same thing, if you gave me something salty, I couldn't tell if it was chicken or if it was beef because all I tasted was the saltiness. And then after that, so my first symptoms when I got COVID was I got this nasty headache. And then after that, it was followed with my taste disappeared. And the first night I got COVID, when I started showing symptoms, I woke up in the middle of the night and I got the nastiest shivers. I was like shivering so bad. I was like, I had the nastiest flu and fever. And for me, I was fine because I just overdosed on Tylenol. I actually had Tylenol from America at that time that I had the boss give me, my wife give me before it was the pandemic lockdown. I always had antibiotics. I always had antibiotics and pain, Tylenol and ibuprofen in case I got in trouble. So I just took four Tylenol, followed it afterwards. The next day I was fine. But there were people out there, that didn't have Tylenol and they just had to go through the shakes, and it got bad. Nobody died. If anybody died, maybe I think one person died, but that person was already dying. So it's not really fair but if you were healthy, nobody died in prison from COVID, but everybody got COVID. And so I'm immune. So I got prison COVID. Gringo Punter asked, did you have your cheeks busted? That's the biggest misnomer when it comes to prison. Sex, there's no need for forced sex in prison because there's so many people willing already. So you don't need to force people to have sex because there's people that are already wanting to have sex. So there's a lot of prison sex, but it's not forced. It's actually in demand. So how do you pay? Do you have a wallet? You're allowed to carry at least 2,000 up to 2,000 pesos with you at any time. So what you do with the money, I'll mention that another time. So if no one has money or visitors, then you're on a rice and broth diet, and that would cause malnutrition. Yeah, I actually watched one person in my prison cell, because you're in prison and you don't have individual dorms or rooms like in America. You're in one room like 18 feet by 20 feet, like most bedrooms or master bedrooms, and you're sharing it with 50 other people, and it's all people sleeping on the floors on these bunks with plywood. So what's the question here? Yeah, one of the people there eventually, when he I think he was waiting for his trial to finish. His case was murder. There was three of them: the maid, the houseboy, and the tricycle driver. And what it was the a retiree pensioner lady, and she never had her own kids, so she adopted a baby. And what they did the driver, the houseboy, and the maid conspired to kill the pensioner, the lady of the house. And what happened was they were trying to stab her, but the baby got in the way, so they ended up stabbing the baby. The baby died, and the lady was supposed to die, but she survived, and she testified against those three, and those three was convicted. But it took like 6 years, and during those 6 years, that guy slowly, one of the guys that was in my prison cell, he slowly wasted away and died before he got sentenced. The other three members of the people that killed that lady got sentenced to like I think because it was murder. It was because it was two people, the baby and so I think it was 40 years. So they're never gonna get out of prison. But the person that died from malnourishment died before he was sentenced, and because he didn't have any support, he didn't have anybody sharing food with him. I mean, I tried to share food with him, and I try to give him money whenever I can, but I couldn't do it all the time. And and if you just lived on prison food, and if you have no visitors or anything like that, then you could always find ways to get food or to extort food or to beat up people for food. Me, when it comes to me, I usually give people food. If I extra, I never wasted food, and I usually exchange food for favors or things like that. If I wanted my clothes washed or my dishes cleaned or something like that, then you could exchange food for favors. But you will die of malnutrition. So if you don't have a visitor, then you do work for somebody, and then they'll give you food. But this person didn't, and if you don't do that, then you will die of malnutrition slowly. Did someone touch you? No, but like I said, there are people that like to shower together, and what they do while they're showering together, it's up to them. But I usually like to shower alone. When I was in detention, my first time I showered, I mean, it's not shower. You took a bath. I took a bath with like five other people, and because there's only one bathroom. So the first time I took a bath with five other people. There's only one bathroom, one toilet. So anytime in the bathroom at any time, if there's like 100, 150 people, one's taking a dump, 3 to 5 people are taking a bath in its little tiny bathroom. Okay, somebody's preparing food for dinner, because that's where the water is, or somebody's washing dishes at any time. That's going on all the time simultaneously. So it got to a point where I didn't feel like having baths with other people. So I'm up anyway, like 3 a.m. in the morning, and take a bath, so I could take a bath by myself without like 20 other people taking a bath at the same time. I usually wait until everybody's asleep. And even then, it's like the bath goes on 24 hours. During the day, if you want to take a bath during the day, then you do it with like 20 other people. But if you want to take it at night where everybody's asleep, it's more civil, and that's what I usually did. Until I became mayor, then I could take a bath anytime I want or poop anytime I want. So I only pretty much suffered only like that for like a month and a half until I became a mayor. Once I became a mayor, then I can poop and pee and take a bath and not have to wait in line because I'm the mayor. That's one of the privileges you have. Not mayor is what it's called, because a mayor is a political person. A mayor is the person in charge. Freaking busted for his teen scenes. Yeah, that's me. Paul, that's a phony conclusion by Allah. Doesn't people biggest Allah is a poor order of evidence. Okay. Like human there. Let me read the comments here. I still have to go to the bathroom. And what is it now? Almost going 5 hours. It's like 5 a.m. in the morning here. It's like usually I need to log off if I hear the kids rustling upstairs. When I hear movement upstairs, it's like, oh, I better get off before they catch me that I'm live streaming. I think the boss was really against me, like doing vlogs again and live streaming. She just says, why do you have to do that? I mean, that's why you got in trouble in the first place. And I said, so that's why I had to wait until they went to sleep before I could start live streaming. Does that make sense? So let's go to the comments here. Did I see any gang rapes? No, like I said, there's no rapes because it's a voluntary thing. If you want to have sex over there, there's plenty of people that will voluntarily have sex with you, even with multiple people. Some people are very discreet about it, some are not. When they're not discreet about it, it's very uncomfortable. I just have to kind of turn the other way and pretend I'm asleep. It's kind of like when you're in college and your roommate brings a girl over, and then they're like making all this noise, and they're on their side of the room while you're trying to pretend that you're asleep, not looking. I think. Well, actually, mostly it's now. Well, anyway, back to the comments here. Let me read the comments. Let me get caught up because I know everybody writes the comments so I can read them. So if you're let me read the comments. Give me a second. Get COVID in prison. Yeah. Do you have wallet? Rice diet. Hello. Hemi said, if you're sentenced to life in prison, would you have done it with the gays? No, no, Hemi, because if you have money, you can work something out with the women there, so I don't have to deal with the gays. So go figure. Is it co-ed? No, but you can make arrangements. So surprised they allow that. Like I said, it's the criminals that run the prison. There's always a deal to have. Yeah, but I really don't like to talk about the politics in prison. I mean, I don't know. It's not like, well, it's not like you're burning any bridges if you talk about it. It's not like you're going back there. Well, yeah, I don't plan on going back there, but I prefer to be shot and killed before I go to prison again. Looks don't bother the bloggers. I'm sure Mark would have adjusted to a peg leg pirate each. I couldn't, even after several months or years. I just couldn't. It's just not my thing. Gang rapes. Were there any other foreigners in prison? Yes, that's a good question. There were one. There was, like I told you, there was one foreigner. Well, when I had to go to be processed in where the cybercrime. There was one there, and I talked to him briefly, and I asked him what his situation was. He was charged with human trafficking. Also, he worked at the Marriott Hotel, and what he was doing was he was paying a girl to do live shows for him. And apparently, I don't know how the police got involved, or she was extorting money from him, and because he was sending money to her and maybe she needed a big payday or something like that. But somehow I don't know how what the details are, how the police got involved in their little show. The private show didn't become private, so so he came to the Philippines to meet the girl. And I think the first thing people will say was she underage? And no, I don't think that was the case. The case was that he was paying a girl for to be for sexual oriented material, like a live show. I'm sending you money, you show me your rack, or you play with yourself or something like that. And there was evidence of it, and that was what he was also charged with: human trafficking. Anytime you pay someone for sex involved, whether you do the trafficking or not, you always got charged with it. Whether they prove it in court or not is another thing. So there's really, you know, no other in cybercrime. So for the people who do those private shows, that's a big possibility, because once it's online, it's kind of out there, and anybody can kind of grab it and use it against you. So just be careful if you're going to do these live shows. Do it I guess in an established place. They'll do it privately. Do it through these studios or something. And if you do, and you suddenly create this relationship with a live show girl, it's really not somebody you can trust. And well, then you're saying, oh, what about you, BebotsOnly? You trusted them. Well, at least they weren't live show girls. So I would never trust a live show girl person. I wouldn't have many dealings with a live show girl. Well, because you don't need to do live shows because you're actually there, BebotsOnly. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, well. Anyway, the point is, it's risky if you do something like that. So if you're gonna do it, keep that in mind, that you could that whatever interaction you had could be used against you, and you might be stuck here like that one foreigner did. So that was the only foreigner I saw. But there's another one, but he was I think Indian or Pakistani, but his business was for people who didn't pay their debts. He would kidnap them and ransom them until they paid off the debt and the interest. He was there, but he was working for a bigger. He's not like a main. He's just one of the main guys, but there was someone he was actually working for, and he was actually killed to keep him quiet. And I don't know who it was to keep him quiet. Maybe his boss was made sure it was. But anyway, he was killed. He was also on the news. What happened? What happened? And there's a lot. It's like, how did it happen? Well, things happen. So it was an ambush, and yeah, there was armed police there also, but they're fine. So everybody kind of knows what happens, but you don't really want to come out and go on record. So that kind of answers your questions. Yes, there are other foreigners, but they're like other foreigners that are not American also. You're gonna, if you tuck, I roll. At least you can have something to hold on to while you're shoving. I'm not really keen on that reference, but go on. To Audrey, that's a question. One must come to realize the truth. More lips. Message retracted. Every hole is a goal. This answers a lot of questions about and ladyboys. Got it. And it would be fine for sex and pre. I think it would. Yeah, ladyboy. Well, they're. How many people got? We got 20 people on the show. So thanks for everybody who came for the first show. I didn't really think I was gonna live stream, but like I said, why not? I just wanted to test it out. I was just kind of messing around with the controls, and until I decided, you know what, I'll go ahead and stream, see where it goes. Still not right. Married. Okay, would you feel better if I wasn't married? Okay. If I had a choice, there was a time where my wife had, remember, she had appendicitis, and there was, the doctor called me in the middle of the operation into the operating room. I go, what the? Why the hell is the doctor calling me in the middle of the operating room? It should be just a simple procedure. You go in there, you take out the appendicitis, and then you close up and you get out. Why do I need to go in the middle of the operating room? Well, while she was in there, while she's in there, why is the surgeon calling me in there? So it was, I was in the waiting room. The nurse goes in. She already went into surgery. She got already prepped. Left her in there. Me and the kids went back into our private room. All of a sudden, like a half an hour or an hour into the surgery, I get the nurse says the doctor or the surgeon is asking for you to come into the operating room. I'm like, what the hell, man? why are you asking me to go in the operating room for what? To tell me that she's dead or something like that? But that was the only time that I thought I was gonna ever be single again. So part of that was kind of, some of that was kind of like, what? Was there a complication? It wasn't appendicitis. It was something else, and then couldn't save her, and now I'm single again. How tragic, at the same time, yet fascinating. So if I was single again, then maybe Mountain Man wouldn't be so upset. But no, it was, she survived. It was the doctor. I just asked me that now that the boss was under, he started feeling where the appendicitis was, and there was this large hard mass where the appendix was, and he said he couldn't do that through scope. He said because originally our consent was that we were going to scope the appendicitis so that it would be a small scar, and he would just operate on it through the small incisions for the instruments. But after he showed me, that's what we consented for. But after he showed me where how large the mass was and how hard it was, he goes, I don't want to go through in this approach because I don't know what that is. I mean, it's large. So he had to get consent from me to enter through the abdominal aponeurosis and make it. It looks like she had a big old amateur C-section going down her stomach. So it was. I remember I had pictures of it. It was a huge, festering appendix. So she would never be able to drag it out through the scope. But anyway, that's the side story. I worked on gay porn films. Okay. I'm already scheduled for a live stream. I don't know. I don't think anybody wants me to be on a live stream right now. Freebird, the best real news about COVID-19 I've heard anywhere. We all got COVID. Yep, we did. Peter predicted that I would be released because it's against the law to use minors. No, I didn't get released. It is against the law to use minors, but I didn't get released. I didn't get released because of that reason. I had to go through the whole trial, and I had to be judged. Not because it was a technicality. If it was a technicality, then I didn't need to be judged and it would be thrown out. But since it wasn't. So he was right and he was wrong. It's like he was right that it was against the law, but no, I didn't get off on that. I didn't get off because of that. He got his master's in Taco Bell. Yeah, you're depending on the government in a third world systemic corrupt country. The government allocates whatever $1 to the prisoner in one day, and then that $, after it goes through several hands, there's no more $. You're lucky if you're lucky you get the rice and the broth. Who? because I was in jail, not a prison. Well, I go back and forth. Jail, prison, it's all the same. Uh, Oops, hold on. I need to scroll up again. Uh, hmm, stale bread. Please go to the bathroom. Yes, I need to go to the bathroom. Separate family time is always accessible. Do you see any sex happening with your own eyes? And if so, where is it done? I depends. Usually, I don't want to talk about. I don't want to talk about where the sex is being done. You survived being in jail, but not on UTI. I had Cipro, so I really didn't have UTI, but there were some people that did have UTI, and I actually gave them Cipro antibiotics when they did. When I was the mayor, I was responsible to make sure that people didn't die also, because if somebody died, then I would be blamed for it. So nobody died from UTI. I made sure that I would give people medicine if they needed it. So let me ask. Okay, for example, so we had these triple decker bunks, and I'm on one bunk, and then there's like bunks on either side of me. There may be like could be anywhere between like 2 or 3 feet apart. And the gays and the guys, they love the gays. So if you wanted to give a gay to give you pleasure, oral pleasure, let's call it, what you would do is you would you would get a sheet or a blanket, like a sheet, like a blanket sheet. Well, it's not a blanket, like a sheet. You kind of put it over your body, and that's telling the gay that, hey, you want some action, and the gay would slide his head under the sheet, and then next thing his head's kind of bobbing up and down under the sheets. So that's kind of like another another example of that could happen anytime. And I kind of you just close your eyes, and then sometimes I'll wake up and in the middle of the night, and then that's not really a scene I want to wake up to, so I just keep my eyes closed, because it's not a visual that helps me sleep. I why don't you report things to the prison? Because like I said, it's the criminals that run the prison, and then but you want to report the people that run the place while you're still in prison. It's not a good idea. It's If anything, they'll just make your life harder. I mean, life is hard enough already in prison. You don't really want to do anything that'll make your life harder. You really have nothing to gain by reporting anything while you're still in prison. What are you expecting? Human rights? Oh, they find ways. How do they have sex? Oh, they'll find ways. Does jail have jobs for people? Yeah, they do. They have jobs for people, but not like jobs where you can get paid money. It's just like an exchange to get privileges. And he says, if you were sentenced to 40 years, would you have tried to escape or kill yourself? I don't think I would have tried to escape or kill myself. I would have done like what those other people did during the COVID crisis. In the big house in Muntinlupa, what they did was they had like 20 people that died from COVID with like 20 death certificates. And like I said, we had COVID in our prison and nobody died. And we had like, I think 600 people. And if you're if you're young and relatively healthy, no, you didn't die. But 20, all of a sudden, 20 rich big time prisoners died in Muntinlupa, and they had death certificates to prove that they were dead. Where they were actually dead, we don't know, but they're not there anymore because they're supposed to be dead. So that's probably what I would have done. I would have probably purchased their birth certificate so I could disappear, change my name, get plastic surgery so I'm not Bebots Only anymore, because Bebots Only has a death certificate. That's what they were insinuating in the news when that happened. It's like, why are all these 20 people, like big time rich, that died from COVID with death certificates, all rich? And he says, what are you trying to say? The jail warden says, what are you trying to say? You're trying to say we faked their deaths? It's like, yeah, that's what we're trying to say. Well, prove it. There's nothing you can prove in jail. You guys want to come on this show? Well, it's already 5 hours, so I don't really, not really at the point where I really need a guest right now. What is it? What about filming freelancers in person for the act? I haven't read anyone being arrested for the girls are over age. Yeah. No, I'm just telling you, maybe that's just a red herring. It was just one story. But I'm just saying, if it could happen to you, if it could happen to him, it could happen to anybody. There's a case in the United States who killed his family because they stopped giving him money for his live show girl. Well, that's as human beings, I mean, we have to try to reach out and touch somebody, even if it's through the internet. I mean, what was that movie Demolition Man, where that's, they in Demolition Man, people had sex, but they didn't actually touch each other. They just kind of connected themselves through a computer to have sex, and they didn't actually touch each other. So that's the Demolition Man was kind of like saying what the future is. So that's what the future is. I mean, hey, I would be upset also if this is my only means of having any sexual contact, and somebody took my money away. Somebody took my live sexual money away. Did they have shabu in the prisons? Yes and no. Not when I was mayor, but if you have a drug addict that's the mayor, then yes, you definitely have a lot of drugs, and they need to. And then it's for them, it's a big, huge income. Why pay when it's free? I agree. Go, go, go. Was there a toy hidden? Am I assuming you know about Kobe Bryant? Yeah, I know about Kobe Bryant dying. And you know what I noticed once is, like, I got out and, like, all of a sudden everybody's vlogging. All the vlogs that I used to do in the Philippines, like I would do car vlogs, I would do restaurant vlogs, I would do all kinds of other vlogs. All of a sudden, it's like food vlogs. It's like everybody's doing vlogs now. So it's just so weird to see so many people locals doing vlogs now, vlogs that I used to do. Even when I would do car vlogs, the place that I used to go, now they do their own vlogs. I guess because I wasn't vlogging anymore at their place, they figured that they do it themselves. So that's kind of like the funny thing I noticed while I was out. When I came out, it's like, man, everybody's got a vlog now. Before, I was the only one really doing the vlogs, like a variety of different vlogs. What do you have to say about a guy like Mary the Fairy getting married to a poor old woman, moving her to the USA, and shortly after moving full time to do? I don't know. That's that's his life. Oh, Aaron's channel is still up. Oh, Mark the lawyer is still up. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people disappeared around the time I did. Okay, I'm caught up in the comments. I read them all. I tried to comment on all of them. I don't hear the kids shuffling upstairs yet. Like I said, I don't want to get caught vlogging. I might be in the doghouse if she finds out that I've been vlogging all night. So I want to stop vlogging before they wake up. Do you guys understand that? So I'm kind of vlogging behind their back because because the boss is not really keen on me vlogging. They're doing a show about me. I feel so special. Thank you if they do a show about me. Like I said, when it comes to the internet with everybody vlogging, there's no such thing as bad publicity. Any publicity is good publicity. So it would probably it's good. I got 22 people now. So I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna get a snack, and I think this is a good time because everybody kind of slowed down with their questions. Maybe I can go back to telling my story. Where did Tickle Me Down there go? What happened to Tickle? Wasn't he here before? I wanted to finish the story about his son or his daughter. What the hey? Hold on a second. Need to check something. I'm using Hero's phone. I wanna use that instead of the. I don't want to be clicking around and freeze the. Okay. Hemi says, lips became fashionable since you left to YouTube. What's with the lips? Can somebody explain to me what's with the lips? I don't get it. Somebody, anyone? I don't get the lips. Well, what does it mean? Is that like, all right? And 5 hours of talking. See, please, somebody explain to me. I don't get. I don't want to. I don't. What is it saying? What? All right, I think. Is that what it is? All right. It's got to be something more than that. Then what? Why is everybody? I don't do it. I think emojis. I think it's gay. If you had to use I think if you're a woman, it's okay to use emojis. But if you're a guy and that's what you have to resort to, it's like scratch and sniffs. It's like little unicorn stickers. I mean, it's a girl thing. Big Kevin says, "Where's Taco Bell?" Actually, when I was in prison, I had a big, huge craving for Taco Bell. I used to eat that at least like once or twice a week when I was in America. But over here, I have this huge craving for it. Okay, bye, Mike. It looks like Mike has run out of steam here. Well, it's a girl. I think emojis is something girls use, and I think guys should avoid it. It's like unicorn stickers or scratch and sniff stickers. Actually, I actually like scratch and sniff stickers. And my favorite was like root beer. Oh gosh. Is Heidel really a girl? Anyway. All right. I really have to go to the bathroom and I'm gonna grab a snack and some water because my throat is getting dry. I haven't talked this long ever, and like since before I went in like 3 years ago. So where do you guys want me to continue the story? What else you guys want to talk about? The money? What do you want to talk about? So when I get back, I want to let me know so we were at Shakey's. Oh, I forgot to tell you before I go. Before I go, that juicy story. So look, Mike just left, so he's not going to be. I wanted to tell you guys something juicy. Remember, and I fell off the my concentration. Idol is a lady boy. You know, Hemi, I just don't have enough information on that subject to make an education opinion on. And the opinion I would say would just be based on what you told me. So I don't think that would be fair then, because it would be just your opinion, me emulating your opinion, because all the information just came from you. And I really don't have time to talk about him when I've got my own material that I need to talk about. Don't be shy. Being shy has nothing to do with it. I just have too much of my own I have my own topics to talk about than to talk about other people's topic. Replays the videos. What videos are what videos are being replayed? I mean, if you guys are saying it's true what you say he's doing, I mean that's that's I don't know. Okay, well I think I need to do number one, and I think I need to do number two also. It's been that late enough, and I've been eating a lot lately that I'm getting the urge. I've got a turtle head poking out. Who's Frank? Okay, so I'm gonna get back to that juicy tidbit that I was telling you guys about. Okay, when I get back. So don't go anywhere. I'm gonna finish that up, and then I'm gonna sign off before the boss finds out that I've been vlogging behind their back. I've been streaming behind their back. You guys understand that? I did. What was my comment on his show the other day? Yeah, if you guys want to talk about that, you can talk about it when he does his stream. Over here, we got to talk about me and what happened here. Okay, you guys discuss amongst yourselves. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Oh. Is John Doe still there? John Doe, make a comment if you're still there. Or is he playing bingo? Is it bingo night over there at the assisted living? Oh, there's John Doe. Be right back. I'm asking where, what's his name went? Tickle me down there. Is he still there? Because I wanted to finish his story. Because I have him and his sons and daughters having dinner with me at Shakey's and telling stories about how Bebots only got started. Yeah, Tickle is gone. He doesn't have the conviction like you guys do. Man, you guys stuck it out. You guys have been here since the beginning. By the way, for the moderators, thank you for keeping the chat room clean or constructive. I I've enjoyed the comments. I want to. Obviously I'm interested in reading all of them, and I will comment on them if I have something interesting or good or funny or informative to say if I can. Malate. I was there in Malate last Christmas. I've been thinking about Malate. Now, there's a good place that you could do where there's a lot of human trafficking that goes on. There's a lot of prostitution that goes on over there. Especially, they have a lot. They have a lot of those. They don't have in Malate. They don't have those bars like bars or bar grills or where you pay a bar fine. What they have now is those drinking clubs where you buy alcohol, like overpriced expensive alcohol, and then then you pick the girl to drink the alcohol with. So it's just ladies drinks, and then you have this girl to drink with. So you're paying a girl to drink with you. And I was actually surprised the quality of the girls in those drinking places. But the way it was set up is that the girls were there just to drink with, to table with, and to drink with. That's where you're talking about $50, $100, where you spend $50 to $200 on drinking or ladies' drinks. But I have to admit that the quality of the girls that they have in those places are higher quality. Now, now, do those drinking places offer prostitution? No, they just offer drinking. But if there was any arrangement that goes on, it would be between you and the girl, and it would have to be off campus or off the premises. So that way, they're not liable for human trafficking, but they are to a point where they're promoting it. You know, where you get you're paying a girl to drink with you. And of course, if a girl's drinking with you and she's hot and you're drunk, you're going to proposition her whether you want to see her again. But that's just such a long ball, long term kind of situation with the drinking girl. I don't know. I just, if we go there and we want to do the usual prostitution, human trafficking thing, then we go to right there, LA Cafe, pick out one of the girls, eat, take her out, do your thing in your room. If you want to see her again, then you wait a day or 2 days or 3 days when the money runs out, or the money runs out after a day. You'll see them coming back working again at the pickup bar, resto bar, and then uh, instead of her going to the resto bar, you just call her straight up and join you in a room afterwards if you want more something longer and more significant. But then you have this short-term relationship with this is your girlfriend during your 2 week vacation. I mean, we know what it is for what it is. I and there's nothing wrong with that. But that's the scene in Malate. Mm-hmm. Did they let you film them in the bedroom? I don't really want to film them, but there was one girl that I interviewed afterwards, and I uploaded her to my that other channel. What's that other that video channel? I didn't upload her on YouTube. And he said he saw that video. Yeah, she was different. I so I go, you haven't been working here that long when I first met her because you're still fresh. I said, but after 6 months, while she was still working there, I didn't recognize her anymore. Yeah, she had everything about her was nice. She had a nice face, nice legs, nice rack, nice skin. Everything was nice about her. She just wasn't, her performance wasn't, it was something that you would have to develop over time. I mean, I could work with her, but the fact that she was a bar girl in 6 months, I didn't recognize her anymore. So a guy was to film hookers in the street in Malate and asking, what's the legalities of that in the Philippines. I Legality. I mean, you'll just get your YouTube channel deleted. Is the worst case scenario. I think bar girls are too used to being hustlers. Yeah, I mean, you can't, you can't trust a bar girl or a prostitute, and you can't have a relationship with somebody you can't trust. That there's no trust with. Okay, I'm gonna get a snack or I'm gonna get something to drink, and I'll go back to my story. And don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I got some water, and I'm gonna continue my story. I don't think I'll finish it. Let's go back anyway. So, like I said, the cops, the police already had a search warrant ready to serve, and they could arrest me anytime. You know, right when I picked them up, before I picked them up, right when I picked them up, right when we were eating shakies, they could have arrested me there. But everybody was waiting. The news media was waiting. The social worker was waiting. They're all waiting for us to finish eating. Of course, the whole time they got the police's cell phone at the same time. So you're think. So I know exactly what you're thinking. I said from the very beginning they were all acting funny. That's why I said something smells funny. No, I'm not going to take you to a hotel because because something you guys are acting funny. Why are you guys like so insistent? Why did you call me after I blew you off? You never called me before. Why are you asking all these questions now? Why? I was just asking why. And I wasn't thinking the police at that time. It's like, we're just eating. Why? And I said, no, we're not going to go to a hotel because something's up. So let's see the comments here. Are you guys following me here? I remember a video you did and you filmed her dancing. Who would be dumb enough to try? So you guys follow what I'm saying about the story about something's fishy going on. I can't put my finger yet on it. So everybody was there. Everybody was in on the sting here. So, and you're asking me, well, if you think, how can you be so stupid, BebotsOnly? If everything was off and your spider sense was going off, then why did you still go to the hotel? Okay, follow that. Did everybody follow that? Everybody give me a yes if you follow that. That I was already convinced that something was off, something was fishy, something was telling me don't do this. There's something going on. I just didn't know yet. You can't really tell me the big head's thinking over the little head. What did Robin Williams said? Man was created with two heads, but the only problem is he only has enough blood to supply one at a time. So you really can't, because my head was working. I wasn't drunk. I wasn't on drugs. But what is going on here? So I didn't believe it. Yeah, okay. So here we go. There's the question. So why did I? Right? Because I'm not stupid. I think I finished college, so I've been around enough to know that, like, hey, you've seen me avoid problems and how I try to be careful and paranoid at the same time so nothing bad will happen. But this time I was paranoid. I was being careful. So why did I still go? How can you be so stupid? If you said all those things, that they were acting funny and they were, you didn't like it. You told them, let's not do that. Why did you still do it? Why did you go through it? Like everybody says, why did you? You're there in your underwear. You're the girl. Why did you do it? That's the question everybody should be asking, right? And I should be able to answer because I was there. I actually knew what happened. I actually know why we still went ahead with it, even though every fiber of my being said, no, don't do it. You didn't even listen to yourself. Too much easy punan in the Philippines to compromise yourself. Yeah, that's true. But I try to take each punan on its individual basis, not based on my other experiences. And every girl has their own unique qualities, and that's what I love about them. So the question you're all asking is why. I should be getting like all these answers. Oh, because you're this, or because you're that, or because they slipped something in your drink or something like that. I drove 5 hours to meet those girls. Well, the ones in Angeles I used to. These ones are just only like just down the hill from me. We'll be releasing the transcripts of what was said in the hotel room. Yes and no. Will I be releasing them? Yes, but I don't know, to a limited capacity. I can't be just throwing everything out. I can't be. I mean, they'll be you'll see something. But let's get back to the convincing part. Okay. So we get to the point where we finish eating, and this is what the point where I'm saying, okay, time to go home now. Like we always do after we eat. Just go home. I'll give you some tricycle money. I'll give you some pasalubong to take to your family so they have something to eat. Then I go home, make love to my wife, finish, take the kids to football practice the next day, back to normal. So you guys get that so far? After the girls get me all riled up, I come home, wake up the boss, and say, "Hey, I got some tension I need to release." So, but that didn't happen. That didn't happen that night, and why? So after we ate, you guys follow so far. That that was supposed to be what happened. Like all the previous nights for the last 2 years have happened. But that night it didn't happen. Why? Because there's the police that were there, the parents were there, the social worker was there. Okay. So, but you said you didn't want to go. You refused. Yeah, I refused. Then why did you go? Well, they convinced me that they were serious this time. Well, how did they do that? Is the question you'd be asking. Because BebotsOnly, we know you. You're not dumb. It's gonna take some serious convincing for them to do that. What that is the question we should all be asking. What the hell did those two girls do? Maybe not to BebotsOnly, maybe to each other, to convince him that these girls were serious this time. Because, like most men, I'm just a man. And if a girl really wanted me to do something, I really have no defense. Heido, can you confirm that if you really want a man to do something, there's pretty much nothing he can do to stop you from making him do it? All you have to know what he wants. And every guy wants the same thing. It's no secret. All you have to do is show it to him. And he will do whatever it is that you want to do. Heidel, if you're a woman, can I get an amen or a hallelujah here? Heidel, can I get a witness? Heidel, can I get a hallelujah? Uh-oh. Here's Mountain Man here. I'm a suspect. He says here, let me translate to you guys. Mountain Man here is saying here that I am a suspect that I'm selling videos. I'm selling sex videos of minor girls. Heidel says, "Amen, sir. Praise the Lord." Do you guys get that? Do you guys understand what Heidel just said? Okay. I was guilty of being a man because a woman knows exactly, and I was in trouble. I was outnumbered. I had two women making sure that I wasn't getting out of this trap. And Heidel, if you're one of those girls and those police are waiting and there's a lot of money riding on the line here. I showed you how much money was riding on the line here. That there was no way I was getting out of this. No way whatsoever. They weren't letting me go. Green Girl Punter says it clearly says he was framed. Philippines Mountain Man says he found out on YouTube. Really, Hemi, where are these videos of these underage girls that I'm selling online to make money from? Because Philippines Mountain Man will believe anything that they tell him on YouTube. But that's what the newspaper said. That's what the girls were saying. So it must be true. Do you need evidence of it? Nah, you don't need the evidence. You just need to say it. Oh, John Doe, it's not what they said that convinced me because there's nothing you could do. After you triggered my spider sense, there's nothing you can say that will convince me. That is the answer. Mm, 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 mm. So yeah, Idol. There's actually two of them. Yeah, because if there was actually sex videos that I'm selling of minor girls, I'm sure Hemi would have found out by now. Because he's got stuff that I didn't even know existed. It wasn't Hemi. You sent me like pictures of the other girls, but that didn't come from me. Oh, you don't need to post the link of that. They've all seen it. I haven't seen it yet, but I don't need to see it because I was there. I don't think there's such a thing as an open and legitimate human trafficking. I think they're all illegitimate. Oh, it's from GMA, Mountain Man. So it must be true. So it looks like Heidel, are you catching my drift here about what happened? It's not what they said. It's what they did. Because once you get in my car, once we're in the car, all right, I'm gonna drive you home. No, no, you're not driving us home. Well, prove it. Prove it that there's gonna be some action going on, right, Heidel? Oh, Heidel understands. Too bad the smart guy wins. So Heidel, if you are a woman, so then you would understand. So what is it that they did? That is what you're gonna have to ask yourself, knowing what you know about Bebots only. What is it gonna take him to convince him to go down that trap? Yeah, I know, Hemi. Are my eyes brown? That dossier is pretty complete on me. I'm gonna have to let you go, and I'm gonna have to let your imagination run wild on that, though, because technically, I can't really discuss what happened, but they did some things to convince me that they were serious. Idol says sexual tension is an easy force. And let's not forget, there were two of them. Okay, two. Not one, but two. Go, you guys, go wild. Go buck wild on your answers there. I'm just saying they did something. Not necessarily to me, but they did something. And there was two of them. So go, boys. Let your imagination go wild, because I'm not going down without a fight here. Because uh, you know what? Talk is cheap. Convince me that it's rock and roll time. Go, boys. Go wild. I mean, I can't comment one way or another, but this is what I'm talking about. You're in my car. The windows are tinted. No one can see. The police are on the other side. And there's no payday for all of them if this doesn't go on. And if I just take them home, man, what the hell are the cops are gonna do? They got all dressed up. We all got dressed up for nothing. All right, we got the crew over here. All we got is pizza. No, 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 no. That ain't gonna happen. You got to make sure that he goes. Okay, we'll do whatever it takes. That's right. You will do whatever it is to make sure, even he's freaked out, to take away the freaked outness and put away all his fears and make this a go. The windows are tinted. We're all alone in the car. Now you got to convince me that it's time to rock and roll. Go, baby, go. I like it, Heidel. Let's put a finger on it. See, but I can't talk about that, right? I can't talk about it. The girls are not going to talk about it. I can't talk about it. The only people that are going to know what happened, the convincing, is me and those three girls. I'm never gonna say it. What happened? They're never gonna say that what they did happened. There's no one that's gonna ever come out and say what happened. That was the critical point right there. That it was at all. It was hinging on the tip of a blade. It could go one way or the other, and they needed to make sure not only that it was like a big old. They didn't push me; they shoved me through that trap. No, it was before the room. Okay, they needed to get me in the room, so they had to do something to get me into the room. What was that? What is that? Aussie girl, you dirty girl. Aussie girl, you're so dirty. Jazz on. Jazz on. Well, I'm a guy. You're a guy. We got two girls that want to go in a hotel room and they're trying to convince you to go. What's it gonna take for you, Jazz on or Jason? Let's hear it. What's it gonna take for you guys? Imagine you put yourself in my shoes. You're thinking, man, this is no way, nothing. There's nothing you can say that will make me go, that will make me take you. But you're me. What is it that they have to do to make you go? So think about that. So put yourself in my position. Pretend you're a man like me. You got these two young girls. They want to go to a hotel room, but you say, "No, I'm not taking you, man, because this is all bull. It's off. It's not right." So why are you so insistent? Why are you? I've never seen two girls that want to have sex with me. I had one girl have sex with me really bad, but I've never had two girls that have never had sex with me before want to have sex with me so badly that night that I had to take them to the hotel room. But I said, no, I didn't. You're just wasting my time. I've been there. I've been in that situation where I've taken a girl and nothing happened. And why should I believe this one? I didn't believe it. But they did something to make me believe it. What that is, you'll have to use your imagination. Hemi, is that what it's going to take to convince you? Just show you a video? I mean, you got two live girls right in front of you. Why do you need a video, Hemi? That's not going to convince me. Just because something you did on video doesn't mean that's something that you're going to do with me. Go, Do, go. I mean, you just say, you just comment what would it take to convince you? I can't comment one way or the other. When John Doe, when I was his age, I would have the same problem when I go over a speed bump. Hemi is being guilty of of being a man. Well, that makes two of us, Hemi. Guilty as charged. So there was no chance for me whatsoever. The girls were going to do whatever it takes to get me in there, and they definitely had the tools to make sure I didn't go anywhere. So I had to, it was on. It was on like Donkey Kong. You're definitely guilty of something. The minor look. Well, I know in Japan that's very popular. A girl could be like 20, 25 years old, just as long as she has that minor look. They really like. Which is worse, a 25-year-old that looks like a 10-year-old, or a 15-year-old that looks like a 18-year-old, or a 20-year-old? I guess it's what's the law? It's like it's you can get away if the girl looks older. Like I call it, what I call it is the Tracy Lords scenario. I mean, Tracy Lords made all her movies while she was only 16, but she looked 18. So you could run into that trap. You could run into that trap, but nobody got convicted from it. I mean, here's videos and tons of videos of many men having sex with an underage girl, but nothing happened to them because she looked 18. So it's kind of like the Tracy Lords scenario. Hello, Malou. Is Malou a girl? Don't worry about this. People accuse everybody. And we already know why the police, why the complainants are accusing me, why the newspapers, why the media, why they're all accusing me. We all know. We all know what their motive is. We just have to accept it. I already showed you the number, how much money we were talking about. And the problem is, I think the law says that you it's qualified trafficking if a girl is uh, something, if she can't give consent because she's retarded or something like that. So that would be considered qualified trafficking if she had like a disability and can't make decisions and can't consent. John Doe says I would definitely get a down payment or a deposit before going. Well, that's true, John. I would have to agree with you on that. Well, I don't need to defend because the girls are not going to say anything. I mean, they're not going to say, "Oh, this is what we did beforehand." Can you guys understand why they're not going to bring it up, or they're not going to say? Because the police are there. If they said they did anything in the car, the police will be the first ones that would be in trouble because they were there. The media, the parents, the social worker, they didn't stop it. They allowed it to go on so it would go to the hotel. Do you guys all understand that? I mean, I was being forced, and these people are going to force these girls to do whatever it takes. And what you're saying right there, John Doe, to make sure that their motive is clear. That is what you all have to understand. Hemi, I did not. Mm, Let me be specific here. There was nothing done to me, but There are two girls. So if something did happen in that car and the police were right across the street in the gasoline station while it was going on, then what is that? Somebody explained to me that why these girls are doing that to convince me in the hotel so the police waiting across the street can arrest me in the hotel. Can somebody please explain that to me, why that had to happen like that? Now, so there's no air conditioning. Well, there is the air conditioner. Air conditioner was working fine in my car. It was a brand new car. Yeah, that's possible. I have to consider that possibility. I mean, all anything's possible. These people are. Let me explain something to you, Freebird, that you probably already know, Freebird. The people here don't. The people here who think they'll die tomorrow. The people here who think they'll die today are not thinking about their problems tomorrow. The police and the kind of line of work that they do, and this is what and if they do this on a daily basis, not just to me but to other people, it means that they could die at any time. And why would you be thinking about tomorrow or next week or the week after that or the year after that? I mean, I was in prison for 3 years, so whatever crime that they did against me, especially with that money, was the last thing on their mind, because their livelihood is all about shakedowns and extortion. This was just one big, huge shakedown. And that's how you live your life, man. You're living day to day on a day-to-day basis. If that is your job, now it's pretty common that that's why we have terms like ninja cops, okay? Because that's what they do. They ninja their way through their jobs. They ninja their way through their life. And if you're a ninja, you live on a day-to-day basis and you don't care what happens tomorrow, because you could die anytime, any moment, right now, because you're a ninja cop. Life is cheap. So when you're a police and this is the kind of life that you lead and this is how you make your living, you could die any moment as a cop. And you don't care what happens next week or what happens in my case, because it's going to take 3 years. Why do you care about what happens 3 years from now when in 3 hours you could be dead? So keep that in mind. Why the way it happened that night, the way it happened. So don't just think that I was doing this or I was doing that. I was completely helpless. I was the one where I was the only voice of reason that night, when everybody there was going to make sure there was a huge payoff. It's like asking, why you BebotsOnly? Well, that's like asking robbers why they rob banks. Okay. Because they knew there was going to be a huge payoff. And they didn't care what they did or how they did it to make sure it happened. That's what you guys saw. And that's what they told you. But it's the furthest thing from the truth. And I've showed you numbers and you've seen it for yourself. And everything I have said, you can understand and follow. It doesn't make sense. Even Peter could see through it. If Peter could see through it and he's like, well, I mean, what? Right? Then clearly you could see that I was the victim here. Do you guys understand that? Could you guys follow that? So you guys understand now how I ended up there. And you'll just have to use your imagination. And it's not that hard. All you have to do is be a man, put yourself in that position, and like you said, like what all of you are saying, I'm gonna have to see proof first. I'm not gonna say try before I buy, but seeing is believing. And what I saw was believing. You're gonna have to use your imagination, especially what you know about me, because you know me. You guys follow that? Is that juicy enough for you guys? Look, you know, I am a people person. I do what the people want. If that's what they want, I would have done it. The only problem was the police were involved. Freebird says, I'm not the one that has something to hide, but it sounds like the police do, and they will do whatever it takes to stop being indicted. Exactly, Freebird. Exactly. So that's why the boss doesn't want me vlogging behind their back. That's why we got to look for a new place to play football and practice football. Publicly recorded slander. Well, I didn't say anything. Freebird says, please be careful. You know, Freebird, all I ask is, you know what? If it's my time, it's my time. I just ask the community to make sure to help out my family if something happens to me. That's why I set up this this PayPal. So if there's something, if Freebird knows exactly what I'm talking about. If something does happen to me, I hope the community understands what happened, why it happened. Because if the police do get indicted, they will lose their jobs. They will go to jail. So it's better they kill one person to make sure it never happens. You know, I don't know anybody's show right now. I like I said, I've been indisposed for 3 years, so I don't really know what's out there. But I just wanted to let everybody know what really happened that night. Yeah, Freebird, I did a video. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago about Fabel Pineda and how she filed a case against the police, and on her way home, she was killed by the police after she filed a rape case against them. So I'm that same person. They raped me, and now if I file a case against them for raping me, I'm just as good as dead also. And I needed people like you, Freebird, to come to the same conclusion. So I guess the question is, well, what to do next? And I haven't showed you guys the documents where that number came from. You know, $10,000. Was that Yeah, anyway, $10,000 to put me in jail. Big Kevin. Well, I gave you guys the reason why they put me in jail, and I gave you guys the method how they arrested me, and then after that they raided my house. After that, it's almost like they took a shopping cart and went through my house and took all the things that they wanted. So you guys all understand now? was money, there was greed, there was jealousy. Well, a prostitute, they're not gonna jail you for like the police. Well, coulda, woulda, shoulda, Hemi. The answer, John Doe, is not yet. They have my car. They have my, um, but there's still $10,000 where that everyone over here needs to figure out. What is this? You back like hero? What? Malu man? What? Says style got heart attack and disappeared like. Well, I'm back now. I mean, what else can I do? Yes, Freebird. Absolutely true. They're gonna get away with my murder too. Freebird says they don't give shit back. It's gone. Freebird, you seem to be. It sounds like you're speaking from experience. They're already using it. Yeah, that's the problem. I was inquiring about my car, and they said they can't find it. You get? I mean, Freebird knows this. I go. I don't know what else is missing. The only way. What am I gonna do? File another case against them for all my missing stuff? Is that what we do, Freebird? So okay, we got a case against them for this, for the $10,000. We got a case against them for child abuse, and now we're gonna put a case against them for all the stuff that disappeared while under their custody. Oh, Digital Underground, it's not my car anymore. How do you think there's police driving around in expensive SUVs? Freebird says, forget it and move on. I get that advice all the time, Freebird. But it's just the stupid American in me, the stupid American chase for justice in me just can't let it go. I mean, if I was Filipino, I just like, okay, you raped me, I just move on. Emmy, get that nonsense out of here. I understand what you're saying, Freebird. I mean, Sissy has nothing to do with this thing, okay? You guys leave him alone. The guy's been through. I mean, it's bad enough that he gets his jollies off lady boys. Isn't that punishment enough? Freebird, you're in America. I thought you'd be here in the Philippines. Yeah, Freebird is saying good luck getting my stuff back. Freebird is just saying let it go. Water in the bridge. I can't. If it was just me that they destroyed, I couldn't. But they did it to my children and they did it to my wife. They publicly humiliated them. They couldn't. They couldn't leave the house without getting stared at. No, that just you know. And for what, right? I would have gladly given them the money, to avoid all this. But over here, that's not a. You get more shit with vinegar than you do with sugar. Is the how they operate over here. Freebird says, just forget it, start over. Freebird, that's what everybody says. Hey, does anybody else agree with Freebird over here? Freebird is trying to be the voice of reason over here. But when you spend 3 years in like a Monte Cristo, when you spend 3 years in prison as an innocent person, like the Count of Monte Cristo, you become the Count of Monte Cristo. I am the Count of Monte Cristo. Freebird needs a hug. Oh well, Freebird's making sense. He knows that He doesn't want me to end up like Fabel Pineda, the 15-year-old girl that was raped and then shot after she reported a case against the police. I think we'd all be better if I was alive, Jason, not just my wife and kids. Fight it if you feel you can win. Well, here's the story. Here's the right answer for that, John Doe. I cannot win on my own. I can fight and lose on my own, but I cannot fight and win. And that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm blogging. Am I alone? Do I have help? Do I have the community? Do I have the support? To fight this corruption where they're destroying people's lives over change, over chump change? Even all of you have said that's not much money. Yeah, I mean, when you got all, there was like 20 people that night that needed to get paid. So what? They got like $500 each. So tell me, am I doing this alone? Am I alone? Because if I'm alone, I'm dead. Emmy is behind me 100%. Literally behind me. So Freebird, here it is. Okay, what do you want me to do next? Let it go? Do you think the police is gonna let it go? I'm still vlogging. I'm still alive. While I'm still alive, I've got. They can't sleep with one eye open while I'm still. They have to sleep with one eye open. What happens if it comes out? As long as I'm alive, they have to silence me. Jasmine, didn't I explain this to you, Jasmine? Why the hotel had to happen? I had no choice. They made sure I had no choice. I just went through like an hour explaining to you why the hotel had to happen because they gave me no choice. You make it sound like I have a choice. When you're a man, you don't have a choice. Somebody explain to Jasmine what it's like to be a man. Freebird says, you cannot fight the system alone. And believe me, you are alone. Well, I guess let me die a martyr. I am a martyr. Oh, gosh. Somebody get Jasmine up to date over here. You have your own choice. You're married. You might as well say you have your own choice. You were born. I didn't choose to be born. You were weak. It's like if being a man is weak, then let me be a man. I will die, but no martyr. Maybe. But so what's my choice here, Freebird? The police can't let me go whether I file a case against them or not, Freebird. That's the problem you're looking at. Because talking to you guys already, you guys know about it. So I'm past beyond that now. I'm past the point of no return because there's people that know about what happened that night now. I'll be forgotten in a week. But you're not gonna forget what you heard here. You're gonna know if I died, you know what happened. JDC, let me tell you something about cops. If they tell you to do something, you do it, or they pull a gun on you, or they search your house. If the cops tell you to do something and you're a police asset, you do it. Somebody explain that to JDC. Cheating? Somebody explain to Jasmine that. What is it? What was it? Somebody explain to Jasmine. What was it that I always say? Whenever I get caught cheating, I always say, I had sex with her, but I made love to you. And then you make that hot monkey love and you say sorry and you never do it again. I mean, that day or that week. But that's what they want to hear. And then you go back to normal. You guys follow that? Somebody explain to Jasmine the Solsa how men work when it comes to those kind of things. This is what you say. I go, Jasmine, if you were my wife, Jasmine, this is what I say to you. Jasmine, you're my beautiful wife, the mother of your children. And when I make love to you, you're the only one I make love to because you're the only woman in the world to me. Just like you're the only woman who I love so much that I give you my children. The other women don't mean anything to me. That's just recreational sex. It's like getting a massage. They don't mean anything to me. And I know I hurt you, but that just sometimes when I drink too much or when I think that I'm not thinking. Not thinking anymore. But like I said, when it comes to you, I make love to you. Please forgive me. It will never happen again. And then, we make that hot monkey makeup love and everything's back to normal. Taking pictures of girls and selling them. Yeah. Even I'm laughing at hearing that, Mark. What are you laughing about? Leave while you're able. Freebird says if you can leave while you're able. Does anybody agree with Freebird that I should leave while I'm able? Where am I gonna go? What about the kids? What about their school? What about the kids in their football? Women get guys in situations all the time, especially when it comes to child support, sex, and marriage. They don't choose what happens. I would never forgive someone who lies and sends an innocent person to prison. Ooh. Now we're talking. Hey, Freebird, can you respond to Gringo Punter over here that I would never forgive someone who lies and sends an innocent person to prison? Yeah. Go, Gringo, go. Let's hear what Gringo has to say here. Gringo, go on with yourself. Let's hear more from Gringo here. Taking pictures of girls and selling them. Okay, got that. Got that, Jasmine. Chris, I'm a piece of shit. Was it something I said? Heminger says, lol, even I'm laughing at that, hearing that, Mark. So tingin mo maniniwala ako sa'yo kung wife mo? Oh, Jasmine. She's pulling out the Tagalog on me. You know what Jasmine just said? She said, you think that I would believe that crap if I was your wife? Of course. All women believe that. Not just you. Jasmine says, so you won't do it again and just do it again, but more discreet. That's what I'm talking about, John Doe. All right, can I get a witness here, John Doe? Idol says, monogamy. I'm monogamous. I only have one woman for all my children. That's monogamy. Isn't that enough monogamy? Come on. You're not black enough to be a George Floyd, so forget it. I don't think I need to look up who George Floyd is. Let me say, it sounds so scripted. Mark, you gotta apologize better that you're. Well, I make up for it in action. It's like my words. Sometimes you don't believe it, so I have to make up for it in other places. I mean, she's heard it before. I have to prove to her that if I do make love to her, that I make love to her like she's the only woman in the world, so she'll believe it. Whether it's true or not, that's not really the point here. A woman likes to feel secure. Remember, I told you guys that story when whenever you start a relationship with a girl, the call always comes in. Whenever you're in any relationship with any girl, the time always comes, and this used to freak me out in the beginning when the girl would says, "Oh, my period is late," and at first I was kind of go, "What? Huh?" I was kind of shocked by it, but then after a while, I realized that they're not saying that to pressure you. They're saying that so you feel like you're not using them. Hold on. Here's some. Better not be telling away all my trade secrets. Well done. Anyway, I hear some rumbling. I'll have to finish the story. I don't want to get you know what I mean? I hear rumbling and my voice kind of travels. Freebird says, "Where your family going to go if you're dead?" Well, you know what, Freebird? I really appreciate that you're actually concerned about me living or dying. Freebird says, "Gringo is full of shit and he knows it. That's why he wants you dead, is why he talks that shit." No, it actually makes sense. If somebody put him in prison, even though he's innocent, he'd be angry also. I mean, I understand. I was angry too. So was the Count of Monte Cristo. I was told by a Filipino friend that a man in the Philippines has one type of woman for a wife. Yeah, you need a wife to take care of your kids and another one for sex. Yeah, because when it comes to biology, women have sex. Women want sex just as much as men, but the frequency is the problem. I mean, a guy could have sex 3 times a day, while a woman can only have sex like 3 times a week. That becomes an issue in itself. Somebody explained that to Jasmine. I know if I keep talking like this, my wife's gonna come down and catch me, and like and after streaming 8 hours, I'm gonna have to have makeup sex. And how am I supposed to do that after streaming with you clowns for the last 6 hours? I don't have enough stamina in my age to do that. How does this, Jasmine? Don't tell. I think by now. Oh, wait, Gringo Punter is there. He says, "I have a friend whose wife is fighting a case now." Okay, you guys, if I end the stream abruptly, I know it's been 6 hours. I usually will stream for another 2 hours, and I could probably stream another 6 hours. But I hear kind of pitter patter of feet upstairs, and like I said, I don't want to be caught streaming when they wake up. And more lips. What happened? What happened in the last 3 years where people just stopped talking to each other and just do the stupid lips? I mean, if you got something to say it. Better go and have that. Yeah, that's work. Jazz in my age, that's a lot of work. I can't do it after streaming 6 hours, so I can't activate that tempo and then have to do that. Whew. You guys are killing me. The tempo relief sex. Okay, just act like you're playing a mobile game afterwards. You think she wants me? I don't know. I'm getting some kind of tension from Jasmine. Usually when they're mad at me like that, I always tell people when a girl's really mad at you, that means they like you. She's had years of what? I don't get it. I don't get it, Jazz or Jason or whatever your name is. I'll just call you Jazz, just because I'm just pronouncing the first 3 letters, Jazz. Jazz is saying that Jasmine is there's some tension developing between me and Jasmine because I talked to her like she was my wife, and Oh, yeah, that's another thing why I couldn't blog. I can't blog that much. Your reaction to her suggests that she's a cop trying to entrap you. Learn from that mistake. Okay. Well, you're gonna have to try a little harder than that, Jasmine. But we give you an A for effort. I don't know what Jasmine is. Jasmine, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself, if you don't mind? I mean, apparently, I think you're a Filipina because you're acting like a Filipina or you're talking like a Filipina. So in this situation, it doesn't really matter if you're a guy or a girl. I mean, it's just whatever role you want to assume, and we'll just kind of play along with it. I do the same thing also. I just kind of play along with whatever role or what the situation it wants, right? My problem is that was the problem. The girls, the police, the social worker, the parents, they all wanted the role for the wrong reasons. So here's the problem. Now we have to think about, the problem. So I kind of have some information or secondhand information about the girls. I and you guys have to you guys have to understand, how did the police get involved here in the first place? Well, one of the girls got pregnant, and even though it's uh, the even though I wasn't the dad, the parents said I was. I mean, because just like robbers, why did they rob banks? So if there's going to be the person who she's going to point who the dad is, it's me. Then it must be. So they're saying, well, she's pregnant, and I'm the dad. Eventually, we were able to prove in court that I wasn't the dad, and then the whole accusation of me being the one who raped her and got her pregnant, it means another person did. So I didn't get off on a technicality since they didn't have the evidence that they needed to prove that I was the father and that I was the one that raped her. Since I wasn't the father, then I wasn't the one that raped her. But that's how the police got involved. But they didn't arrest me at that point because they didn't have enough proof that anything happened between me and the girl, because apparently I wasn't the dad. So they had to cook up a scenario where it's close enough. You guys understand that? That's how it started. That's how the police got involved, was they were trying to figure out who the father was for the complainant. And since obviously I have money, or I have access to money, I was their number one target, because the actual person that was the dad, we still don't know. And right now, another girl. So I have to say, I have actually had five complainants altogether. Two were there that night, but they were able to get three. The police were able to convince three other girls to file a case against me. Another girl in 2019 stopped showing up because she got pregnant also. And this time they couldn't prove it was me because I was already in prison by the time she got pregnant. And the same thing happened. I wanted to show her Facebook and say that, like, she had a baby, but if you look at she's saying this is the father, and then the father has wants nothing to do with the baby because he's saying that I'm not the father. It's like the Maury Povich show. You are not the father. And the girls are not going to school now. They're poor still. They're gonna end up prostitutes and drug addicts, like before I came into their lives, and then after I left their lives, they went right back to where they were. Uh, hey, John Doe is leaving us because he has to go to grocery. Go do your grocery shopping on your own time, John Doe. You're on my time now. Wait. Let me read this. Jasmine has the hots for you. Jasmine has erectile dysfunction. Hurts living because of the crotch of other men. That's not true. Digital Underground says, is she your wife secretly? She's one of my mistresses, that's for sure. And I haven't been giving her enough attention. Alam mo, Jasmine, pag gusto mo diligan ko yung sampagita mo, gagawain ko. Kailangan mo lang magtanong or sabihin mo lang sa akin, didiligan ko yung sampagita mo, Jasmine. Kasi napapansin ko, doon ka nagagalit kasi hindi kita pinapansin. Pero bibigyan kita ng pansin. She says, yes, I'm a Filipina. So I just trying to talk to her like I talk to a lot of the other girls. There's no need to get mad. There's enough of me to go around. Freebird says, if you have any chance at all, go to Rafi Tulfo and he will not have nothing to do with you. Then you don't have a prayer. And I can imagine what he would tell you. That's an option. Jasmine says, explains. Uh-huh. So who is Jasmine is the question. One of my girls? One of the police? He didn't receive any. Maybe she didn't receive enough French fries. Oh. Are you able to hint? Idol says, I'm not pregnant. So who is this Jasmine, huh? So that's what happened. Well, gosh, it's like 7 o'clock over here. I'm pooped. Jasmine says she just saw the news. Shows she's just being nosy. Well, it's okay. You're welcome here, Jasmine. Everybody's welcome here. Do you want to talk to me? Do you want to come on the live stream, Jasmine, so we could talk? Or do you want to do it privately? I could do both. Unfortunately, that's all I can do right now. Talk. So, I mean, I understand everybody's come here because of what they saw on the news. Okay, I would do the same thing. But I'm glad that you guys are all here to listen to my side of the story in a way that could easily be so I could explain it. You guys have any other questions? So the girls are pregnant. They're back to being poor. Instead of going to school like I had plans for them, instead of having braces like I had plans for them, private school, Jasmine. Do you know about this? I was putting them through school. And now they have to stop school. They're not going to private school. And their teeth are all going to fall out because their parents are not going to take them to the dentist. The police are not going to take them to the dentist. The social workers are not going to take them to the dentist. You're not going to take them to the dentist. But I have been taking them to the dentist. Jasmine is asking if it's okay with my wife if we met each other. And I said, Jasmine, we just have to be discreet and just keep this between you and me, and whoever doesn't need to know doesn't need to know. Because here in the Philippines, what you don't know won't hurt you. You don't need, and Jasmine, we don't need to make it complicated, Jasmine. We just need to keep it simple, Jasmine. I mean, Jasmine, I'm a man. You're a woman. You have needs. I know how to take care of your needs. Let's just keep it that simple. Why complicate it? The simpler it is, the happier I can make you. That's what we need to focus on here, Jasmine. That's all. Are you guys taking notes on this or what? So Jasmine's asking me if I'm getting permission from my wife to go and meet her or see her. What? You're saying I can't go and meet whoever I want without asking permission from my wife first? Huh? Is that what you're saying? Huh? I can't move without asking my wife? Huh? Well, right now she's asleep, so I can say that. But when she's awake, it's like, hey, don't yell at me because it gives me diarrhea if you yell at me. Jasmine says, if I'm your wife, I would leave you in jail. Ha ha ha. Jasmine, I feel like I'm not giving you enough attention here, Jasmine. I mean, I've got a whole lot of loving for you here, Jasmine. I got enough love for you, your cousin, your sister's cousins. Yeah, that's right, Jason. I don't need her permission to go on this stream. I just had to postpone the stream like 3 or 4 times and wait till they were asleep before I started vlogging. Then I got online because they're asleep, so I don't need to get their permission. But as soon as I hear them come down or hear them going to the bathroom, and you hear me go, time to lickety split because I don't really have time I'm too tired to do the anti-tampo service, if you know what I mean, Jason and Jasmine. I gotta sleep. The anti-tampo service. I guess we should call that ATS, anti-tampo service. Can't call it anti-tampo sex. Let's just call it service. Yeah, Jason. I can go on the stream whenever I want to. I don't need anybody's permission. Jasmine, if you want to meet, I don't need anybody's permission. Jasmine, what are you wearing anyway? Did somebody ask what Jasmine's wearing? Hemi, can you research Jasmine, find out what she looks like? Because, I'm sure she likes French fries also. Jasmine, you like your Chicken Joy with your French fries and Coke Float Sundae? Or do you like the Longanisa? That traditional sweet Filipino sausage that the girls love so much? That Longanisa? She likes the Jolly Hot Dog? Yep. Maybe she likes the Jumbo Jolly Hot Dog with all that cheese and sauce. Catch my drift? Jasmine, I'm just kidding around. Jasmine, binibiro lang kita. Joke lang. See what you did, Jason? Now you got Jasmine all tampo on us. Trying to sweet talk her, and Jazz has got his side comments going. Jasmine, what's up? Bakit? Why are you up so early anyway? Or maybe why am I up so late? Hope you guys appreciate this. I wasn't planning on. I wanted just to stream until I fall asleep. Filipino sausage is too small for me. Hey, when it's hard, it doesn't matter what size it is. That's what's important here, Jasmine. So don't knock it. Digi Underground says, "Wow, you like dark pink." Yeah, Digital Underground is actually African American. So be careful, Jasmine. Once you go dark meat, you never go back. I'm actually full Filipino. I don't have, but like I said, whatever I lack for, I lack in whatever I lack in stature, I make up for in performance. Jasmine says that's what you think. French fries will make you forget the size. I don't know. I don't really get caught up too much in the size because sex is not just about size. It's all about being in the moment. It's all about the presence, the tension. It's when two people really want it. I think it's not just about the size. I mean, if you I think you it's overrated, compensating about the size. I mean, what am I talking about? Am I compensating? Is that what I'm doing? uh, okay, we got the lip sting again and the lady boys and all right. But okay, Jasmine, here, let me ask you the question, okay? Since you're a girl, let's assume you're a girl and you're not in the hotel room. You're trying to convince me to go in that hotel room with you, even though I don't want to go, even though all my spider sense went off. And what would you do in the car? And you had your cousin with you, your really hot cousin with you in the same time in the back of the car. And then, the police are going to shoot you if you don't convince me to go to the hotel room with you. So what would you actually do, Jasmine, is the question, to convince me to take you to the hotel, even though I already said, no, I don't want to go because you're trying too hard to convince me. I don't like that. I want it to be a nice balance where I'm chasing you. In this situation, I feel like I'm the one being chased. I feel like I'm the girl that pinipilit ako ng babae. Alam, like I'm the ako yung sila yung lalaki, ako yung babae na pinipilit. I'm just telling her that I feel like I'm the girl that they're forcing to go to the hotel. Two of them on top of that. I feel like I was being pressured to go, and I said, no, I don't want to go. And what would you do, Jasmine? You wouldn't be with I wouldn't be with you. Honestly, you're married. Okay, but with these two girls, that didn't seem to matter. Let's say you don't know about that or you don't care about that. Let's erase that in mind. What would you do to convince me? Because you really want me to go to that hotel with you. What would you do? And you had your hot cousin, the really hot one that looks like Kate Valdez. Kate Valdez? I really have the hots for her. I think she already turned 18, so it's not illegal for me to be thinking lasciviously of her. Or maybe she is, but she looks 18, so I could have the Tracy Lord syndrome. So Jasmine, pretend you and Kate Valdez, kind of like what's that other one? I'm not a big fan of was it Barbie Forteza? But just imagine you're Bobby Forteza and your cousin Kate Valdez are in the back seat of my car. And I said, no, I don't want to go because you guys are forcing me to do something I don't want to do. And talk is cheap. So what would you and your cousin be doing to convince me? And then never mind, you don't know that I'm married or I just got a divorce or my wife died during her appendicitis. So what would you do, Jasmine, to convince me? So let's take that out of the equation. It seems to be you're interrupting me. A lot of the guys stop typing. There's a reason. So can you help them out here, Jasmine? What would you and your hot Kate Valdez cousin be doing in the back seat of my car with the windows tinted and the cops waiting on the other side of the, they're not going to bother us because they're waiting for us to go to the hotel. So everything is safe. The news media, the social worker, all the other dozen police, they're not going to bother us because they're all waiting for us to get to the hotel. So Jasmine, you fill it in on what you and your cousin would do to convince me. Go. Hold on, let me get some lotion and a paper towel while you tell us what you're gonna do, and I'll type. Oh, I don't need to type. I'll just talk. I wouldn't be with you because you're ugly. What? Now, is that a thing to say? Does anybody else agree with her? I mean, I don't think really looks has anything to do with it because I'm not there because of my looks. I'm there because of my money. She would throw her cousin out so she could have you all to herself. Sorry, I'm honest. Well, Jasmine, you don't need to throw your cousin out. Okay. As a matter of fact, Jasmine is one of those girls that, I have girls that I don't introduce to any of my other rich friends. Jasmine, what's your real name? Who's your daddy? Is he rich like me? Oh, Jasmine. It's not the money that doesn't mean anything. It's what it can buy, is what it means. Money is just a piece of paper. It's what it buys, is what means everything. Also, Jasmine is here. Jasmine, can you add me to your email, or can we become friends? I mean, if you want to be friends, even though I'm ugly. Can I tell you a story, Jasmine? Look at Jason. Jasmine, what's your age? Is Jason is asking, and do you have a sister to hook him up with, or your hot Kate Valdez cousin? What's your name? Who's your daddy? Is he rich like me? Go ahead. Woo, nice, Jasmine. I, you know, me and my friends, we like taking care of our friends, if you know what I mean. And my friends like taking care of my friends. You know, what I could do is I can get my friends and introduce her to your friends, introduce them to your friends, and then we can all be friends. Oh, Jason. Jason's. I'm trying to make my move over here, and Jason having like 21 questions. Jasmine, you're at that age. What's your course in college, or what course would you like to? Because a young pretty girl like you, she can pretty much be whatever she wants to be and what she wants to become. You want to do tourism? You want to do HRM, hotel restaurant management? Don't do something boring like accounting. There were some girls that did accounting, and that's kind of boring. I guess you could work in a bank. Forensic psychology? Wow. So she must be analyzing me. What's your analysis of me, Jasmine? HRM, not HMR. HRM is hotel and restaurant management, you noob. How does that? HRM, it's very popular. There's a lot of pretty girls in there. Tourism is very popular. What else? There's why did you pick forensic psychology, Jasmine? Forensic psychology. Yeah, accounting is so boring. It's like doing homework. It's like getting paid to do somebody else's homework. Why do something so boring? I would rather be in like marketing, or I mean, if Jasmine is as hot as she sounds, she could probably sell snow, and I'd buy whatever shit is she's selling. Hotel man reception. That's funny, Ida. All right, Ida. I thought you were a girl. Jasmine, can you tell us why you picked forensic psychology? And besides, here, you know what? Let's talk about these videos, okay? If I had sex videos that I was selling, then if the cops released them, then the cybercrime police would be guilty of doing cybercrime if they released these sex videos that I'm selling, right? So the cybercrime would be guilty of cybercrime. Yeah, Jasmine. I have very nice friends, Jasmine. I'd like to think I have very nice friends. If you like chilling, you've seen me and my friends when we like to chill. We're always kind of chillaxing. When was Lahug Cebu? That's kind of far. Okay, but it's at least we're in the same planet and we're in the same country. So tell me more. So Jasmine is in Cebu. There's a lot of beautiful women in Cebu, Jasmine. Heidel goes, we already know the answer to that, Heidel. Stop asking questions that we already know. Can't believe this. How did my live stream all of a sudden turn into Tinder? Heidel and Jason and Jazz turned my live stream into like their own personal Tinder. It's it's become seeking arrangement with these two guys, or Jason and Heidel. And it's like I'm worried now. Well, hold on here. Let me give you some. I got some lotion and some paper towel over here. I was waiting for Jasmine to try to convince me to, waiting for her to tell me to take her to, what I'm trying to. Anyway, she went to school in New York. New York. That's where my hot sauce came from. Most of my hot sauce is made from New York City. New York City. No, Jason, don't be so judgmental, Jason. I Just because she's 19, don't hold it against her. Because next year she's not going to be a teenager anymore. And then what? Yeah, that is a pretty funny commercial. This hot sauce is made in New York City. I don't even know what the hot sauce that the commercial is made. I was at Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'm not. It's just my preference. Okay. What did you go to school in New York for, Jasmine? Oh, got your interest now. But first of all, does everybody understand what happened? So now I'm at the hotel, and then that's the police burst comes in. Oh, so you're studying forensic psychology in New York, is my understanding, and she was just stuck here in Cebu during the pandemic. Okay, my question is, what brings you here to this live stream? As you can see, it's just a bunch of horny guys wanting to know what happened that night. I mean, it's kind of titillating. Two teenage girls, one distinguished and gentleman. I know. How did I look on video? I haven't seen it yet. Did I look that bad? Did I look haggard? I mean, how did I look to you, Jasmine? I mean, you already said I'm ugly, but I mean, I think that's what Juliet first said to Romeo when they first met. You're ugly. Then the next day, they're like, I want to die with you. I'm waiting for Jasmine to respond. I know there's a delay. I look like crap. They're dead. Who's dead? My hair was on point? What about my hair? You guys make me all conscious about my hair. Hey, Chris, I was having a bad day, okay? And black underwear. Okay. On point. So what does that mean? Is on point like a good thing or a bad thing? And who's dead? Got to go see you had. No, Jasmine, are we gonna really see each other or what? Because don't leave me hanging here. My hair was on point. Yeah. Jason says I look like crap. Yeah. Chris says I was whiny. At least Heidel says at least my hair looked good. You look good, boomer. All right. Thanks, Slick. I see. I don't know what the lingo is now these days. Can't go on no camera. Oh, what is this? Heidel gets love. What do I get? As usual, Heidel. And you're always stealing all the girls, Heidel. Well, at least we have no way to confirm one way or another. Let's just, I guess, pretend that Jasmine is a girl. 2.5 years. Man, have you ever been in prison, man? It feels like 25 years. 1 hour feels like 1 day in prison. 1 day feels like 1 week. 1 week feels like 1 month. 1 month feels like 1 year. Oh, my human trafficking. It's really popular right now. What is popular right now? I don't get it. Okay. PNP, just bring them donuts. Apparently no. Hey, Jasmine, do you have a theory where the $10,000 came from? It's really popular right now. Lit. Hmm. Chris, Chris, don't you have so? Is there? Don't you have something else better to do, Chris? Didn't I say that before? No, I'm just kidding, Chris. You're welcome here anytime, Chris. If anybody boots Chris, I'm gonna boot them also. Ah, prison. Guess I could talk about more what life is like there. But here, Chris is making it sound like it's only 2.5 years. It's not like you were there 20 years or like the Count of Monte Cristo or the Shawshank Redemption. What? I thought 1 year was bad enough. He grew up in a boys' home. Well, we don't know anything about Chris. Chris, do you have any other questions? But do you understand? Here's the question to Chris. What do you think the girls did in the car to convince me to take them to the hotel? That should be a question we should be asking Chris. Chris says it's very close to being accurate. Okay, well, that explains a lot of things then. So, everybody give Chris some leeway, give him space. Okay. So, people like him are, what do you call it? They suffer from ongoing, uh, was it? Ongoing post traumatic stress syndrome. Hey guys, I only got 1 hour and 15 minutes left. Let's wrap this up here. What else do you guys want to know? After the cameras start rolling? So you guys pretty much understood. Good good answer. Does anybody have a response to this? Chris says that he doesn't think they did anything. I think you're just indulging in fantasy to protect your fragile ego. Ah, lost my connection. Son of a gun. Hey, I lost my connection. Are you guys back? Somebody type in. Am I back? Type back. I'm back. Hello? Oh, okay, good. Whew. Lost my connection there for a second. It says lost connection. Okay, can somebody respond to Chris over here saying, well, I think of a response here. It's yeah, Chris is lagging us. If you lag us again, Chris, we're gonna boot you for lagging. He's got this high latency Chris is doing. Can't be me. It's Chris with his cheap internet. He's probably using his neighbor's internet. He's probably just stealing that. He's too cheap to get his own internet. So your argument is fragile ego. First of all, number one, I don't think my ego is fragile. I think it's pretty healthy. Most people would say I have a pretty healthy ego. That's probably been my problem. I don't think it's that fragile. Next is that fantasy, indulging in fantasy. So you think I just went there because I wanted to? But the question is why would I want to? What did they say to make me want to take them to the hotel? No, let's entertain this. Let's entertain this, all right? It says that he thinks that nothing happened. So they just said, okay, let's just do this. Just take us to the hotel. No, I mean, even I'm having problems just seeing that they did nothing when obviously there was a lot of pressure on it to happen. That's why they called. That's why they've been planning this for weeks, if not months already. So I think the possibility of them not doing anything is low because there's so much depending on it to happen. Somebody, yeah, okay. And this is an attempt to recover back to your former self. Chris says, I think your experience was worse than you were letting on. I think something. Okay. He's making a point, and I've got back to my former self. First of all, I don't think if anybody probably, right, Hemi is probably the best one to answer this. I don't think my former self is pretty much the same as my new self. I just gained more experience. No, don't say stuff like that. Don't say stuff like that. Let's just try to stay. I mean, he's making a point, so let's go with this point. That but it's kind of hard to say that because the fact that something had to happen. I mean, to make me. So here's something we can't argue with. Okay, here, Chris. I know it's been 7 hours, so you have to excuse me, and I haven't slept for like 48 hours here. Okay, but let's stick to something that we could all agree on. Okay, Chris. Obviously, I wasn't thinking with the big head. All right, so everybody was telling me I was in a hotel room. I wasn't thinking with the big head. I was thinking with the little head. Okay, and Robin Williams said that men are born with two heads. The only problem is blood. We only have enough blood to go to just one. All right, so obviously it's going in the wrong or in the in the little head. All right, so that's not really an argument. What's it? So that's not really an argument that you can win right there. That I was thinking with the wrong head, right? Now, it wasn't my fragile ego that flooded that blood into the wrong head or into the little head. I think we could all agree on what that is based on my experience and based on what I've been through. It takes a lot to make that, all this kind of prodding and poking and all, because I've been there, done that already. I'm gonna, like these guys said, that they're gonna need more to see is to believe, to make the blood chemically alter from the big head to go to the little head. What that is, you're gonna have to let your imaginations run wild and put yourself in my position, or what it would take. And see, nobody can argue that. Everybody from the beginning has been saying I was thinking with the little head. Well, what was it that the girls did? I know, like I said, it wasn't my fragile ego that caused the blood to swell into the little head. It was the girls. How they did it, what they did it, you're gonna have to feel that in yourself. What do you guys? I'm trying to talk over here, and you guys are having your own personal conversation over here. Can we stay on, like you guys said earlier, like my hair? Can you stay on point? Okay, I'm making an argument over here that it's not my fragile ego, or it's that is saying that something convinced me to go. Because I don't think I would have lost any ego. I'm trying to figure out what the argument is. Uh-oh. Okay. I hear the door open, ladies and gentlemen. So I gotta get going soon. So we gotta end the stream. Yeah, I'm sorry if that happened. It's a tragic thing. Of course, I don't want anything. I don't want that to wish it upon anyone. Okay, so please, you guys, be respectful. But I got to start saying goodbye because they're here, because they're awake, because it's 7:30 in the morning over here, and the live stream just went all night. And I barely missed my 8 o'clock cutoff. So I know you guys are having your personal conversation. So do you guys feel satisfied about how things transpired that night? Why I did what I did? He's still, what is this? What is this conversation? I mean, do you guys understand? Did you guys understand the story? Finally heard my version. I mean, everybody for the last 3 years has had the version that the news media gave them. What do you guys think about my version? Do you believe my version, or do you believe the newspaper's version or the media's version? Yes, you're going to have to decide, and that's my question. And he ruined my best tube of lipstick doing what he did. What? Who? Okay, do you guys want to take this conversation somewhere else? Satisfied enough yet? I have my own agenda against the Philippines government. Well, I don't have an agenda, okay? Everybody pretty much knows that what my intentions are. Digital Underground says, I believe your story. Well, thank you, Digital Underground. Thank you. After 7 hours, I appreciate that you believe my story. I mean, what about Britain and the Philippines? Do you believe my story, or do you believe the media? Who else is here? Heidel, I probably know what you're going to say. Yeah, Heidel. I think Heidel was believed something was fishy is going on. What did they do? Well, at least you know. So if everybody is saying that I'm this rapist and kind of all this nonsense and I'm this sex maniac, well, if that's so true, then what did the girls have to do to convince me? How does a sex maniac or a rapist? What do you have to do to convince because that's what everybody's accusing me of, and I have all these sex videos and everything. What do I have to do so what would two girls have to do to convince me, since I'm so sexually charged? What to do to convince me to take me to the hotel? Obviously, Chris is saying, probably not much, but on the other hand, what about the other direction? A lot. What would that be? Jasmine says, I believed it. Ed too, Jasmine. You believe the media? What about what I said? Is there anything? Okay, Jasmine, is there anything I said that you believe at all? I mean, do you believe that I was thinking with the little head the whole time? How's that? Brit says, give me super chat and I believe you. Okay, and then, Chris is just, Brit in the Philippines is just going to have to go on not believing in me. Yeah. Well, at least we know where you stand, Brit, in the Philippines. I can it's easy for me to understand a person when he's being honest about his motives. Ooh, Heidel's making a point here. Jasmine, the media said nothing about shakies. Well, because that's where we ate. Okay, Jasmine, do you believe that every Filipina, before you take them anywhere, especially at a hotel, you have to feed them first? There's no way you can take any Filipina to go anywhere without feeding them. And yes, you're going to have to believe that there was the shakies. I just got a point. And if you're a Filipina, you're always hungry. It's like, why are Filipinos always eating? Well, they're always hungry. Because they want to create this portrait that they were saving these girls from the evil clutches of the evil rapist. They didn't know that we were eating in Shakey's for almost 2 hours before that happened, and then convinced me to go. There you go. Hey, and you know what? I went like 7 hours chatting, and where's my super chat? How come I get no super chat? Brit in the Philippines gets super chat. Where's my super chat? Okay, Heidel, it was good having you. It was a good 7 hours. Enjoyed it. So hope you come again to the next live stream. Next live stream, I don't know. Right now, I'm thinking of sleep and how I'm gonna avoid the ATS. Not monetized. How do I get monetized? I try crying. I do. How about begging? Like, please, give me super chat. How's that? Jasmine, you're still there? Yeah, and I don't like how YouTube takes like, what is it, like 50% of the super chat? Oh, I could do that. Well, if I have super chat, Chris, will you donate to my super chat? Well, anyway, the PayPal is there. I created a new PayPal account because my old PayPal account is, well, anyway. Okay. A simple no would have been fine. You don't have to get all emotional about it, Chris. Just asking. Chris, you gotta like ease up on try decaf. Just relax. We're all friends here. Look, you're an innocent person. I'm an innocent person. Jazz is a beautiful woman here. I mean, there's no reason why we all can't get along here, can we? Hello? Anyone there? Bueller? See, I'm delusional. Okay, Jasmine, what does the forensic psychologist say? What's your analysis? Can I get an analysis here? Can I get a what is Jasmine doing? Is it too hard to ask for an analysis here since she's the forensic pathologist here? Hello, Jasmine, or do you want super chat also? He's delusional with severe cognitive disability. Hey, don't make it sound like I killed some transgender after having sex with her and then strangled her with my bare hands while I drowned her in the toilet bowl. I mean, that's something like Sissy or Pemberton would do. You know, you're never gonna catch me with another man in a hotel. That's for sure. Hello, is Jasmine still there? Anybody? Anyone? All right. Well, everyone, gotta go. Breakfast is gonna be starting pretty soon. I want to thank everybody who showed up to my first live stream whenever since I got back. I want to thank Chris G, Digital Underground, Jasmine, Heidel, John Doe, Hemi, Gogo Bobo Sister, everyone who contributed, and also thank you everyone for all the moderators who kept the live chat interesting and funny and informative. I hope that everybody in Jazz On, I hope that everybody found the my first live stream entertaining, informative. Please tell all your friends, all your family members that to subscribe to the channel, comment, give it a like. Everyone's welcome. Just keep it constructive so everybody can. It'll be a constructive exchange. And like I said, and Freebird, thank you for all the advice of what you're saying. I do understand. I completely understand what you're coming from. A lot of the people are saying the same thing that you're saying. Gringo Punter, and I think Kevin was here. The what is it? FSV. So yeah, thank you everyone for even the ones who did a cameo over here, DC and Malu and and all the people who watched without commenting. Thank you also. I mean, right now there's 12 people online, but I gotta go spend some time with the breakfast with the family, and the last thing I need to do is be here talking to you people. But I'll talk to you again soon. I enjoyed it. Everybody knows if I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't be doing it, especially for 7 hours. There's something special about me being able to engage with the people that are consuming our content. So this is my way of saying I appreciate all your attention and all your support. But I'm ending the stream, and everyone, I'll see you at the next vlog. This is BebotsOnly. Thanks for joining our live stream. Ending now.